Hale at George Washington University in our MriyaReport book club, exploring the development of the vibrant Ukrainian civil society we've come to admire in the last almost 2 years. Based on 8 years of research, the Zelensky effect analyzes the rise of democratic duty and state attachment in Ukraine, showing that President Zelensky is as much a product of the Ukrainian civic society that he's come to embody as he is a profoundly capable leader who has rallied to work on Ukraine. The Zelensky effect is as much about the Ukrainian nation that made Zelensky the man he is today as it is about his personal capacity to rally key constituencies and unite them. He is simply one of 44 million Ukrainians just like him. We're delighted to have you here today on MriyaReport. Welcome, Professor Ona.
Thank you so much for having me.
I just introduced you quickly to James. He's my co-host on the book report, and he'll be helping with the interview today also. I think we all remember the first days of the full-scale invasion of Ukraine. We were astounded by the Ukrainian response. Far from the capitulation that some of the talking heads in the West predicted, we saw stunning scenes of old men physically pushing back tanks. Well, here I go. Long lines of Ukrainians volunteering for the armed forces, defiant citizens wrapped up in Ukrainian flags yelling at the invaders to go home, an old lady bringing down a drone with a jar of tomatoes, another offering sunflower seeds to soldiers for their pockets so that when they fell down and died in Ukraine, the sunflowers would bloom, and a defiant President Zelensky saying, "I need ammunition, not a ride." Everyday Ukrainians of all ages and abilities rallying to the cause of a free and independent Ukraine. So I think that many of us have wondered where this strength came from. Professor Onukh, in your research, what have you discovered about Ukrainian society that made everyday Ukrainians give them the strength to stand up so strongly to a powerful enemy?
Well, wow, the $1 million question, or the £1 million question, or the multi-million hryvnia question. Please call me Oля, though, from going forward.
Thank you.
I think for someone who's been studying contention, dissent, protest engagement, activism, ordinary citizens' involvement in politics in Ukraine for decades now, I was a great deal less surprised. And in fact, I'm on record multiple times publicly, seemingly looking extremely naive, right, in the eyes of some analysts, that I knew Ukrainian ordinary citizens would engage. I didn't know exactly how large the proportion of Ukrainian civilian engagement would be, but I knew there would be a large group of people that would engage in the war effort to defend their country in some way. And that's just something, if anyone's been paying attention to any sort of data coming out of Ukraine over the last 30 years, increasingly, year on year, decade on decade, you just had very clear indicators of a higher and higher rate of civic attachment and civic duty and civic engagement, right? And people would pay attention to it in these bursts of action that they were privy to through the lens, if you're just looking at Ukraine from an external media lens, then you would only notice the civic engagement at key points in time. Maybe you noticed it in 2001. Maybe you noticed it in 2004 because that was a big protest. Maybe you noticed it for the first time in 2013, 2014. But this was an ongoing process where more and more citizens came to be directly engaged in their politics, and their views on those politics changed. So this is, I think, in part what people were missing in that story. Whereas where the strength comes from, I don't know where the strength comes from, but it certainly is tied up in this incredible feeling that not only do these individuals have a duty to defend their state, but they are fiercely attached to the state, and that attachment grows over 30 years' time. Of course, there are early ralliers and late ralliers, and we talk about that a little bit more in the book.
Yeah, one of the things that I was really taken with in reading your description again of the Orange Revolution and especially the situation after the Orange Revolution, where things got better and then got worse again, is how Ukrainians never gave up on themselves and never gave up on their new state, and that is something I think that we all have come to admire. And I guess that's part of the same question. I'm just wondering why Ukrainians didn't give up. I know a lot of Ukrainians, even Ukrainians who left Ukraine, are still strongly attached to Ukraine as an idea, as a nation, and as an idea that isn't really ethnically related. This is something that you bring out in your book that I was fascinated by, was that the ethnic and linguistic identities seem to be much less important than what you call civic engagement, civic identity. What are your thoughts on that? How did the traditional, in every culture, the traditional identity with people who are just like you? How did that become so overridden by this civic identity?
So I think it's really important to acknowledge that not all Ukrainian citizens and ethnic Ukrainians around the world have this only civic attachment, right? Many do have it in addition to an ethnic, a collective identity, right? So there is that combination, and in fact, for some people in Ukraine, they might be a minority, but they are nonetheless an important constituency. For them, it's the most important thing about their identity and attachment is this ethno-linguistic identity that they have, right? And that is to speak Ukrainian, that is to be of a certain religious practicing group, that is of a variety of other things, including uh, reading certain types of literatures, knowing certain types of songs, and so on and so forth. Um, that's a minority group, and that group has been growing smaller and smaller within Ukraine over the 30 years, right? And for a large portion, even of that small group, they also came to have this civic identity as being more and more important. So there is that group, and we shouldn't underplay its existence. And certainly for diasporic groups around the world that are Ukrainians, not all have a civic sense of attachment. Many do have an attachment that is ethno-linguistic in nature. Although it can be extremely complicated because it might be linguistic in nature, but not ethno-religious, for instance. So family and friends that may be, for instance, Jewish, will still have a linguistic attachment to the Ukrainian language, even though they grew up abroad, right? So even that gets a little bit messy amongst Ukrainians, which I think is a fascinating thing to watch and study. But with this civic attachment, it is a phenomenon that is interesting for us as political scientists to study. Where and how do civic attachments to states form, right? And how do people come to rally to those civic sense of duty and attachment? And that's a question for the ages. There's many different ideas and theories on what drives that, but it is something that, well, Henry and I are dedicating our entire careers to. But one thing that I always mention, and we were talking about with Henry quite a bit when we were starting to write the book, is that I knew how to sing what became the Ukrainian national anthem before there was an independent Ukrainian state. It was one of the first songs that I learned in my life, right? So I obviously had an ethno-linguistic connection to the Ukrainian collective identity, but nonetheless, it was imposed on me from the very, very first years of my life that I need to learn the national anthem, that my family fights for the independence of the Ukrainian state. And that was regardless of where someone lived or what ethnic, religious, linguistic group they belonged to more broadly. And so that was fiercely present there amongst Ukrainians of various flavors and types, right, and generations. And I think when people didn't want to acknowledge that, they didn't. They decided to call Ukrainians a variety of other names, right? And suggesting that they don't have this collective identity. But I also know from friends and family who grew up in the east of Ukraine, they too have similar experiences. Perhaps in Donetsk, they didn't sing the national Ukrainian anthem, in the 80s on the streets, but they did. They learned these things in their homes. And that was there, the dream of an independent Ukraine. And it was present among millions prior to Ukraine's independence. So that's probably at the heart of then what develops over the next 30 years following independence. It's people who were fighting in their minds, in their hearts, in in their family dining room situations. They were fighting for the freedom and independence of the Ukrainian state. And they continue that fight. And when it became one of their own existence and lives at stake, they did everything they could.
Good morning, Professor. I'm going to bump in here and just say,
Yes,
please, everyone listening, retweet that top tweet, the Live Now tweet. I've already attached the link to our space here to that tweet, so you don't need to do anything else but retweet it. So please do. And Professor, it is very good to have you with us. Please carry on, Robin. I just wanted to get that in there. We just restarted the space. You probably heard that, Professor. And I'm calling you Professor because I want you once more to properly pronounce your name. That will help me.
My name, Oля Onuch.
Oh, yeah. Okay. I hope I'm doing it right. Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
And welcome. And I guess I want to follow up on that and just want to ask about the history of Ukraine. And surely that had a role in the love of Ukraine itself, the long history, but more recently, the history with Russia. And I wondered if you could address it from that angle as well, just that, what role did Russia play in this sort of love of Ukraine expressed with this new identity?
Right. Well, that's a great question. I think what is really important here, yes, of course, Ukrainian history is long, and that's another thing that we call them the independence generation. That's Zelensky's generation. That's my generation. Folks that are in their 40s now, that were born during communism, that were about between the ages of more or less 7 and 16, thereabouts. So they have some living memory of the communist period, but nonetheless, then we're one of the first generations to be socialized politically during independence. They learned Ukrainian history through different means, sometimes in schools, sometimes through family, for a long time. So Ukrainian history was already active in many people's minds, although, of course, some people did not benefit from the same types of education across different parts of the country. But the history of Ukraine is long. And this is where we thought was really important in our book to stress when we were doing analyses of what Zelensky says, and how he says it, what symbols he uses. He repeatedly, whether it was in his political satire or in his political campaigns for the presidency, and even today, he repeatedly uses history, um, world history, but specifically Ukrainian history, as a tool to communicate about contemporary problems or contemporary issues or contemporary solutions also. And nothing does this as well as in the show Servant of the People, where there are constant Easter eggs to famous Ukrainian historical figures, from Queen Olga to Volodymyr the Great to, of course, dissidents. That's the cool thing that we noticed in a lot of his communications and a lot of his speeches, even today. His very slight and subtle introduction of major dissident texts into his speeches, sometimes citing titles of things, or specifically talking about individuals, such as Ivan Dzuba, who was a famous Ukrainian dissident in the 60s and 70s, and he was imprisoned for writing this really famous treatise. And that's getting to your second part of the question. His treatise was about Russian imperialism and chauvinism, right? And the interesting thing about Ivan Dzuba and why it's so useful that Zelensky used him as a symbolic and tool in his communication is that Ivan Dzuba did not speak Ukrainian until his 20s. He taught himself, in fact, in his 20s. And his family remained in part Russian speaking Russophones for the duration of his life, Ivan Dzuba is from Donetsk Oblast, right? So he's this Eastern Ukrainian who grew up as a Russophone that comes to write this treatise against Russian chauvinism. And this Ivan Dzuba was so incredible that he truly believed that a rationed, well argued text will convince people, that he hand delivered this text to the Communist Party headquarters. That's yet another interesting Ukrainian history that does something that most people can't imagine themselves doing. Of course, his story ended very poorly, right? But this usage of historical figures and this usage of uh, great Ukrainians from Ukraine's past to talk about the bravery and civic attachment and duty that Ukrainians have today was a long, drawn out theme in much of what Zelensky has to say, and also what several other politicians have to say. But certainly, if you're living under a Russian imperial rule, if you are experiencing repression, if you are being told you cannot practice the religion that you would like to practice or speak the language that you speak at home, you feel this repression quite intensely. And the history of Russian imperialism and occupation of and colonialism of Ukraine is ongoing, right? This is a story that has sadly featured in Ukrainian history now, not for generations, but for centuries. And so many people have some kind of knowledge of a relative or an extended relative or family friend that was repressed or that was imprisoned or that felt threatened because of Russia's repression of Ukrainians over the years. And that lives on in the memory of many ordinary Ukrainians.
Oh, thank you. You know, this you touched on something that I found fascinating, is the whole language issue. I just recently learned that Taras Shevchenko, Shevchenko, who's the really one of the most important of Ukrainian writers, that he actually wrote his personal diary in Russian, not in Ukrainian, which I found fascinating. One of the things I learned from your book was how integrated both languages are in the culture of Ukraine. It isn't, for example, you write a lot about the division, the language division between supposed language division between East and West, the repeated attempts of politicians to play off Ukrainian speakers against Russophones, and could you go into that a little bit? I mean, how much of a divide is that really, and how much effect is that having on the future of Ukraine at this point?
Uh, well, I think the language context in Ukraine is so complex that it's always so hard to explain to outsiders. But of course, this group of listeners is well versed in the complexities of Ukrainian language practices. So the funny thing about many Ukrainians is that they will declare Ukrainian as their native language. And we're talking about 70 something percent, if not higher, will say that Ukrainian is their native language, probably up to 85, 88 at this point in time. Now, oftentimes the people that declare Ukrainian to be their mother tongue or native language do not speak regularly in Ukrainian. In fact, some of them might not speak Ukrainian very well. And so that's been something that the work of Volodymyr Kulik, a great social scientist from Ukraine, he's been studying this language practice and language identification for many, many years. And whilst many of us who I grew up in part in Kiev, but having friends from my teenage years and childhood who speak in Russian, and I speak in Ukrainian, and will carry on in an entire conversation in both languages, because it is understood that I will understand them obviously in Russian, and they understand me in Ukrainian, and we have this easygoing approach to our exchange. Not everyone has the same views on language. Some people do view that people should speak Ukrainian as part of their civic duty, in fact. But for the broad majority of Ukrainians, they can interchange between the languages, or they can have a bilingual conversation. And that, I think, makes for Ukrainians, it's a very it's a I mean it's an incredibly rich experience when you are thinking and interacting in two languages simultaneously. Maybe that means that Ukrainians can do a lot of other things very well because of this, but that is an interesting phenomenon. Of course, as we write in the book, and this is something that we thought was so important to stress, that many politicians, when they started to feel politically threatened that they're going to lose an election, like Kravchuk, like others, they would double down on ethno-national, ethno-linguistic divides and identities, right? It's this divide and rule tactic to try to reclaim some of your constituency that's leaving you. And this happened repeatedly. In fact, this was also suggested by campaign managers or folks that were doing PR for in the later years for these politicians, that the language issue is something people care about, right? People don't want to be forced to speak a language, or people really truly believe that the Ukrainian language should be primal above everything in society, right? Whilst some people did actually hold these positions and they were of great import to some citizens, they were not tactics that the broad majority of Ukrainians were receptive to, certainly not an election cycle. They did not like being divided along language lines for the broad majority. So the first time this happens, it's actually Kravchuk who criticized Kuchma for not being a proper Ukrainian and not speaking Ukrainian. And of course, what does Kuchma do? Kuchma responds in perfect Ukrainian, and he goes on to win the elections, and actually a landslide, right? And this is this thing that, whilst there were divisions and whilst people do use different languages across Ukraine, and their attitudes towards language can be different along policy lines, they Ukrainians did not like it when somebody tried to divide them along those lines. They did not respond to it. If you weren't paying attention to that throughout all the different political campaigns, then you might have missed it, because you would travel to Donetsk and you would notice, oh my gosh, everyone seems to be speaking Russian. You would travel to Lviv and you would notice everyone speaking Ukrainian. Oh gosh, these are such different Ukraines. In part, yes, there's some difference to how these people were socialized. Of course, language influences so many aspects of your life, but they all saw themselves as Ukrainian, and chances are both, whether they were in Donetsk or in Lviv, would report to us in surveys, focus groups, and interviews that their native language is Ukrainian. So they did have this collective identification towards language, even in these instances. Going forward, I see Ukraine as a liberal democracy, and I see that the broad majority of its citizens that have liberal democratic values. And in that instance, there is an understanding that there might be linguistic minority groups in the country that should feel free to speak the language that they would like to speak. But at the same time, there is one state, an official language, and that is not a complex balancing act in a liberal democracy. In fact, there are many such democracies around the world where you can have simultaneously protections about minority rights as maintaining one state language. So I don't see this having to be an issue in the future for Ukraine.
Yeah, thank you. I think Ukrainians have made that point pretty solidly. It seems as though more and more when politicians try to divide Ukrainians by language, it falls flat. I was very heartened to see the reaction to, I think her name is Irina Ferian, the professor in Lviv at the Polytechnic University, who went after Russian-speaking soldiers, including the Azov battalion, that they weren't true Ukrainians because they didn't speak Ukrainian. And her Western Ukrainian students rose up and demonstrated against that. And then it really was very heartening to see that people are just not buying the linguistic divisions that have been tried to be foisted on Ukrainians from the outside. With that, I want to go over, we have a couple of hands. I'd like to go first to Furious Lexicon, who's a, a member of our book club, who is also a member of the Canadian diaspora. So she may have some particular questions related to that, and she's always good to speak to. Over to you, Lexicon.
Oh, hello. It's so great to meet you. And I know we only have an hour. So I don't know if it's okay to get into some of the blow by blow. I want to tell listeners the book is really a page turner, in part because you do give us, Olga and Henry, some of the blow by blow of what went on in especially recent years. But watching Servant of the People, which the book really encourages people to do, and I have rewatched it. I just can hardly live without it. And so it's a real specific question I want to ask, which is that when you watch series 3, it's pretty incredible. So we know it was held back and then was released during the election campaign in which Zelensky ca- campaigned without having to campaign in some ways and won this amazing landslide. And it's although he decided to run, or I mean, he made his announcement only on December 31st, 2018. You have to believe it took a while to produce this show, and there had to be a conscious decision within the troop as well as Zelensky. I wondered if you could tell us something more about that time frame and that whole phenomenon, because this is a world special. Thank you.
Oh, great question, Furious Lexicon. I think that so actually before I get into the campaign and the show, I do want to say that New Year's Eve announcement of declaring his candidacy was a perfect example of this linguistic element in Ukraine. We actually in that announcement we saw the beginning of what one might call the Ukrainianization, linguistically speaking, of Zelensky, because when he comes out in the middle of the show from behind a curtain, I believe, and he says, "I'm Vladimir Zelensky," he says his name in Russian, and then he continues to speak in Ukrainian. And that's one of the last times he publicly uses Vladimir instead of Volodymyr. And that's a really interesting moment. And I think a very useful tactic in getting people's attention in that moment. But to the show and the campaign, we spoke with people that are in, let's just say, broadly speaking, under Chatham House rules. So it was in the entertainment industry that would be connected to some of the individuals that were making some of these decisions, folks in that were previously in the administration or connected to the administration, as best as I can describe them, that very clearly suggests that the third season was entirely written as part of a plan to run a political campaign. There's slightly different takes on this, but even from our own analysis and understanding, this is clear to us. I mean, it is campaign material. I think not uncontroversial campaign material, right? I think it's very controversial that a political campaign was sold as a piece of entertainment. I think that the fact that it continued to run even when the official campaign was supposed to be finished, because it wasn't formally official campaign material, so it didn't break any rules. But I think in the future, Ukraine will have to have laws that deal with this exactly, because it was one of those things where people didn't think Zelensky was actively campaigning, where the campaign was very clear and the messaging was very clear. And what was said in season 3 was repeated in a variety of ways in his social media platforms, in his campaign materials, in his speeches, and in obviously that infamous debate between him and Petro Poroshenko, the former president of Ukraine. So the only way to look at that season 3 is that it is part of the political campaign. And there we see some very clear messages about that which divides Ukraine is nowhere near as strong as that which unites Ukrainians. and a variety of these other tropes. You don't need to be divided by ethno-nationalist tensions. The people from Lviv can be helped by the people from Donetsk. That famous scene where the miners come from Donetsk come to save the miners from Lviv, even when the politicians can't get along, that we're all Ukrainians together. All those key messages are definitely in there. What is absent is Russia. Russia is not named. Russia is not talked about. Russia as a threat is not talked about. And in part, that might be, and we have claimed this in the book as one of the criticisms we wage against the early part of Zelensky's political career. There is some naivete there in 2019 about how he's just going to negotiate with Putin, just talk things out. And of course, anyone watching that from outside was really worried about that. And perhaps that element of naivete is also there in the third season, and certainly in the way Zelensky talked about throughout his campaign about the Russian threat, about Russian aggression, about the war. I think it should have been clear at that point in time. Putin is not someone you can just have a conversation with and negotiate with. This is an existential aggressor as well to Ukraine. If you do not believe Ukraine exists fundamentally, you will continue to try to occupy it or uh, repress it or repress its people until you get full control of it. And that should have been already clear, I think. And we do criticize Zelensky for that, including talking about the third season of its absence.
Lexicon for follow-up.
Yeah, well, that's really important, and I hope we go back to that in a minute. Just before, I wanted to raise some other thing that they use in that third series, which is the way that Western countries, and particularly, let's say, the G7 kind of countries, insist that Ukraine must hoe its own row, stick to its own role as an agricultural country, as a weaker country, and also the way some of the characters in talking about how to deal with the IMF, we're a poor country, we must be polite. And those things now, one of the reasons some of us are furious is we're going to be furious until these serious aid comes from the West, so that Ukraine can do long range fires and drop the effing bridge. But so I just wondered if you'd talk about the role of Western countries thinking they know better how to solve these problems, and even the war, slow dripping aid to the war. I don't know if you guys want to talk about that too.
Yeah, absolutely. Everything you said, I agree with. But we didn't really, this book is really supposed to be about contemporary Ukrainian politics that are endogenous to the country. And we really didn't talk about IR and foreign relations. And we really wanted to place the focus throughout on ordinary Ukrainian citizens and their experiences. And then Zelensky is one of the Ukrainian citizens, right, in our story. But in turn, I fully, we talk, I think we do mention it in the chapter when we talk about what we call, and essentially he was a virtual incumbent, right? He was benefiting from a lot of the things that Zelensky was a virtual incumbent in 2019. He was benefiting from a lot of the things we think political incumbents benefit from in political science. So, like Biden can now in his campaign just do the regular activities of a president and look presidential in order to convince people that he should continue to be president. Whereas somebody that was not a president at the same time or is for the first time trying to run for the presidency, they will have to prove that they can look and be and act presidential. And so, of course, Petro Poroshenko in 2019 was just being presidential, whereas Zelensky was also being presidential on television. And in that show, he talks about his economic development policy. What you just mentioned about Ukraine, certain countries globally wanting to pigeonhole Ukrainian economic development into this is an agricultural well, the agricultural industry is particularly important in Ukraine, and that is what should be nurtured, and not maybe new technologies or new services, or specifically IT technologies, which we know Ukraine excels in. Yeah, that was his economic development policy. That was there. For those folks who I think very wrongly criticized Zelensky's campaign for a lack of substance, they just weren't looking in the right places. It was in the show. It was also, though, in his campaign material. It was repeated in his appearances. It was repeated in some of the statements he made on his social media platforms. And he talks about exactly these topics, like his economic development policies, in the debate and other public venues. But when it comes to global politics, certainly Ukraine was managed by its allies and partners for many years. And I think when historians, decades from now, do a proper analysis of what brought us to this point, this horribly tragic point for so many millions of ordinary citizens, they will look back to what happened in 2014. They will probably look back what happened in the early 1990s and 2000s, when Ukraine was making, and its leaders like Kuchma were making statements that Ukraine is EU bound, but the doors were not being opened for Ukraine, and a variety of different excuses were offered. But we know that the geopolitics of Russia's wanting to keep its grip and hold over Ukraine was at the center of it all, whether it came to EU accession or NATO accession or other things. And I think there will be historians that will look specifically at what EU allies and North American allies did not do in 2014 to stop Russia in its tracks and support Ukraine more. Unfortunately, some folks may have not learned their lesson and still do not see the import of supporting Ukraine militarily in politics, whether it be in North America or across Western Europe. Luckily, they are in the minority, and Ukraine continues to receive support, although at a slow drip pace, perhaps. But this is incredibly important. Mistakes that were made in 2014, specifically in how Ukraine was viewed, and how Ukraine's military, it was suggested that Ukraine should not fight back against the little green men initially. A variety of these elements that people that work in security and defense know all too well the story of. This will be the story of the biggest mistakes made of this century. I'm confident in that. And perhaps too many Ukrainian politicians were also not brave enough to push forward for the things that they wanted their country to achieve. I think, though, I specifically want to, shout out the work of Viktor Yushchenko. I think Viktor Yushchenko fought very hard to bring Ukraine closer to the EU, but I don't think at the time EU partners and allies were as supportive of Ukraine as they could have been. And that unfortunately had truly tragic consequences for ordinary people living in Kharkiv, Zaporizhia, Donetsk, Crimea, elsewhere.
Thank you. Wonderful, wonderful answer. Why don't we go to the hands here? Rough Ocean. I'm pronouncing it rough. I correct me if I'm pronouncing that wrong.
Is my name? My real name is Rauf. Is a pronunciation. I have a. First of all, I have a welcome to Olga, and I very appreciate it for listening. And I know that you are author of book about Zelensky effect. I remember that 2019, he's a Zelensky presidential campaign. He's a very brave presidential campaign for me, because I remember that what he saw coming, how he's a successful from entertainment sphere. He's a leader almost Ukraine entertainment culture, Zelensky. And for example, he's a TV series serving of the nation. Actually, he's a every concert performances in the, and especially of service for nation, he's almost critics and successful satire again for Ukraine political establishment. And I remember that presidential campaign between Zelensky and Poroshenko. I know very well because time I support Zelensky time of social media. Uh, Poroshenko, for example, yes, Poroshenko also doing very great some issues for Ukraine, but uh, unfortunately, Mr. Poroshenko is a part of the old Ukraine political establishment. And times of the presidential campaign, Mr. Poroshenko, so much polarized country of language issue, some ethnic issue, is a many issue. But Zelensky presidential campaign may be naive, but despite the naive, I mean good mean, is very unique, united for country. And Zelensky winning in the election 73%. And I remember that is a beautiful, great debate between Poroshenko and Zelensky in football stadium. Is an extraordinary political debate for me. I have two questions for Olga. First, about language issue. For me, the language issues that doesn't matter. I know that a lot of Russian speaker Ukrainians very well patriotic because Russia argument is that is trying to polarize country from language issue, and Russian propaganda using the. For example, Vladimir Posner, Kremlin propaganda is always talking about this issue, but we know that Kharkiv, Mariupol, Odessa, his Russian-speaking place, so much suffering by Russian occupation and could resist of Russian. For example, Timothy Snyder talking about that his Yale course in Ukraine history. He said that Ukraine multilingual country actually. First about language issue. Also second about effect of Zelensky. His a TV series of service of the nation. Also his YouTube channel is the president talking about Ukrainian problem. And what do you think about that? Thank you. Glory to Ukraine. And hello from Azerbaijan.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Hello to Azerbaijan as well. You mentioned a lot of things, and I think there's a few things that I'd like to pick up on. So, yes, Poroshenko is definitely, first of all, he is an oligarch, he is a billionaire, and he is part of a very particular group of Ukrainian oligarchs. And we need to be extremely critical of how these individuals accumulated not only wealth, but also power. And there are some great studies, including by Sylvia Nitsova, that are coming up all about how this oligarchic project developed in Ukraine over time. And Poroshenko is, in that way, not only is he part of a different generation, but he's also, and it's very difficult to say, but he is also part of the problem, right? Oligarchization of Ukraine was a problem in many ways for Ukraine's democratic development. Some might argue at the same time that it prevented the centralization of power because there were competing oligarchic groups, and that actually made it very difficult for any one individual to accumulate centralized power. So it's this blessing and a curse in Ukrainian democratic development. Second, though, Poroshenko, we have to absolutely admit that Poroshenko's time as president, he also achieved a lot of important reforms by allowing people from civil society, people from other parties, young generation folks to come in. And this is, the beginnings of military reform that become integral to what happens thereafter. Decentralization that fundamentally changed how ordinary Ukrainians experience their local politics and economy, and a variety of other very important key reforms. And in fact, in some ways, we can look at that 5-year period as a reformer president, and a very substantial reformer president. And we shouldn't play that down, because that is very important. And we do our best in the very limited amount of space we have in the book to outline some of the key reforms that we thought took place under Poroshenko that we believe were really, really important. We can't outline all of them, of course, not enough pages, but we thought it was important. That being said, Poroshenko's presidential campaign, as you noted, was a disaster. It was strangely so disastrous. Anyone who's a social scientist who has been, if you are working on political campaigns, if you're a social scientist, if you're a pollster, if you work in political PR tactics, this was just not, it wasn't focused on the empirical realities of what his constituencies wanted, of what his voters wanted. And he was speaking to a very small constituency in Ukraine, and nowhere. You have to speak to the center in Ukraine. And that was a crash and burn campaign. And to this day, I can't really understand how there was no change in tactic over the course of the campaign. And I do hope that in the future, other political opposition candidates currently in opposition, or other political candidates for the presidency in the future, will not make the same mistakes and will really focus on what the empirical realities of what constituents want. Um, that I thought was just really important to mention, because we talked about Poroshenko there for a second. But yeah, absolutely. Everything you said, I don't disagree with. For a lot of people, the language issue is not an issue, but increasingly there is some evidence that people are switching, even Russophones are switching to Ukrainian, or at least declaring that they are, because they want to signal their attachment again to the Ukrainian state. As long as this is not happening out of fear or threat, I think it's an interesting development amongst ordinary citizens. Even when they're being interviewed on, you might see this on television or by journalists, they will try to speak in Ukrainian even clearly when they are not Ukrainian speakers. They will slip back into Surzhyk or Russian, but they do want to signal this attachment to the state by trying, at least initially, to speak a little bit in Ukrainian. But this doesn't mean that there will always be Russophone Ukrainians. And in fact, it would be brilliant if somebody would write a book of Ukrainian Surzhyk and Ukrainian Russian. This is an actual element that makes Ukrainian political and civic culture that much richer, right? And it's a different kind of Russian to the Russian spoken in Moscow or St. Petersburg. And Surzhyk, of course, is something entirely different. And if somebody could make a bigger research project or book, I mean, it would be probably fascinating to read. But there is something very specifically Ukrainian about Surzhyk, and that I think many people take great pride in that as well. But not all folks agree with this, right? There is about 20% of the Ukrainian population that does not like the fact that people speak in Russian regularly, right? And that is their right to hold this view and opinion, as long as they are not imposing or threatening other citizens. And I believe that they are not, for the most part. When it comes to the political satire, exactly, this is something that, although a lot of the comedy, at least in my family, I come from the 25 percenters, those folks who did vote for Poroshenko in 2019, from Western Ukraine. My family was not a fan of Zelensky, and certainly we did not watch a lot of the political satire shows and television shows. Me growing up personally, it was something that, I mean, I even to this day find a lot of the humor in that, is specifically in the theatrical performances, distasteful. But aside from some of the bad jokes, aside from, I think, some humor that is not only distasteful but can be offensive, throughout this career, you have this incredible public display of political satire and political critique that really resonated with ordinary citizens. And Henry and I, we compare Zelensky's earlier political satire to like Jon Stewart, someone that was loved across partisan lines in the U.S. and even watched by many Canadians, because he just simply understood something fundamental that citizens had a grievance with, and he was able to communicate it and talk about it in a way that was accessible. And I think that's exactly what Zelensky was doing for many years, and that's exactly what people weren't paying attention to Zelensky doing for many years.
Yeah, that's something that's fascinating.
Raouf, we're
Okay.
going to come back to you, but go ahead, Robin, and then we'll go to Kylia, and then come back to you. Time is flying so fast.
Yep.
That's why I would like to come back to you last, because you've had a good long question and a good long response, Raouf. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, James, it's a good point. Let's go to Kylie. I was about to ask a question that you asked in the back channels, but you came up, so that's even better. Go on.
Hi, good morning. I wanted to ask a question about voting, because I think that in the US, a lot of people think of not voting as a protest vote. And I disagree with this, but I was wondering if you could maybe speak about how Ukrainians think about voting, and the kind of culture around voting in Ukraine. Because I really know nothing about it, and I think it would be helpful for Americans who are going to use their non-vote as a protest vote to maybe think again about not voting. So that's my question. Thanks.
Kai, that's an excellent question, and I might veer into my own normative stance here on this. But Ukrainians, you know, up and down in terms of Ukrainian participation and turnout over the 30 years, right? And the question is, what drove turnout in Ukraine? That's a question that's still relatively unanswered in a lot of the analyses. We know that some elections were understood to be more important for the future of Ukraine. This is earlier elections. This is certainly in 2004. These are the elections, obviously, of 2019, where we saw turnout get quite high. But there were periods of very little turnout as well in the intermittent parliamentary and presidential elections. And one of the things we tried to do, Gwendolyn Sase, David Doyle, Sarana Toma, and others, and I run a project called Mobilize. And we collected a lot of data, obviously, on Ukrainians over that period of time, but also on Poles, Moroccans, and Argentines, and Belarusians. One of the things we were interested in exactly is, when do people exit from the political space, and when do people not use their vote? So we have some data on people saying that they either spoiled their ballot or that they abstained from voting, and why. The folks who spoiled their ballot, they do see it as a political act of engagement, that they do not support any of the candidates as legitimate candidates for the presidency. And, you know, Kai, you and I might have different normative views about that. We may or may not personally agree with that. But as a political scientist, I have to acknowledge that that is how those people view that action. They see it as a protest against the options available to them. And then if you look at those who abstained from voting, there's quite a lot of different things that drive that. And I think in the Ukrainian data, a very small portion of those who abstain simply because they're not interested, right? There's a slightly larger proportion of people that abstain from voting, or abstained in the past from voting, because they didn't think that their vote mattered. Now that's something we can do something about, right? As politicians, as campaigners, as professors, we can do something about making sure to communicate to citizens that their vote does make a difference, right? And I mean, it doesn't take, there's elections around the world that are incredibly close that we can use as examples where individual votes made a difference. But then when you look more deeply at abstainers, it's some of the other things. So socioeconomic experiences, when people just have, they're trying to survive economically. They are barely making ends meet, and to have to absorb a political campaign and then vote is actually very difficult. So that is an obstacle to their engagement. And those of us who are, as I said, teachers, but maybe activists, politicians, friends, we have to find a way to make sure that obstacle is taken out. And of course, in Ukraine, and I think this point is something to tell your friends who are not going to vote, or family, or whoever, the person at the bus stop. A very large portion of those who abstained from voting following 2014 were people who said it was too dangerous or impossible for them to vote because A, they live in territory that is occupied or close to the war zone, or their family lives in occupied territories, or they worry for their safety because of an aggressor's war. Now, that is something we can understand, that there are people today, if there was an election in Ukraine today, there would be people that would be living in occupied territories or whose family might be threatened should they engage in elections, right? That would have this to consider. Now, when you are living in a country that is safe from war, that your family is safe from threat of violence and repression, you're almost like rubbing it in those people's faces. They would love the chance to vote in their elections, but it's just far too dangerous for them to do so. And individual votes matter. Individual votes matter, especially in a system like the Electoral College you have in the US, something that political scientists are in awe of, especially those of us from abroad. But votes matter. Individual votes matter, and I think it's an incredibly frustrating thing when people who have the freedom, have the safety, have the ability to engage in their politics and don't. If they care at all about the humanity out there who can't do these things, they don't have these basic rights, that they would do anything to be able to do this, to cast their vote, maybe reminding them of that is helpful, that it's a real privilege to be able to vote. And it's a right and it's a privilege in this world.
Thank you. I wish more people got that message. I think it's also really a responsibility. That's one of the things about the civic society that you talk about in Ukraine, is people understand their responsibilities as citizens, not just their rights. Okay, we have a few minutes. Olha, you let me know when you really need to go, because I don't want to hold you over too long. I think we've got probably another 10 minutes or so. Would that work for you?
Yeah, that would work. Yeah.
Beautiful. Okay, let's go to Ralph and then Lexicon, and then I have a concluding question. Go ahead, Ralph.
I have a point that I have a trying to during 1 to 2 minutes say it all things. First, I love that Ukrainian language, and Ukrainian language for me is a mother of all Slavic languages, and I think that important promote Ukrainian languages, and I listen that Ukrainian languages in music, listen to Ukrainian music. I very relaxed so much. Second point is that also important that preserve and protect Crimean Tatar language and culture. Crimean Tatar language culture is a part of not only Turkic culture, also part of Ukrainian culture too, because almost 10 years also before Crimean Tatar so much suffering that Russian occupation and repression by Russia. And also third point is that it's very important, it's my last point. Ukraine needs very well as a good communication policy. Of course, physical life too, but especially in the social media, because every social media have a very different content and very different topics. For example, in the Russia were well using of propaganda machine of global south. For example, I saw that global south media like Al Jazeera, your Indian media, some Africa media, using of conspiracy theory against Ukraine is very important. Also in US, for example, first article of the free speech, and also Russia working with some of people of Tucker Carlson, etc., etc. He's create some conspiracy theory against Ukraine. Ukraine very well need of communication policy. That's my point. Glory to Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you. Please go ahead, Various Lexicon.
Okay, thank you. So many questions I want to ask. I hope we can get you back. Yeah, I'm Diaspora from Halitina. I just will go back then with Raouf to a historical point. This Ukraine, which has been ruled for decades under the Soviet Union, was administered as a unit. I don't know what the, so-called autonomous or whatever you would call it. In 1991, when the chance comes, over 80% of the electorate goes out and votes over 90%. And Crimea also votes for an independent Ukraine. How did, despite Soviet rule and the various and repeated Russification campaigns, that one of two things my mom always talked to me about was she'd just say, "Oh, Russification," and shake her head. People here, many thought it was hopeless. Anyway, that Ukraine had that sense of nationhood by this point when the chance came to vote. Can you talk about that?
I think it's something that is very difficult for us to know for certain and study. But we know that there were people keeping the Ukrainian nationhood idea alive, right? We have various social movement organizations over time and space. We have various dissident movements, activist movements. We have, in the preceding the 20th century, we have Prosvita as an organization that was really important and that had active branches across all of the Ukrainian territory. So this is something that is kept alive by many active and duty-bound citizens, but also ordinary citizens in their daily experiences. And a lot of individual choices, such as Ivan Duba's to start learning Ukrainian at some point. It just shows that the long history that existed, that was kept alive by people within Ukraine, across Ukraine, and also outside of it. You can't, once it's there, you can't destroy it, right? Or it's very difficult to destroy it. And the more you try to destroy it in people, the more people have a resolve to keep it alive. And, I don't like to talk about my personal experiences and family experiences too much publicly, but certainly that's how it was in my family growing up, whether that was my family that was living in Ukraine or outside of it. And this element that we are who we are all in it together, and we're all trying to ensure that Ukraine is an independent state. And for the broad majority of us, we are not only interested in its independence, but the fact that it's a liberal democracy that takes care of its citizens. I just wanted to touch on the fact, absolutely, music is an excellent way to actually learn some Ukrainian. And this is why Henry and I decided to do something really unorthodox for political science nerds. And include some Spotify song suggestions at the end of each chapter, because my family is from the arts and culture field in Ukraine. I think cultural diplomacy is it's an excellent tool to engage with the outside world, but also I think Ukraine has so much culturally to offer, and contemporary Ukrainian music is really, really great. And this is one of yet another irony of, Russia trying to repress Ukraine, its culture, its language, its existence. And then you have the arts and culture thriving in Ukraine, whether it is literature, poetry, or songs. And that obviously brings me to Jamala had another song competing for the Eurovision. She was previously Ukraine's representation for Eurovision and winning it. A moment I was in Manchester when she won, and I have to say I've never jumped or screamed as loud or as high as I did when she won that the Eurovision. Then Eurovision is a big deal in Manchester, United Kingdom, if anyone doesn't know. But yes, that her song that won the Eurovision was obviously about Crimean Tatar, forced deportation, and the experiences of her family, and the experiences actually of, many tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands over the years of Crimean Tatars that were forcibly displaced, that were repressed, whose families were divided, and who were killed. And this is not the story of Jamala, but of many, and of course of the Minister of Defense of Ukraine. This is something that he's been actually very prominently talking about in his time prior to becoming Minister of Defense, because Crimean Tatars are Crimean Tatars. They have their own language, culture, and history, but they are part of the Ukrainian civic nation. And it's been really interesting to watch how folks who maybe until 2013, 2014 saw a very exclusive idea of what it means to be Ukrainian, that we're from Lviv, from Halychina, where you're from, Furious Lexicon, or your family hails from. Those folks who thought that there was only one way to be Ukrainian, right? That you had to speak Ukrainian, that you had to have certain ethnic roots, perhaps, or cultural practices, how quickly they shifted those views and fully embraced this the Crimean Tatar experience. Perhaps up until 2013, 14, they did not, right? Perhaps they were not as educated about the plight of Crimean Tatars up until that point. Again, tragically, it's a sad fact of history that many Ukrainians, probably until that period, didn't understand exactly how much Crimean Tatars were repressed over time. But very quickly, people realized that they failed to know this history. They taught themselves. And that, I think, is a really interesting experience when people who have inward, exclusive, nationalist focused ideals of what it means to be a good Ukrainian, a good Pole, a good French person can realize that they were wrong and very quickly come to educate themselves about the plight of what is an incredibly important group of citizens that belong to the Ukrainian civic nation.
Yeah, thank you. That, there's one thing that talking about the Tatars, I noticed that I don't remember the specifics. I'm afraid, but that in Ukraine in the last year or so, an institute was founded that for the promotion of the Tatar language, which I thought was really wonderful. See where we've gotten past the hour. I want to just ask one last question, and then we're going to let you go. We don't want your students to have to wait for you. What's next for you? We're going to be following your career closely. What should we be looking for?
We're busy. Me and my colleagues are busy. I'm busy. We have other projects in the mix. It's, we do a lot of political advisory work and consultancy work as well. I always work as part of a team, although I don't always publish as part of a team, but I do tend to work as part of a team. So, of course, a lot of work with Henry that we have ongoing, a lot of work with Gwendolyn Sasa that we have ongoing, and Volodymyr Kulik, specifically on Ukrainian identity, ethno-linguistic identity, civic identity, and attachments to the state. We continue to study that in probably more nerdy and social scientific ways than maybe everyone likes to read about. There are some more accessible and more public facing book projects that are in the mix, but I'm not at liberty to disclose them quite yet. The two things that I'm really interested in personally right now, one is civilian engagement in the war effort. I titled one of my courses here at the University of Manchester, Ukraine Rises. The course is actually about contemporary Ukrainian politics, but I think that is one way to describe the last 30 years of Ukrainian politics, Ukrainians rising time and time again. So that is something that I'm deeply interested in. What drives ordinary people to engage, and specifically in a wartime context, specifically when they are threatened, specifically when it's extremely dangerous to do so? How do they find the means, the capacity to engage and to continue to engage? And maybe I'll leave you with one little new fact. So, not only is 80% of the Ukrainian civilian population engaged in the war effort in some shape or form by donating, by volunteering, donating money and in-kind materials, and this goes everything from, when people say donating, we write about this in the book, and we've been collecting data continuously on this. They don't just mean financially donating, but also whatever they have in their home to support the war effort, digging up potatoes, cooking a hearty soup for the boys and girls at the front as they report to us, right? They are actively engaged through these different ways. And of course, the civilian resistance beyond the occupation lines, right? The yellow ribbon movement, which is just one example of the many different things that are happening under occupation. I don't know. I get really emotional, but I cannot imagine living under occupation, fearing for your life and the life of your family, and finding a way to do small acts of resistance on a regular basis. One example was in a locality, somebody overnight painted the Ukrainian flag along the entire patrol route of the Russian occupying army. So when they woke up and they did their patrol, they saw the Ukrainian flag on a pole. They saw the Ukrainian flag on a tree. They saw the Ukrainian flag on a building. And then they knew they are supposed to be watching those that they are occupying, but they are being watched. And that civilian resistance under occupation is ongoing. I mean, if you are that Russian army officer, you must get a chill through your spine when you see that. And that's what fascinates me. So not only 80% are actively engaged, the newest data we have of those who are actively engaged, that 80%, 80 something percent of them are continuously doing this actively throughout the last nearly, now 2 years of all out war. They are not only actively continuously doing this engagement, but they are willing to continue it as long as it takes. And there's other forms of data that support this. For instance, Monobank has some data about the continued donations financially. We have other data from scraping social media, Telegram, and other means. Even when traumatized, tired, 2 years into this all-out war, constant air raids, Ukrainians are continuing to engage. And that is a story that I hope to be able to tell you all, maybe in the form of a book coming soon.
Thank you so much for spending this time with us. It's not nearly long enough. We must insist you come back if you would, maybe closer to when we're finishing the book. It's been a delight. I know we've got many questions, but I just please, audience, please give a hand. As we do, we use our little emoticons here to say thank you to you. And you are an inspiration for us, and the book has been inspiring, and the people of Ukraine are inspiring to us. And you're talking also to another group of people who are very, very engaged in this. So we're all about Ukraine for Ukraine. So Thank you again, and we look forward to another conversation if we're lucky enough to have one. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for having me.
Yes, and thank you. Slava Ukraini.
Heroyam Slava.
Okay,
Well, good people. We're very happy to have had this chance. I know everybody had questions and more people wanted to ask questions. So there's still time to talk about this topic at a later time. I know that we've got someone coming up here, and that is where I may be jumping out. I'm not quite sure yet, Robin.
Yeah, actually, stick around for a few minutes. I think we're going to be doing the Middle East update, but I think I'm going to wait for. I don't think Emma's quite here yet, so I think he'll let us know when he's ready to come up. I had originally told him we'd be going a little longer, so we have a few minutes to do a debrief. Boy, this was amazing, wasn't it? I'm just so what an incredible person, and what a wonderful discussion. Thank you everyone for participating. Over to you, Jim.
Oh, it was delightful. I had my questions and comments that I reserved for another time, and I'm sure, and I know you did as well. So just never enough time. And people, if you have not picked a book to read, I'm going to suggest this one is a great way to get into the head of Ukrainians. I would say in general, to understand how they're thinking, what they're feeling, and what Zelensky is thinking and feeling. And I just admire him so much. Because he does such a good job at being the leader that Ukraine needs now. So it's been a delightful read and listen. I've listened and read it now, and so I strongly encourage everyone to pick up this one and listen or read it. It's wonderful.
And one of the things that I love the most about this book is it continually humanizes the situation. They write about individual Ukrainians. It's so easy to get involved in talking about the war in Ukraine as a mass thing, about Russian troop movements and all this kind of stuff. And it's really hard to remember to focus all the time. We're talking about the father who goes to work, and the mother, and the child, and the grandparents who just want to have peace and have their kids over to their grandchildren over for dinner on a Sunday or whatever. And this book really strikes a wonderful balance between the social science aspect, the statistics and everything, and at the same time with the human element, that we never forget we're talking about individuals, about human beings. And with that, James, it looks as though Emma's here. So I'm going to give you a closing comment, and then we can switch over and start with the Middle East update.
Thanks, Robin. No, I really don't have any more comment on that except wonderful. Can't wait till we do this again with her. So yes, please do read it. Anyways, I'm going to duck out now and have a good session. I'll be listening.
Okay, thanks so much, James. And Lexicon, thank you also for being here. You've really added a lot to the conversation. And thank you, everyone
she's
else.
Just fabulous. Thank you guys for arranging that. We need to have her back. You understand her passion, and to me, there's a whole new dimension added to the book now from some of the insights she gave us, and the approach that she has, who she is. Anyway, just the one thing I'll say that resounds is when people talk. I just saw some bloody Owen Matthews, Russia correspondent of the Bloody Spectator and Newsweek, with all his crap about how there's going to have to be a negotiated settlement and there'll just be a split country. And, she leaves you in no doubt that Ukrainians will fight to the complete liberation. And you've got some of the substance there to help you understand why. So thanks so much for your work on this. And yes, let's get her, and let's get lots of days ahead of time to announce so that more people come and meet her. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, thanks so much, Lexicon. Yeah, it was, yeah. I'm so grateful to her that she was willing to spend the time with us. This is a busy and prominent person. You know, it was she made a special point to come and speak with us, which I really appreciate. Um, okay, it looks like, well, Em, I'm going to say welcome, even though you're not in the co-host seat yet. I don't see why we can't start anyway. Welcome to you, Em.
Absolutely. Thank you, Robin. Welcome to you too. And thank you and James for an excellent segment and an excellent interview. Good afternoon, everyone, especially you, Lexicon. It's currently 4:18 Kiev time. Part that I always mess up. 14. Is it 14? Yeah, 14. 14:18 UTC. Welcome to the Maria Report. We are now starting our Middle East segment, and we have a lot of topics to cover today. Our agenda spans Riyadh, Cairo, Beirut. Secretary Blinken was in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia yesterday. He was in Riyadh. He met with MBS, Khalid bin Saud, Faisal bin Farhan, and others. And he is in Cairo today. And he will be going somewhere else next to continue his shuttle diplomacy to try and build an understanding and a consensus regarding a deal to move forward and end the current crisis. So we will be covering Secretary Blinken's visit both to Riyadh and Cairo today. Also, we will be talking about something weird that happened in Lebanon. So there's Beirut on the menu as well. Sweden is also on the menu today. Yemen also is also on the menu today, given everything happening with the Houthis and their attacks against a couple of ships earlier today. I think Dawn something. I have the names right here. We can try and see if we can raise Gunny and John Howarth to join us on discussing Yemen. So plenty of things to discuss today. Plenty, like President Trump says. And back to you, Robin, for a minute.
Thank you. I didn't expect that reference. I unfortunately I don't have a lot to offer today with the earlier interview. I have to admit I have not even opened up the Israeli news today. So if we have any speakers who want to come up and share, that would be useful too. If anybody is listening, we need a co-host. We need a co-host invite from someone for M. Anyway, back to you, Em. I hope. Maybe not
here.
yet. Okay.
I'm here. Let's get started.
Oh, all right.
Sorry.
Okay. Sorry.
Okay, so starting with Secretary Blinken's visit. So Secretary Blinken was in Riyadh yesterday. He met with Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. He met with Saudi Minister of Foreign Affairs, Faisal bin Farhan, and he also met with the Defense Minister, Khalid bin Saud. The discussions, of course, centered around a normalization deal with the State of Israel. And of course, as we discussed here before, the primary interest of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is to secure a comprehensive defense treaty with the United States government in order to develop a strong military alliance as well as a strong industrial cooperation relationship that enables it to build capacities and respond to the Iranian threat. There was news yesterday about a deal between, I believe, Lockheed Martin and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia that opens a path to manufacturing some of the components of the THAAD system. That's Terminal High Altitude Air Defense System, which is used to intercept long-range ballistic missiles and other aerial targets as well, or aerial threats. Those components will be manufactured in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So I would say that this is the first mark of a growing defense partnership or cooperation between the United States government and Kingdom of Saudi Arabia going forward, and that more of that will be expected. The Saudis are also interested in acquiring American technology, nuclear technology, to develop their own nuclear program for peaceful purposes. We also discussed here that if anything goes bad regarding Iran acquiring a nuclear warhead, that the next day the Saudis will just go shopping with the Pakistanis and go back home or return back home with one. Regarding what Blinken discussed as well, he discussed the humanitarian crisis in Gaza with the Crown Prince, and they discussed what they call a prosperous integrated region. Of course, there are a lot of talks about the peace corridor and other projects that can be built and connect several countries in the region in order to bank on economic development, to build a sustainable peace and provide peace dividends to citizens of those countries involved in order to make them stakeholders in this peace and build more consensus between or amongst populations of approving Arab-Israeli relationships and Arab-Israeli peace and Arab-Israeli and normalization after the history of the conflict. After that, Secretary Blinken flew into Cairo. So in Cairo, the meetings held today focused on two main issues. The first one, of course, is the declared intent of the IDF to operate in the Rafah direction. The IDF and the State of Israel released a couple of statements regarding the number of Hamas battalions that are still active. So they estimate that out of 24 battalions, the IDF had successfully degraded or destroyed 17 battalions, which means that they have anywhere between 7 to 8 battalions still capable of engaging in combat operations. Of those, I would say at least half of them remain in Khan Yunis. The action in Khan Yunis still continues. The fighting there is fierce, more fierce than any other place in the Gaza Strip so far. And I would say that at least 3 to 5 battalions, somewhere in between, is a strategic reserve in Rafah. I would go on a limb here and say that I think that even Yahya Sinwar himself and some of his top lieutenants are left to Rafah already. So the main concern here is that Cairo is worried about any IDF action along the Gaza Egyptian borders, because they're worried that since there's anywhere between 1.2 to 1.5 million refugees in the area between Rafah city, the Palestinian Rafah city, and the Egyptian borders. So Cairo is worried that any activities, any military activities in the Rafah direction will result in a refugee crisis and Palestinian refugees spilling into Egyptian territories. This is something that Cairo said is a red line. They would not allow it to happen, and they are insistent on preventing it from even happening. So right now, there are talks about how to deal with the refugee crisis on the Egyptian borders. The United Arab Emirates sent desalination equipment that are stored in containers, like shipping containers. Those desalination equipment can be deployed immediately, and they can provide potable water or drinking water to troops. So right now in their dual use capacity, they're being used to provide water for the refugees along the Egyptian borders to alleviate their suffering. The units are deployed inside Egyptian territories, and the Egyptian Army Corps of Engineers, as well as private sector civilian contractors, worked on building a pipeline system that moved that water desalinated by those plants to the Gaza Strip. They have been expanding the capacity of this transmission line, so they're adding more capacity to that. They're adding another pipeline to that. The Egyptian Red Cross, in our case, it's called the Red Crescent because we're a Muslim Arab country. So the Egyptian Red Crescent built a refugee camp southwest of Khan Yunis, and currently it is hosting 15,000 refugees. So right now, the Egyptian Red Crescent is working on building a second refugee camp that will house anywhere between 500 to 1,000 tents. And it is supposed to be situated south of Khan Yunis. If anything, usually an average of 5 people per tent. Sometimes it's a lot more. So if it's 1,000 tents, that camp will be able to host at least 50,000 refugees more. That's not enough. We're talking about a total capacity of 200,000 refugees vis-a-vis 1.2 to 1.3 million. So that's the primary concern of Cairo, and Secretary Blinken discussed that today. The other thing that Secretary Blinken discussed in Cairo today was the truce treaty, or the truce deal. So we're trying to convince Hamas to accept a truce deal, which sees cessation of hostilities for at least 6 weeks and releasing Israeli hostages in exchange for Palestinian prisoners in Israeli prisons. Currently, the exchange rate, and that's very insensitive of me to say, also quite ironic given that the Egyptian market economy is going into full, Monty phase right now with the exchange rate. Different story for a different day. The current exchange rate is 3 Palestinian prisoners for every Israeli hostage. So Secretary Blinken was met with Abbas Kamel, the acting director of the Egyptian General Intelligence Service, and a couple of Egyptian mediators, as well as members of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I don't know if the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Khalid Shukri, was present or not, but I'm assuming he was. Haven't seen the photos coming out of the meetings yet. But they focused on trying to mediate that deal and discuss that deal and trying to convince Hamas and pressure Hamas to accept the deal because the state of Israel is not really accepting the maximalist terms Hamas is asking for. Hamas is asking for full cessation of hostilities, for this to be a permanent ceasefire. That's rejected by the state of Israel. Hamas is asking for the IDF to fully withdraw from the Gaza Strip and abandon its military campaign. That's also a big no-no for the state of Israel. Hamas is asking for the release of high-profile prisoners in Israeli prisons, including Marwan Barghouti and the former Secretary General of the People's Front for the Liberation of Palestine, PFLP. That's also a red line for the state of Israel. And also, last but not least, they're asking for the release of all Palestinian prisoners in Israeli prisons. That's anywhere between 7,000 to 8,000 prisoners, and that's also a big no-no for the state of Israel. In my opinion, the political bureau is insisting on those maximalist terms because they want to get rid of the military wing, force the IDF's hand into operating against them in the Gaza Strip, and thus they can take out one of their main opponents in the political game for controlling the organization itself and maybe perhaps leading any future Palestinian government when it comes to the morning after scenario. So that's regarding Secretary Blinken's visit to Riyadh and to Egypt. In Riyadh, he discussed regional integration, a prosperous future, Saudi normalization, deal with the state of Israel, and an American-Saudi defense partnership that focuses on transfer of technology, including nuclear technology, as well as comprehensive defense arrangements. In Egypt, in Cairo, the discussions revolved around the refugees situation, the borders, protecting the peace treaty, because Cairo stated that it's a huge red line. And the prime minister a month ago came out with a statement saying that Egypt is willing to sacrifice millions of Egyptians to prevent any threat to the sovereignty of the Sinai. And last but not least, mediation efforts and a truce deal to release Israeli hostages in exchange for a truce or a ceasefire, temporary, of course, and the release of some Palestinian prisoners from Israeli jails. So if you have any questions regarding this specific point, go ahead before we move on to the next topic.
I would only comment that it looks as though the exchange rate has gotten more favorable in Israel's direction. At one point, wasn't it like 100 to 1 or something?
It was 10 to 1, not 100 to 1. So the previous round,
sorry. Okay.
the previous round was I can't remember right now, but I think they got what, 117 hostages the first day or something. I'll definitely have to go for the numbers. I don't have them in front of me right now, Robin. But the state of Israel this time around is only offering 3-1. That's what's on the table this time. Lexicon, please go ahead.
I just wondered, I haven't been around to know much about this, but what are the perspectives on looking at Iran, where we know there's a latent, huge popular movement against the authority, against this regime, and we know, as I understand just from news, that U.S. That their allied forces are reluctant to take on Iran. So in the discussions with Saudi and so on, what are the perspectives on Iran going forward? Any potential to in any way weaken this regime and leave some options open to its population?
I don't know right now. So if I were to speculate on this, I would highlight two main points. The first one is I believe the current administration of the US government doesn't have the political capital or the political will to pursue a regime change inside Iran, whether peacefully or not. And I would assume the second point as well, my speculation here is that the strategic assessment of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has changed significantly after its failure in Yemen, or its debacle in Yemen, its quagmire in Yemen, and also after this attack. So the October 7th attack shows how fragile the diplomatic efforts that Saudi Arabia was engaging in to gain or secure gains for a normalization deal with the state of Israel. The attack itself was brutal. The atrocities committed, of course, cannot be forgiven or downplayed. But the fact that the attack more or less appended the strategic decision of a nation state, another nation state, in this specific case, Saudi Arabia, it's not really a testament to the strength of the attack, but rather the weakness of the political machinations of the Saudi government and Mohammed bin Salman specifically as the rising superstar of the Saudi royal family. And again, that's my opinion. Now, whether or not Blinken and MBS discussed how to respond to Iran or how to deter Iran or how to contain Iran, I simply don't know. But what I do know for a fact is that I only need to turn on CNN to see that the IRGC is not deterred, to see that the Islamic Republic of Iran is not deterred. They are still engaged pretty much in this silly game of silly statements and announcements, and also they are still engaged in this ugly game of deploying their proxies and their terror groups to continue to disrupt our way of life, threaten regional stability, kill American servicemen and other servicemen from other nationalities and other ethnic groups like the Kurds in Syria. And they are just not being deterred. This whole mad dog approach that they are engaging in is very similar to the Russian escalate to de-escalate. And if we're looking at what they want the sanctions lifted, they want their nuclear program to be accepted by the world, and they also want to be allowed to project regional hegemony on their neighbors without being challenged and without being disrupted, because they are the righteous Islamic Republic that is going to deliver us all from the small Satan and the large Satan and the medium Satan and the large Satan and all that bullshit. So yeah, I hope I answered your question, Lexicon. Any follow-up before we go to the next one?
Well, sure. It's just that, yeah, we know how the Iranian youth and so on opposition talked about how an effort to that deal arranged by former administrations with Iran, they absolutely hated it and did not think that it in any way deterred or slowed the nuclear program of Iran. And so it was not their view that a return to those JP, whatever it is, OA, was desirable. I wondered if you had any knowledge about that. I agree with you. Aside from will and all that, I don't think this administration has the knowledge depth to cope with, to engage with anything in Iran.
Not to sound cliche, but pretty much the movie Syriana had this problem figured out a long time ago. But if anyone wants to know anything about supplying money, weapons, or training or logistical support for Iranian youth to try and bring down the Ayatollah regime, they should just ask Liz Cheney. She knows everything about it. I don't have any information about that, but sure as hell, just email Liz Cheney and she'll tell you everything she knows about that, because that's her pet project, and that's why it failed when President Obama took office. And here we are. It was either the Iranian regime as a market to force open to stabilize the international monetary system after the global financial crisis. Again, that's my opinion. That's my assessment. It's not the opinion of MriyaReport or anyone else. And the Gulfies intervened, and they sold the Arab republics under the bus in order to, get where we are today. And now we're trying to put the toothpaste back into the tube, but that ain't happening. That ain't happening. Jedi, please go ahead.
Hi, thanks very much. Sorry, I was actually only half awake, half asleep, whichever. So if this is already been covered, don't worry. I just heard something about the refugees and tents and so on, and I just wanted to know if I understood correctly that because there was a red line for Palestinians, I thought, entering Egypt, and yet we're talking about, I think what you said was refugees on the Egyptian side. I assume close to Gaza. Is that correct? And that doesn't seem to reconcile, or did I misunderstand? What's the limit of the number of people going to be housed in these refugee camps? And is it anticipated they're coming back into Gaza? Again, if this has already been covered, then don't worry, I'll listen later.
No worries. It's just an explanation. No Palestinian refugees crossed into the Sinai. Cairo communicated to Secretary Blinken that that's their primary concern after the IDF declared its intention to operate in the Rafah direction to destroy the remaining Hamas battalions that are probably there right now after they are done with Khan Yunis. The Egyptian Red Crescent moved into Gaza and established 2 refugee camps. One is southwest of Khan Yunis, that's housing 150,000 refugees right now, and the other one will be south of Khan Yunis, or south of the Gaza city. I'm not quite sure. I need to go back and check the statement. But they said the statement says south of Gaza, so I'm assuming that it's either south of Khan Yunis or south of the Gaza city itself, in the Gaza Strip, in the northern sector of the Gaza Strip, and that's supposed to be another 500 to 1,000 tents. And given an average of 5 people per tent, that's approximately 50,000 refugees if they go for a full capacity of 1,000 tents. The other thing that's happening in that area is that the United Arab Emirates provided desalination units that are deployed in containers, shipping containers.
I got that one. Yeah, I got that
one. And that we're extending pipelines from the deployed containers inside Egyptian territories to the Gaza Strip to provide water to the refugees.
Great, thanks. So my apologies. I shouldn't use your space as white noise to get to sleep, and then wake up and ask a question. Thanks very much.
No. By all means, whatever makes anyone falls asleep at night. Vojta, please go ahead.
Hello, hi everybody. You were speaking about the Iranian nuclear program. Frankly, I'm like really amateur, and I know very little about like nuclear weapons and about Middle East. But I'm wondering, since Russia and Iran is, in this close cooperation, how big problem is it just ship a nuclear warhead and some missile? Maybe missile is not even needed. How big problem is it for Russia to just proliferate the nuclear weapon to Iran and just fix their problem, in one day?
All right, so the government of the Russian Federation, in my opinion, is a rogue government. It's a rogue state. It's a protection racket. It's a criminal syndicate, and they are batshit crazy. Probably they reached a point where they got radicalized on their own lies. And if that's not the case, they're just very evil, very cynical, and very pragmatic and ruthless when it comes to pursuing their agenda. Even that, or even them, are not stupid to give a nuclear warhead to the Islamic Republic of Iran. It's not something you can do under the table without people knowing. For instance, during the beginning of this crisis, several open source intelligence analysts noticed that the Constant Phoenix, which is a platform that sniffs radiological and nuclear residue, was deployed along the Persian Gulf. It flew out of Qatar, I believe, out of Al Udeid in Qatar, several sorties, a couple of days apart, and was sniffing along the Persian Gulf, Pakistan, Iran, and back. When we saw those flights, everyone was curious. Is it the Pakistanis giving the Saudis a nuclear warhead, or is it the Iranians receiving a nuclear warhead from someone? It is not difficult per se to give a country a military capability that is shipped covertly somehow, but it doesn't apply for nuclear weapons. Gunny is here and he can speak to that as well. The moment the Russians take out a nuclear warhead from one of their stores, from one of their warehouses, everyone will know. And alarm bells will go off, and all the whistles, all the red flags, and everyone will be on their case, and they might even try to interdict it and prevent its delivery to Iran. So I think it's quite difficult for the Iranians to acquire a nuclear warhead from the Russians directly. What's more plausible is that they might request help with their nuclear program, and the Russians might play them for a while, get stuff from them, munitions, drones, whatever they need, whatever they want, and whatever they can get out of them before they can actually give them anything. And that has always been the modus operandi of the Russians in the Middle East and the Near East area in general. That's what they did to the Syrians and the Egyptians between 1967 and 1973. That's what they did to the Syrians afterwards as well. After 1973 to date, the Russians always look after the Russians. The Russians always prioritize their own interests, and they don't do things benevolently, and they don't also make fatal mistakes. And giving Iran a nuclear warhead would be a fatal mistake. Back to you, Vojta, for a follow-up before we move on.
Yeah, so if I understand you correctly, so you have the trust in the overview mechanisms which were, before the war. Yeah, that's understandable. I'm just a little bit worried. I think those monitoring activities were stopped. I'm afraid. Maybe I'm wrong. But thank you for this explanation. I think it's enough, and you can continue with your agenda you have on the table.
I don't really trust or necessarily trust in any arrangements whatsoever, whether they were pre this war or whether they will be achieved after this war. But I do trust in the declared statements of the United States and the UK saying that they would not allow the Iranians to get a nuclear warhead, and that they would definitely detect if the Russians tried to deliver one. So that's what I trust in. I trust in their intelligence capabilities and their political will to, see through if that ever happens, to prevent them from acquiring a nuclear warhead. And
I see. Thank you.
My pleasure, Vojta. With that said, well, since we're on Iran, so today in Sweden, 2 Iranian agents were actually arrested. They were supposed to conduct hit jobs against Jewish. What's it called? There's some Jewish organization in Sweden, council or something, that they want to target those people and kill them. So that's happening in Sweden as well. And we've just been joined by a voice from the East. Noria, good afternoon. What can you tell us about the fighting in Khan Yunis, and what can you tell us about the Northern Front?
Yeah, hello. Nice to be here. About Khan Yunis, you want to know? So, yeah, we have today in northern and west Khan Yunis, we've been doing some raids today, also in the central of the Gaza Strip. Today it was confirmed that we actually continuing to what we talked yesterday, so that our combat jets today were operating solely on intelligence, and they were basically we call it purifying spaces and new spaces in west of Khan Yunis, above and below the ground. We are still encountering a lot of terrorist squads of Hamas that are actually now switched to fully civilian clothing, and are all the time trying to ambush our forces in the space. We also had some snipers of the Givati Brigade that they eliminated over 20 terrorists today. They also compensated hand grenades, Kalashnikovs, RPGs, and Shawaz sabotage charges, and some bullets. We also had some lookouts today. Shout out to the Israeli lookouts. They've been eating a lot of shit, let's put it that way, since the beginning of the war and before it. So we had the lookouts of Unit 4 and 4, I think, and they basically recognized on the border new Hamas members that are trying to gather intel in the area. They had some intel structure there before, but we basically bombed it in the beginning of the operation already, because this was the one that was leading to October 7th. So we had an airstrike in the area, and we eliminated all the intelligent dishes and everything that they tried to spread there. So that was some sort of a successful day in the area. We also had around Otef Aza, which is the area where the kibbutzim were on October 7th. So there was some sort of an attempt to penetrate by foot by several Hamas affiliates in the Netzarim area, which is a small settlement. But that one was sort of handled. So we had the local police and IDF that were basically spreading blockades throughout the area, and they were checking the cars one by one. There is still not any report that they managed to locate them, but it looks like everything there was calmed down because they opened the roads again. So I'm guessing they did find them and eliminate them, but this is just my guess. There's also, I don't know if it's interesting to you guys, but we also eliminated in the north the engineer of the Jadida Council. His name is Adam Hamoud. So we eliminated him as targets as well. And we also attacked by combat jets and headquarters of Hezbollah in the space of Mis El Jabal, which is in southern Lebanon. We eliminated some launchers, and we eliminated some warehouse that was holding some of the weapons, some of the rockets. On the west, in the area of the West Bank, we had, not so far from Nablus, we had an armed Hamas affiliate that arrived to a military post that actually was only guarded by reserved soldiers in the Sumerian brigade, and they eliminated him. So we see every day now more and more of this individual attempts to go on blockades, to go on checkpoints, and soldiers that are in the area. It seems like they're really testing us when it comes to that. And in some a little bit more interesting news from Israel, so there were a lot of assumptions and rumors regarding a Hannibal procedure that was conducted on October 7th by a tank of the IDF that was basically killing Israeli civilians that were caught in the line of fire between the Nukhba warriors of Hamas and the IDF. So today they officially started the official investigation regarding to that. And they will probably release in the upcoming weeks or months the results of this investigation, so we would actually know what happened there. Right now, the IDF is more concentrated in the war that is going on, but we're definitely researching and investigating this one right now.
Well, thank you, Noya. There is another thing that I thought maybe you can tell us more about. It seems the IDF discovered a valuable data center today. Do you have any information about the data center that discovered the amount of hard drives they located and the infrastructure that was being used, whether those were DVR servers or other types of servers? And the videos show that some of the racks were cleared before the site was abandoned, but a couple of hard drives were left behind, probably encrypted, but who knows? Do you have any information about that specific finding and what it represents for the IDF going forward?
So I read it too. I don't have any information that the media doesn't have, obviously, but since the hard drives that were found last time, some of them were faulty, so it means that they had some false information on them apparently, or some outdated information. I cannot tell you if this is an information that was beneficial specifically to the IDF. I don't know if it was just hard drives or also some paper documents. I have no information on that, so I cannot help you with that, my friend. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no worries. The IDF released a video, so it's 2 minutes and 17 seconds of footage tracking the cables themselves that were extended in a tunnel system, reaching to a server room that had racks, a cooling system. Some of the hard drives were removed, so obviously, the team that was responsible for running the data center managed to clear it on their way out as they were abandoning the site. A couple of hard drives were left behind. Some of them probably are encrypted. But the main element here in the video that it shows the level of sophistication. I'm not trying to compliment anyone here. We're talking about a security threat, right? So it shows the level of sophistication and dedication some of the members of that quote unquote tech department of Hamas did or followed to build an actual data center for the organization. So the speculation regarding that is that that's the data center Hamas used to transfer and process and release their videos and their media operations, right? So because they're not sending media caught on film by their militants as they operate inside the Gaza Strip in defense against the IDF over any public networks. They had their own networks in the tunnels, and probably those networks fed all the way back to that data center. And that data center was responsible for storing and processing all that media, all that content, and then also releasing it to the world. So is there a drop in the amount of, let's say, videos, footage, or messages coming out of Al-Qassam Brigade's media arm? Did you yourself notice a drop in the amount of released content recently? And also, Iris can answer that question after you, Noy.
Sure, it's. I mean, now that you mention it, I think I haven't seen a video from them for quite a while. I actually, it wasn't in my mind at all because of everything that is happening. But now that you're mentioning it, yeah, and I think it's been already like 4 or 5 days at least that I didn't see any release from their side. But maybe Iris know more about it than me. I don't want to say just BS on things that I don't know.
Right, thank you,
Hi.
Noya. Welcome, Iris. What
Hi,
can you
what's
tell us
up?
about Hamas data centers and the hostages? Any other things that you would like to share with us? Go ahead, please.
Okay, so to start with, I'm really, really busy in the last few days. I'm working with a team, with an Israeli and American team on a documentary that is going to be very, very, very interesting regarding the crime. Sorry, I'm just outside coming back from meetings. Will be about the crimes that Hamas did on October 7th, but it comes from a director that is very well respected in the world, a journalist, a French director, that also did The Rise of Wagner and everything. So these are mainly what I'm doing. Of course, we're waiting again, right? We're waiting for answers, for Hamas to decide what's happening. But in the meantime, there are very, very disturbing things that are coming in regarding the conditions of our hostages. Stories that are really, really triggering and very, very upsetting. Time is running out, and something is like not moving there as I would suppose that it would move. That's one. Secondly, I was thinking about it yesterday because Gallant, the Israeli defense minister, spoke about the next step. And then he talked about Rafah. And I want to ask you, like when he talks about the next step and the dealing with Rafah, how do you think, from the Egyptian side, how do you see things moving towards this direction? How do you see it? And more so, are there any movements regarding Egypt and Qatar regarding the hostages? Because something is moving there very, very slowly. More so, from what I'm hearing, there's friction between Sinwar, Hania, and Mash'al. And what they're saying here that Sinwar is basically became another kind of ordinary Hamas terrorist that is really like nothing like he used to be, but also his approach is very, very different. So what do you take of it? But this is what we're getting here, and mainly the time is running out, and the north. I don't know where we're going. Nothing is very clear. So many issues. So I just wanted to ask you and thank you for letting me speak.
Yeah, sure. So Cairo and Doha are both applying pressure to Hamas or exerting pressure over Hamas in order to release the Israeli hostages. There seems to be a lot of pushback from Hamas regarding the hostages. In a nutshell, they are stalling. And if they are stalling, that tells me that the conditions of the hostages or some things that happen to them are a direct threat to Hamas as an organization. Without speculating on this issue and this topic specifically, because it's very sensitive, but the only way they're not the only reason they're not cooperating on this issue right now, even though they cooperated on it before, despite the fact that they gave everyone a headache, but still the deal was concluded and the hostages were freed. I believe that the condition of the hostages is now an element in the decision of Hamas to deliver a deal. I don't think that they have what it takes to deliver a deal.
Right.
Either the number of hostages still alive, or the conditions of hostages, be it female IDF soldiers or male IDF personnel who were subject to torture to extract information, or subject to other forms of abuse that when they come to light, they will destroy the organization for once and for all. Only delusional people will will insist on denying what will surface, but when it does, it is the end of the organization as they know it, for good. So, which takes me to the next point, the Mexican standoff between Khalid Mash'al, Ismail Haniyeh, and Yahya Sinwar. I believe that the strongest of all of them right now, for some reason, is Ismail Haniyeh. And I'll tell you why. Now that Yahya Sinwar played his hand, he's stuck. And his back is to the wall, and his only option is fighting and running as fast as he can forward. But there's nowhere to run and there's no forward going. He lost at least 17, if not 19 by today, out of his 24 battalions. He has one last stronghold to hide, which is Rafah. And I'm assuming that he's already out of Khan Yunis and he is in Rafah.
Wow.
And yeah, and that's why the IDF is fixated on finishing the job, and they only have one more effort to conclude the campaign, which is to go to Rafah. Right, so back to the Mexican standoff. Ismail Haniyeh wants to come out of this as the strongest figure in Hamas, and he wants to turn Hamas into a political organization. And again, this is pure speculation on my part, right? I don't have any information. That's my assessment. I believe that his power move is that he wants to announce the end of the armed struggle phase and begin a new phase, of the quote unquote the struggle. Again, this is another play on 1973, when President Sadat ordered Operation Badr in 1973 and then decided to go to the Knesset and negotiate a peace treaty, one of his sayings was that we took our land through wars, a military war and a diplomatic war. I believe that Ismail Haniyeh will do the same thing or try to come up with something smart, some clever, world soundbite to say that Hamas is done with the military struggle and now they will go through the diplomatic struggle in order to give the Palestinians a state and establish achieve nationhood and statehood. Right? In this paradigm, he needs to go unchallenged. So he needs to remove Yahya Sinwar from his opponents because Yahya doesn't support diplomacy and doesn't support peace with Israel. Yahya wants to fight. Yahya wants the resistance, right? Yahya wants to repeat October 7th over and over and over again until he weakens the state of Israel. The same thing, Khalid Mash'al is not, he's still a radical, fuckhead. Sorry, excuse my French. It's too early for this. But
Absolutely.
yeah, but Khalid is not an Ismail Haniyeh. Ismail Haniyeh is quite the operative, and also Khalid is quite bitter. Khalid, for people who don't know, grew up between I believe Jordan and Kuwait, or sorry, actually the West Bank and Kuwait. He didn't even go to Gaza, or he didn't even. I don't know if he visited or not. Whatever, but he was between, I believe, the West Bank and Kuwait, or the camps in Jordan and Kuwait, something like that. I can't remember it right now, but he's a radical himself, even though he put on his suit and all that. But he's as radical as Yahya Sinwar, and therefore in this Ismail Haniyeh paradigm, he needs to remove both of them, or at least neutralize Khalid Mishal and get rid of Yahya Sinwar. So in a way, that's why they are doubling down on asking for all those maximalist requests in order to get a rejection from the state of Israel, so that the IDF continues to operate in the Rafah direction and manages to destroy the entire military wing of Hamas and either capture or kill Yahya Sinwar, thus doing Ismail Haniyeh's dirty work for him, right? That's why I argue that Yahya Sinwar needs to be captured alive, because he will be a bloody trove of information. And again, this is very cynical, and I don't want to be insensitive here, but if the hostages are in poor condition, or they were tortured, or they were raped, or they were killed, or their condition is unknown, keeping Yahya Sinwar alive to interrogate him by the state of Israel is worthy of cutting a deal with him, because I think that he's terrified right now, back to the point that you were saying about him being a completely different mindset, that he's no longer the tough guy who would show off by, with his gun, special made gun, and killing people and torturing people himself and killing people and accusing them of being agents themselves. He has always been a bully. And when bullies are going through a collapse, that's exactly when you see their true nature. He's a fucking coward. So right now, I think that he might actually consider saving his own ass and cuffing, and by cuffing I mean singing, in order to disrupt even Ismail Haniyeh's political plan. But is he smart enough? I don't know. Is he connected enough to understand exactly his situation? Is he aware of what's going on? I simply don't know. With that data center taken out today, that means that Hamas took a very huge blow to their comm infrastructure.
Right.
I don't know exactly their network, and I don't know exactly what kind of technologies or devices they're relying on, but by the look of it, I would say that their underground comm capacity took a huge blow. If they have one more of those server farms somewhere in Rafah, that's where you will get all the hard drives evacuated from that center. That's where you will get the decryption keys. That's where you will get a lot. And that's what the IDF should go for. Last but not least, given the fact that 1.2, 1.3 million refugees are along the Egyptian borders, the IDF cannot really operate in the Rafah direction before locating them either back to the northern sector of the Gaza Strip or to the Negev Desert, so that they can operate freely without causing any friction with the Egyptian armed forces and without causing any situations where we see a spillover effect and the refugees crossing the Egyptian borders. So that should be avoided because cooler heads need to prevail. The peace treaty needs to be protected and maintained, and it's doable. It's a logistical nightmare, but it's doable. And the IDF will not be able to operate freely in the Rafah direction with all those civilians in there. In a way, 1.2 or 1.3 million civilians near and around Rafah are acting like human shields for Hamas again.
Right.
So the best way is to relocate them into the Negev desert, for instance, or at least allow them back to the northern sector of the Gaza Strip, or to Khan Yunis if Khan Yunis is cleared enough and secured enough. And then, happy hunting. Back
So
to you,
that's
Iris,
very
first.
interesting. Yeah, no, first of all, thank you for this analysis. I think it's spot on and very, very interesting. And and the stuff that was talked about today is, yes, like the thinking of moving them to northern Gaza, which comes up again now. Now, regarding like the strategic moves that you think we're going to see operated in Rafah, do you have any kind of idea? Well, we're going to hear from the IDF, obviously, but do you have any kind of idea how is it going to look like, and what is talked about this from the Egyptian side? Because it's really interesting. We're going to see a change in the operation. It's going to be strategically more connected to the area that the battles or the movements and the operations are going to take place. This is I think very, very interesting. Also because of Israel and Egypt. And thank you for your answers. Amazing.
Iris,
Janice,
can I
hang on.
just share?
Hang on, Janice. Yeah, Iris, regarding operations in the Rafah city. Well, I think, but I'm not quite sure, but I think that Cairo relayed a request that operations in Rafah are to be a little bit more precise. I don't know what kind of troops the IDF will field. I don't know which units. I don't know which tactics. IDF planners are more than adept at figuring out how to operate there. But I believe that the only request relayed by Cairo to Tel Aviv was that to just do it, but just be careful. And that's all I've got to say about that. So, Iris, back to you for a comment first before we go to Janice. Go ahead, Iris.
Okay, listen, excellent conversation with you. Thank you so much for your information. A lot of what you say always makes logic, and usually I see it on the media or I hear it. So, yeah, regarding that, thanks. And let's see if I have anything else to ask or talk about. I'll let you know, of course.
Yes,
forward.
stick around, Iris. We also would like to ask for an update about the hostages, if you can share more
okay.
with us. But let's go to Janice first. Go ahead, Janice.
Yeah, thank you, Em. I really appreciated your insight into your analysis. I thought you were totally spot on. It's really just a matter of getting, the refugees that are over there out of that area and how that's going to look and where are they going to go. So, because looks like we're back in the north of Gaza because Hamas has kind of come back. And anyway, the reason I raised my hand was saw an article I've read about 3 or 4 different sources, and they all claim that Channel 12 Israeli news, which I haven't had time to research. Channel 12 Israeli news is reporting that if Israel asks Egypt to fortify and guard Rafah and actually help them guard that area, Egypt would agree to do that and would help Israel.
I don't believe Egyptian troops will be allowed into the Gaza Strip to operate alongside the IDF near the Palestinian Rafah city. That's not happening.
Well, I left that up to you, but I was just wondering if you saw that. It was interesting that Egypt, said that, because Netanyahu still, probably due to intelligence, still feels that there are tunnels, and they are able to still smuggle things into Hamas.
Yeah,
So
well, no, that was a maximalist talking point by the current administration of the government of Israel. There is currently no proof whatsoever that there are any operational tunnels between the Gaza Strip and the Sinai Peninsula. The State of Israel, the IDF, the Israeli security establishment, all of them haven't provided any information whatsoever about a number of tunnels, a location of tunnels, or whatever is happening to their Egyptian counterparts. So no, that's not the issue. The issue, or uh, regarding this whole thing, the Philadelphia corridor post-war arrangements, they are still open to discussion, and eventually Tel Aviv and Cairo will arrive at an agreement, an arrangement, so that the state of Israel can ensure its security in that strategic direction. That's the first point. The second point, the only Egyptian personnel inside the Gaza Strip right now are members of the Egyptian Red Crescent and members of the Egyptian Ministry of Health. So we're talking about healthcare professionals and aid providers. You get the occasional, special interest, special talent guy, but that's fine. Everyone does that. And they're not on the ground to help anyone or effect change. They are more probably on the ground to get more information and better understanding of the situation so that they can keep the tensions below a certain threshold. So let's go to Noya first, then Bull Terrier. We've been joined by Eric as well. If you would like to come up, please do ahead, send us a request, and then we go to Iris. So go ahead, Noya first, then Bull Terrier.
Yeah, I just wanted to give you some pieces of puzzle that might help you build the entire picture, because there are some assessments regarding to the previous Sinwar and the tunnels theory as well here on our side, and it might help close up some loose ends here. So you basically know that but maybe not all the listeners know, that the tactic of Sinwar is always to surround himself in hostages underground and always to have civilians above the ground. This is the tactic that, according to, he is operating around the Gaza Strip. And the reason why the IDF or the Israeli administration at that point are not interested to shift all the civilians to Gaza is because they believe, just like you, that Sinwar is basically sitting closer actually to Rafah and not in Khan Yunis. So what they're doing right now, they are disrupting the tunnel structure in Khan Yunis in order that he will not be able to mobilize himself with the hostages underground in direction back to Gaza. And this is why they want to operate around Rafah, because basically in Rafah he has nowhere he can go to. And this is why we are constantly negotiating with the Egyptian side. Regarding all the hard drives and many other hard drives that were actually found even in the past days and weeks, there is a little bit of confusing as well, because there were a lot of reporting about hard drives that were found, like many of them, in some underground server room, and these are actually mining farms for alternative crypto coins. So not all of them are actually containing some sort of an intel information. Many of them have been just used as mining farms for like Ethereum or Bitcoin or whatever. I guess a little bit more alternative coins and not this one, but so it takes a little bit time to differentiate whether they hold some sort of an important information. The advantage that the military has that we know for
Yes, actually,
you know
sorry before to interrupt you, but
yeah,
you'll
sure, no
continue.
problem.
But I wanted to add something here. Yeah. It makes sense because it had a lot of video cards. Yeah, that totally skipped my mind. You're absolutely right. That those server farms or data centers can also be used for mining cryptocurrency or handling cryptocurrency transactions. No wonder they took the hard drives with them, because
See,
that's how they
this
can
is what I
recover the money. Yeah.
exactly this is what
Continue,
I
please. Yeah.
No problem. It was something that while you were talking, I was like, what kind of hard drives you're talking about? And then I realized, wait, they had at least several mining farms there. So it makes sense. The advantage is that we know for sure that they weren't clever enough to use ledgers. So I'm guessing that decrypting them, those won't be so complicated for the Israeli military. So this might help you like to build the entire picture. There were also some interesting reports coming from IDF colleagues of mine that are sitting on a very, very high places, let's put it that way. And they are claiming that Sinwar have basically completely lost contacts and the ability to communicate with Hania and the rest of the gang over there in Doha, because also the IDF have disrupted a lot of communication centers, a lot of local communication, internet, telephone lines, everything. So he's basically disconnected for at least 2-3 days already, which means that, like you said, I'm just confirming that, for my opinion, also his role in this entire equation has basically ended. He was the man on the ground in Gaza. This shit show is over, and now he's not relevant anymore. I would love to see him getting executed for what he did, but I must say that the intelligence soul in me would be very curious to see how an interrogation of him would work, and if it will help us going forward, also exposing more ties to the IRGC, and also exposing more ideas and operation that Ktib Hezbollah have maybe, or the other guys, to where they're going, where the families are. So I wouldn't, as much as it would be tempting, if I would be Israel, I would also put all my efforts to get him out alive. So yeah, I hope it helps to complete the picture and it's not too conspirational, but I tried.
Oh, thank you so much, Noya. Let's go to Bull Terrier first, then Iris, then Janice. Go ahead, Bull Terrier.
Yeah, hi, Em and Robin, and sorry. Thank you so much for your time and efforts. Sorry. I have a question about Lebanon. And a couple of days ago, maybe 2 or 3 days ago, I saw some reports about Western countries providing support for the Lebanese government and the military, I believe. And I'm sorry that I don't have more specific information. But my question, Em, is what is the appetite of the Lebanese government to defeat Hezbollah?
Well, that's the billion-dollar question. And that was on the agenda today, actually, because the Minister of Foreign Affairs summoned the British ambassador to hand him an objection note regarding what's his name? Tony? No, it's not Tony Blair. David Cameron's visit to Beirut, and no reason was given to the media. So the objection or the condemnation or whatever note that was handed out didn't state, or the press release didn't say why they summoned the ambassador and why they handed him this note. That's one thing. The other thing, the elephant in the room, the Lebanese army, right? The Lebanese army needs a lot of capacity building in order to demilitarize southern Lebanon. And everyone knows that. Germany pledged 150 million euros, but they need a lot more. Now, the political will or the stomach for such an endeavor, forcing Hezbollah to disarm. I mean, there is a cynical way to go about it, right? The same way the Lebanese government and the Israeli government worked on demarking the maritime borders. So what about a peace treaty between Lebanon and Israel? And in that case, Hezbollah doesn't get to maintain its armament. But we have a saying in the Arab world, لا يفتى ومالك في المدينة. So you don't issue a fatwa if Malik is in Medina. And Malik here is Eric because he knows everything about Lebanon and the northern borders. So Eric, by all means, take it from here.
Good morning, everyone. Very early morning for me, but I'm making an effort. It's a good question. It must be understood that Hezbollah is an entity within an entity. Unlike Hamas in Gaza, which is not a state of its own. There is no Palestine. It's like Hamas is a terror group that happens to be functioning within a state of Palestine. Hezbollah is an organization made up predominantly of Lebanese, local, native Lebanese, in Lebanon. And Lebanon is a sovereign country. And so you have a very difficult and challenging situation when dealing with Hezbollah as opposed to other organizations in terms of Israel's fight with Hezbollah. Now, Israel's made it very clear. Its objective is singular at this time, and that is to push Hezbollah north of the Litani River, away from its borders. The number one objective following October 7th is to prevent any enemy of Israel massing on its borders to conduct a similar attack to October 7th again. Now, Hezbollah remains an enemy of Israel, and even if they were north of the Litani River, they would remain that way. But at least they would not be along the border. So currently, the short-term objective from Israel's perspective is pushing Hezbollah north. Now, Israel has been pursuing this both militarily, as we've seen over the course of the last few months, and diplomatically, vis-a-vis international intervention, vis-a-vis enforcing UN Resolution 1701, which was the resolution following the Second Lebanon War in 2006, which basically said Hezbollah cannot maintain any presence along the border. Now, there are a few functions in place that are supposed to enforce 1701, one being UN UNIFIL forces. UNIFIL is the UN peacekeeping force for southern Lebanon, and the Lebanese armed forces. But as our good friend James may explain, if he were here, as a Lebanese Christian, the tension within Lebanon vis-a-vis the external tension is what is your dichotomy right now, because Lebanon is at a crossroads. It can either enforce those resolutions, maybe pursue additional avenues like M had suggested. The demarcation of the maritime was a victory for potential, not at least not peace, but normalization, or at least a détente between Lebanon and Israel moving forward. But Hezbollah is the big X factor. It's a big elephant in the room. And either Lebanon can pursue not having, hostile engagements with Israel to the detriment of its internal relationship with Hezbollah, or Hezbollah engages in a war against Israel, and the Lebanese will rally against Hezbollah because it will be a war against sovereign territory. So you have a very difficult situation. You're at a crossroads. Where this goes from here remains to be seen, as my favorite phrase to be used since October 7th. But that is basically the situation. Either, on one hand, you have a war between Israel and Hezbollah, or you have a civil war within Lebanon between Hezbollah and non-supportive of Hezbollah Lebanese armed forces, or civilians, or what have you.
All right, thank you so much, Eric. Let's first go to Iris, then Janice, then James. And please, Eric, stay with us. Go ahead, Iris.
Yeah, just one thing that I'm just seeing in the pushes now. The New York Times just talks about the number of, brings up number of hostages that died, gives the number. I don't know, and I'm not, Israel is really, really careful with that. It's checking everything and basically saying that the numbers is much larger. I'm seeing a lot of this talk today, and I usually don't, I don't talk about the hostages so much regarding these stuff and the deal, but I think that from what I saw today also in the media, these talks are starting to go out there, and we'll need to be really, really careful with the numbers. We'll need to make sure that if anyone doesn't really understand and knows what the numbers are and how it's going to be, please withhold, because it's people's lives here and families. This is going to be very, very interesting moving forward, and as the pressure goes on, because what you see now basically on Israeli media is you don't see a lot of the families really, there's kind of a silence in the last 48 to 72 hours. Let's see where it goes. Most of the talks regarding the hostages is held in the media channels in themselves, and regarding Netanyahu's approach and some of the approach of certain parts of the Israeli society regarding the release of the prisoners, but we don't have anything concrete yet. So we'll have to play it by ear and see where we're going. The families, to be honest, are very, very upset and devastated. It feels a little bit like the hostages issue is not first on the list there. It needs to be, and we'll make sure it is all the time. Because sometimes there's talks about continuing the war till we eliminate Hamas. Hamas ideology is not going to be eliminated. It will take not months, it will take years. That's one. And more so, we will need to see how some parts of the current coalition, Bibi Netanyahu's government, will they're already saying that some parts of a deal that we don't even know what it is yet will not be accepted by them. And yeah, there's a lot of misery and pain, because many of the terrorists that attacked on 7th of October are sitting in Israeli prisons and are the ones who murdered and slaughtered. So there's going to be a very, very hard thing to tackle with, but we need the hostages back, and I said it. And yeah, let's see moving forward how we're doing it. To be honest, what's also important now is to evidence. So this documentary that I'm a part of is a part of a big chain of projects that are going to happen this year in the media world, with some of the media companies and movie companies, to make sure that October 7th is not forgotten and the world knows what happened. This is the only way to bring it forward. There is another movie with Gal Gadot that I tweeted on my space on the 19th of March. Gal asked, she asked the friends just to share it and to say, please, it will be all on platform, just watch it. To do it like that. It's a story about Holocaust, Jewishness, and all these kind of things. And every time there is something that is worthwhile watching and important for us to share, I'll let you know. So this is what I have to say. I just arrived home from a crazy day, also in the gym, Noya, and just, that's it.
Thank you, Iris. After the Penguins, we will start an international association for fitness fanatics. We'll come up with a good name.
Yes, Em, I have
Can
to
I be
do
the
it.
head trainer? Can I be the head trainer?
I
No,
need it.
you're
Oh
banned from
God.
the gym, Noya. You can't be the head trainer. You're just banned. Go ahead,
Oh
Jen.
my
if you want.
I
God.
will
Yes,
invade it against your will.
we want to do this space. Yeah, definitely. Oh my God.
Go ahead,
No,
Janice.
I want to partner with Noya, and I'll carry the whip, and Noya will give the orders. That'll be
Oh my God, Noya.
Oh no, I don't like to be the dominant part of the relationship. It's all good.
Exactly.
okay. You can carry the whip, and I'll give the orders. I can do this.
Woo.
And Iris, you looked so cute this morning in your little gym gear. Um,
Yeah. Thank you. I put a photo of myself. Yeah, I'm
What?
learning from M.
I
I'm
didn't see
learning from
it.
M.
I need
Yeah,
to
go
see
to
it.
my Twitter page. You'll see a nice one. Not a gym one, a casual one. Go ahead.
casual,
Yeah.
but you had your sneaker gear on, so
Yes,
you
always.
just it looked cute.
Thank
So
you.
I posted. I just raised my hand again just to post this article I saw today, this morning. Breaking. It's in the Nest. Lebanese Foreign Minister Abdul Habib stated in an interview with a local newspaper this morning that Lebanon has declined suggestions from Western nations for Hezbollah to retreat 8 to 10 kilometers from the Israeli border to the region north of the Litani. Hold on, show more. North to the Litani River. Abu Habib emphasized Beirut's stance against partial solutions that may not foster lasting peace and stability, but could instead reignite hostilities. So I just wanted to share that. Thank you. And Eric is also spot on. It's either going to be a civil war in Lebanon or um, some kind of negotiation, or we're going to eventually have to just go in there. I read this morning that I didn't know this, I know 80,000 people have been displaced and their whole livelihood and children trying to adjust. And I mean, it's horrible. No income, uh, uh, all their crops are gone, and they even sell the seedling, and that's no good anymore. So their livelihood's just been wiped out. And I read that there were 500 homes hit by missiles. I had no idea 500 homes had been destroyed from Lebanese rockets, but they have to land somewhere, so it makes sense from reputable sources and numerous sources, because I always like to see it in a number of different places before I even share it. I know James said basically Hezbollah takes up 20% of the parliament, so they are in the government. It's not like the government is totally separate from Hezbollah, and um, I'm just very concerned. If that front opens up, I will be very concerned. Not because we can't handle the challenge, but it's it's going to be much more challenging than Hamas, and everyone knows why. I also posted a really interesting um, in the nest below. Actually, I'm going to put it. I'm sorry. I'm going to put it in the nest because it was an individual.
I'm sorry, hon. That stuff has to go to one of the co-hosts to put up there. So just send it to me or M, please. Go ahead.
Oh,
You already added it to the comments section, Jen. So the nest is exclusively for the co-hosts on MriyaReport. It's editorial policy.
oh, okay. Sorry. It's in the purple pill. It's Marshall Billingsley. He look at it, the thread. He went up to the border with Lebanon, and he's been there a number of times. And he made some very, very interesting and scary observations about the current situation. So read the thread. It's very interesting what he observed. Thank you.
Thank you, Janice. Let's go to James.
Hello, everybody. I wanted to applaud the idea of keeping the leadership and the other people involved in October 7th alive to go to court. I'm anxious about that, want to make sure it's done well. And if you permit me the time just to do a quick comparison of the case of Ukraine versus Russia and the case of South Africa versus Israel, I think it'd be instructive. Would that be okay? Just I can keep it very short.
Oh, absolutely, James. And to highlight something that you've just said about trying to catch any Hamas leaders affiliated with the October 7th attack alive, I would urge people to read the history of the Abu Nidal organization and how he was eventually moved to Iraq in his towards the end of his career, and how after the fall of Baghdad, the sorry, I hate the Saudis. The Iraqi intelligence officers made sure that they killed Abu Nidal before the Americans managed to apprehend him, because they actually wanted to prevent information that he had from reaching the ears and the eyes and the minds of other people. So go ahead, James, make the case.
Okay. Ukraine versus Russia started right after the war. Ukraine lodged a complaint saying that, this is all a lie. There's no genocide of Russia or Russian speakers in the Donbass or anywhere. It's ridiculous. And, then that got submitted to the court, got reviewed, initial injunction. Stop fighting Russia. You're in the wrong. You should have appealed to a greater authority before launching a war. So then came back the memorial or petition or testimony, further petition, the full case from Ukraine. And then in response to that, the most recent action was the objections to that. And the Russian objections were largely thrown out, but they didn't throw out the additional claims. They said, we can't really settle the additional claims of actually it's their genocide and there should be reparations. And they said, well, it doesn't really they are additional claims, and there shouldn't be new claims, but they don't change the matter. There's always clarifications and things like that. So they let it stand in there. So there's still this case open, and out of this case could be the final result that they say yes, Russia is committing genocide without even additional, more direct cases. So it could happen that way. So in Israel, we know what happened. We know that the South Africa made the case that there was, genocidal intent by quoting 4 people, and none of them really were quite direct and that public, so it didn't really count. But they also had, said enjoined on them not to do anything um, that is genocidal, which is already enjoined on them by the initial laws. So just repetition of the same. But this false claim of genocide is now an open thing, right? And so the memorial from that could come back, we'll see what happens with that, and we'll see how quickly the judges enjoin this. But it's possible things get turned around in the course of things without an additional claim by Israel about genocide by Hamas on Israel. It could get turned around to be settling that is in fact the a possible outcome of this. So it'll be interesting to watch. I am not a legal professional in any way. I am what you'd call a Twitter lawyer, I suppose. But as I read the cases, I saw that eventuality that this could come of that. So, but I guess I'm also just saying I'm sort of expecting a more clear-cut set of accusations or allegations to emerge relative to genocide. But I don't know. I don't know why. I think maybe it just is time when it's time, but it seems so clear. But I don't know. There's people have reasons to hold back. I've said enough. Thank you for listening. I hope that was helpful, and please correct me where I'm wrong.
Thank you, James. We've just been joined by the highest legal authority in the IRGP, Brian. Brian, go ahead.
Thank you, boss. Hey, everybody. Good morning, my time. Yeah, so James, excellent summary. I am a professional in this, so I will commend you on your summary. I want to kind of remind everybody who's in these debates day to day of 2 points about the International Court of Justice. On the one hand, it's largely a kangaroo court, by which I mean a political court, not a court of law. You can verify this many different ways, one of which is that in the entire OG Cold War, 4 cases total were brought against the USSR and adjudicated in that court, which is, of course, ridiculous given all of the countries that they took over and the genocides they committed. But nonetheless, it's the same court, and it's largely, if not entirely, the same judges who decided the preliminary ruling on Russia in Ukraine, which was a cease and desist order, which to me strongly implies ultimately a finding of genocide when it works its way through the courts, and then contrast that with what they did in the Israel case, which initially a lot of folks, including folks here, feared was going to be very, very harmful, at least in the info wars to Israel. But in fact, what the court did is they did not order Israel to stop anything, unlike what they ordered Russia to do. And they ordered Hamas to release the hostages. So on the one hand, I don't give that court a lot of credibility, but on the other hand, because it's so political, I think it's maybe all the more striking that they ordered Russia to desist and ordered Israel to do no such thing. Thanks.
Thank you, Brian. Go ahead, Noya.
Yeah, sorry, I was a little bit a few tabs away. So I just wanted to remind regarding the Sinwar theme earlier. I mean, you guys know that, but again, I'm not sure all the listeners are aware that Sinwar was actually a prisoner in Israel before. He got his degree here. He actually wrote a book here. He got surgeries here. So he had quite great life in Israeli prison and a lot of time to plan a lot of things, and which is also one of the reasons that he has sentiments to his fellow prisoners that we have, including the Nukba warriors that we are holding in our presence right now. We could easily just slaughter them. We didn't do that, not just for the intel, but just because this is just not the way we roll. So I don't see some sort of a solution that in terms of like exiling him or holding him until the rest of his life in prison. I don't think so. But I mean, if you would ask me personally, being the asshole that I am, I would just interrogate him, then throw him into jail, and then do some.
He should be trialed like Eichmann.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah, probably. But first, we need to get the intel out. I'm just afraid, to be honest, that executing him would give him grace. To be honest, it will be too good for him. It will be such an easy target. He would die as a shahid. He will not suffer. He will be a hero to the Gazan people, and this is how it would die because the evil Zionist entity has executed him. So this is why I think he should rot in the worst jail ever. After we took out everything we could out of him in terms of intelligence, and I just wanted to remind that we already had him here in prison, and look where it got us. So just wanted to throw that into the crowd, and yeah.
In my opinion, and then Eris can comment on this. In my opinion, putting him on trial would be an absolute triumph for the state of Israel, and it would also prevent the formation of a new myth. The Muslim Brotherhood thrives on the literature of crises, adab al-mahna. That should be a primary objective for the Israeli security establishment, to deny the enemy one of their most potent weapons, myth. Another myth created, another martyr created, is something that can actually prolong the resistance narrative, is something that can prolong the romanticization of quote unquote the struggle. If we are, all of us, to move forward, that is probably key for achieving that. But again, it is subject to a lot of variables. It is subject to the development of IDF operations in the Gaza Strip, and it is a difficult task. Absolutely. Let's go to Brian first to comment on this, and then Eric. Go ahead, Brian.
Thanks. Just real quick, having been involved in planning and authorizing a fair number of capture or kill operations, I totally agree that would be a triumph for Israel, and that should be the goal, is to capture Sinwar alive, interrogate him, and put him on trial. The only counterweight I would make to that is, generally speaking, depending on the operational conditions, it's more dangerous for the good guys to take someone alive than it is to kill them, especially depending on how he reacts when he's located. So that's just something that the Israeli leadership's going to have to balance. But I definitely agree that if they can pull it off without extreme extra risk to the troops, then they definitely should, because sunlight is the best disinfectant. Thanks.
Yeah, Brian, I think. Oh, sorry, Em, can I interject?
Sure, go ahead.
Just shortly, Brian, I totally agree. I think the Egyptians won't let us, of course, to do any airstrikes in the area, or even get our battalions in there. But so it means you will have to have ground troops that would do that. And I mean, everyone here that knows anything about military would probably tell you that the tunnel, if Sinwar is really there and he is sitting there and is waiting to get caught, I bet the tunnel is full of explosive in a way that any troops that will come in there will just step into a trap. So this is a very, very tough assignment to tackle, because it's also impossible to gather any sort of intel when he is underground. So that would be a very, very tough task to tackle. I have no idea the IDF could do that. But yeah, when it comes to the moment of confrontation, this will probably be the case. Ground troops and a lot of explosive around that tunnel, for sure.
Thank you, Noura. Go ahead,
Sounds
Eric.
right to me.
Yes, but. And here's my but. Right, Nora? This is my yes.
I love your butt, Eric.
Oh, come
No,
on.
my
no, no.
goodness.
Oh God, I didn't mean it
Oh,
that way. This time I didn't mean it that way.
My
I like
goodness. My
Eric's
goodness.
speculations. Oh my God.
She likes your avals, Eric.
My,
Yeah,
Aval,
yeah,
not
yeah,
val.
yeah.
thank
That's what I
you.
meant. Oh my God, you
but here's
perverts. Seriously.
I agree. I agree with M. I agree with Brian, and I agree with Noya. But here's where I differ. Okay, I do not think that either Sinwar or Dev will allow themselves to be martyred. And here's why. You mentioned how Sinwar was in Israeli custody in the past. I think he understands what that means for him and what that means for the most senior leadership of Hamas. And I think he falsely believes, and I hate to speculate in this specific of a way, but I think he falsely believes that his capture would actually be a boon to the Palestinian resistance. What he doesn't understand is what Brian pointed out and what M pointed out, that a full-on trial in front of all of Israeli society, in front of all of Palestinian society, and dare I say, in front of all of the world, will be the worst thing that could possibly be done for the Palestinian resistance following the events of October 7th. Whether Israel chooses to execute it, first we need to get our hands on him. While I think you are right that most tunnels are probably booby-trapped, and that if he is in one of these, I saw a report of them looking for a quote-unquote golden tunnel earlier this morning, where they think the Hamas leadership is hiding. I don't think that they will want to martyr themselves, because when was the last time that the most senior member of a terrorist organization martyred themselves rather than their own peons, right? So I don't think that that's going to happen. I think if we can get our hands on them, if Israel can get their hands on them, that it will be a detriment to Palestinian resistance and to the Hamas ideology more generally. And so I'm hopeful that we can, but yes, I think it'll be a very difficult task, depending on where he is, depending on where they are, both Def. If Israel can get their hands on Def, I think that's as good, if not better, than Sinwar. I got to be honest, because Israel's been going after that guy for the better part of 30 to 40 years.
There are rumors that there is nothing left of him, that this guy is basically a cyborg. You know that, right? From all the assassination attempts.
Yes, half an arm, half of one arm
totally.
left, less than a leg, one eye, and yeah, he's basically he's a cyborg. No, but to make my point even stronger, understanding the Palestinian narrative, the whole narrative of martyrdom. If you bring Def and Sinwar out, and you say they were captured, and they were and you present the situation, the narrative that they were captured unarmed, or they surrendered, better yet, they surrendered themselves. And whether they dispute that or not, right? You can spin that narrative. Oh, the senior Hamas leadership surrendered themselves. What does that say to all the other Hamas operatives that have been captured? What does that say to them if they have to be put into an Israeli prison with them? I mean, they won't. They'll probably be put in solitary. But it destroys that ideology. It destroys that narrative. And then you bring everything out in a trial of the century, a trial we haven't seen since Eichmann, right? I personally am in favor of that over, him getting, 3 bullets in the back of his head or in his chest. I think that's a waste.
No, I totally agree, Eric. Totally agree. Inshallah, from your mouth to God.
Yeah, Sinwar. Eric, how many battalions do you think he has left in Rafah? 3, 4, 2?
It's hard to say. Hamas's military infrastructure has been completely devastated, as we know. What we're seeing, by the way, up north, in the center of Gaza and northern Gaza, are scattered operatives sort of coming out of the woodwork. After there's a bit of a lull period and operations, settle down up north, people sort of come out of their hiding places. I said this a few days ago as well, that allowing individuals to come back north following the sort of the slowing down of operations there means that any Hamas operatives who embedded themselves in the civilian population to escape the fighting and to then come back and fight again is basically probably what we're seeing. How many battalions does he have left? I don't know. I haven't seen the latest assessment, the latest public assessment, but I have to think that it has dwindled considerably. 2, 3, maybe if you put them all together. Who's to say he has got even functioning battalions at this point? I mean, if he's sans communication to his field operatives, then they're operating on their own, even if they're within meters of each other. Who knows? At this point, I think it's just a matter of time before the complete dismantling of Hamas's military, which has been claimed, but is completely done. They have to get to finish in Khan Yunis, and they have to get to Rafah, and then we'll see what happens from there.
Thank you, Eric. Iris, this is a question for you. So the New York Times is reporting, according to Israeli sources, quote unquote, that at least 32 Israeli hostages are considered dead at this point.
Yeah.
What do you know about this?
Well, I cannot confirm you totally that this number. It's being checked by Israel, but these are the numbers that they're talking about. They're talking about even more that were not confirmed yet, but I guess that we will hear more about this moving forward. I also don't know if this report is actually very kind of. I think the families were updated about this and everything. But I would love to really see confirmation on the Israeli media about that, and then we'll be able to continue and talk about it. And as I say, and as you see, time is running out. Time is running out for the hostages. These are civilians that were kidnapped from their beds, from their homes, from the party. No, it can't happen that that it's continued, but we're seeing what's going on. This is the cards that Hamas are playing with. It's the hostages. So yeah, the reports are coming out. I'm seeing it now also on some other groups. I'm discussing it with people, and we'll see. But this is it's devastating. It really is. So yeah.
Oh, thank you for that, Iris. Let's go to
Welcome.
Brian first.
Yeah, these leaks make me absolutely insane. It's the
Yeah.
worst. It's horrible for the morale of the families. It's the worst thing you can have in hostage negotiations. And I'm just curious, Iris or Eric or really anybody who knows or Noya, what's the most likely source of these leaks and what's the motivation for them?
Well, I don't know. There are many sources that can bring this leaks. The leaks can come from actually some. I don't think from Egypt, but they might come from Hamas itself, and like trying to move the propaganda to push forward regarding the situation. Although Hamas. I think Hamas themselves, I think, don't know first of all where all the hostages are, to be honest, and more so, they're probably hiding the fact and the real number of the hostages that are dead, because then, and it's so sad to say, anything to do with the deal will have a different notion to it. So this is so sickening and so upsetting. And more so, the leaks, you see it everywhere. You see it on social media. You remember like 2 weeks ago, everybody suddenly knew what the deal will be, how it will work. There's nothing. There are things that are there on paper that are discussed, but then the New York Times come out with this today. I'm sure they did they checked it out and everything, but let it come out first on like Israeli media will need to confirm. But you'll see it a lot. It's a part of what's going on. It all has to do with the negotiations and everything, and you'll see a lot of those leaks coming out. And I'm just asking again on behalf of the families, just like wait and see and see if this is confirmed. This is painful. So yeah, and there are many bodies also of ones that we know that were killed and are still in Gaza, right? So yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Well, I guess the good news would be if these are Hamas leaks, then we know that we can't trust them either way.
Right.
All right, let's go to Janice first.
Real quick, I have an
Go
answer
ahead,
to your
Eric.
question. Yeah, so a day ago, Ynet reported that out of the 24 divisions, 20 have been dismantled and 4 are still functioning from Hamas. 2 of them are in Rafah, and 2 of them are in the center south of the Gaza Strip.
which is exactly where we're operating intensively in the past 2 days. So it makes sense.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Center south. Can you define center south?
They're saying they're basically saying hold on. So in the center and the south of the Gaza Strip, but basically Khan Yunis, and I want to say, what's the area in the center? No, do you know what I'm talking about? Where? Possibly, I'm looking for if they mentioned specifically. Oh, and they also, according to current military updates, there are in the north of Gaza 6,000 fighters of Hamas and Islamic Jihad that are still sort of roaming. Yeah.
Are you talking about Deir el-Balach, maybe?
Yeah, so Deir el-Balach, thank you.
Deir el-Balach.
Yes. But also what worries me, Eric and M and maybe Noya, is the fact that I saw many reports here that Hamas is building again in northern Gaza. This is something that is really came out.
Disrupted it. The lookouts, sorry, Iris, to bother you. The lookouts were identifying several locations, and exactly today the Air Force has bombed. They started building it and they bombed it.
Yes.
Yeah.
So,
but are they
it's
trying
worrying.
to?
It's worrying me.
Are they trying to reconstitute forces per se, or are they trying to just project the veneer of being in control of the Gaza Strip to the civilian population and using their security agents and their quote-unquote civil servants just to tell Gazans that they still run the Strip and that they are still the de facto sovereign? Is it about reconstituting forces? Do Eric?
No, it's more number two. It's more number two.
Yeah, more number two. Yeah.
The latter and the latter.
Yeah, yeah.
Right. Let's go to Janice first.
Okay,
Go
now
ahead,
I
Janice.
just want to say that
Go ahead, Iris,
the story of the dead hostages is coming out on Israeli TV. Ohad Chaimon is talking about it on Channel 12. They talk about the 32, and now they're saying that there is like that examining 20 more that are probably not alive. So this is really, the story is coming out now, and they're talking about it, and it's so painful for many of us. It's painful to the families, and yeah, we're gonna hear about
Iris, what's the confirmed number of hostages still in captivity? Before the
136. 136.
So
with the New York Times reporting that 32 are now, well, not just the New York
so
Times,
32
media
are saying that are now,
and another 20 that might be,
and also another 20. That's what I waited for. That it would
20 is not confirmed yet.
No, 20 are not confirmed. 20, there is like they need to check, but that's a huge number, to be honest.
So best case scenario, 136 are still alive. Second best is 104, and worst case scenario, 84 hostages only remain alive.
Think about it, right?
Yeah, well, I have an idea why that number is shrinking, but
Oh my God. Tell me later.
No, this is pure speculation. This is a very sensitive matter, so even speculation shouldn't be allowed. But yeah, well, when the time comes, maybe in private.
We'll talk about it in private, of course. Mm-hmm. No, I'm not sharing for those things I know already for weeks. I don't share it because I take care of the families, and I think Israel needs to people need to restrain their mouths. I'm sorry. It's people's lives here, it's families, it's Israel, it's everything. But now that it's out, we'll talk about it.
If anyone remembers Munich, it was the first statement that all hostages were safe, only to be denied a couple of hours later when the hostages were killed at the airport. But yeah, I don't want to go there. There's no point. Let's go to Elvis first, and then Brian. Go ahead, Elvis, and then we pivot back to covering Ukraine. Go ahead, Elvis. Sorry.
Manishma, I want to just not tiptoe around the Rafah border. Obviously, all the weapons are coming from there. I was kind of wondering why Israel.
Can you prove? No, all the weapons are not coming from there.
Definitely.
The weapons were smuggled between 2011 and 2019.
Okay,
And
I don't know
and
that then.
and the well, do you trust the IDF release statements?
Yeah, I trust whatever
Okay,
IDF says.
so the IDF says over the last few weeks, the IDF has been saying that they have been discovering local workshops that manufacture weapons, munitions, and rockets. So no, there is no proof whatsoever that smuggling operations are still ongoing between the Sinai and the Gaza Strip through the Rafah border crossing, specifically the Rafah border crossing. But go ahead, Elvis.
You still need to have materials for those workshops. That has to come from somewhere.
Yeah, well, the Israeli report that says the unexploded munitions dropped by the IDF during or throughout their rounds of fighting with Hamas were used to extract explosive material that was used to build munitions and build rockets and etc. etc. Yeah.
Why haven't they tried to take the Rafah border now?
Who?
Israel, IDF. I believe that
Because
it's a very
because
complicated situation.
It's a very
yeah, because no one wants to go to war against the second and third field armies.
Okay.
Egyptian, that is.
That'll immediately start a war if
Yes.
Israelis.
Yes, we will attack the IDF if that happens. Yes, we will. And the Egyptian Central Military District 9th Armored Division is on the highest alert in years and conducted a full war inspection. And also the 4th Division of the 3rd Field Army conducted a full war inspection, plus the 2nd Field Army across all its divisions. So yes, we will.
Let me emphasize something.
They're going to have to eventually control the border.
Elvis, let me emphasize something, and it's good. You're right. They will have to eventually control the border. That's okay. I understand what you're saying. You have to understand very carefully and very importantly that the coordination between the Israel Defense Forces and the Egyptian army is shoulder to shoulder. They stand shoulder to shoulder and they coordinate everything. The level of communication is extremely high. There are no surprises. That is one of the foundations of the peace accord with Egypt and the coordination between the Egyptian military and the Israeli military when it comes to mutual threats. And make no mistake, Hamas is a mutual threat to both countries, as was ISIS in the Sinai, as were other organizations that have conducted attacks against Egyptian and Israeli alike. So when it comes to Rafah, which is a very important and strategic place, of course, but it is also very sensitive, I can assure you that there is the highest level of communications and coordination taking place at this moment between the Egyptian military and the IDF.
Okay.
Nothing else to add, Elvis, before we move to the last remaining hands and move on?
I'm all for going for Hezbollah next. That's all I'm saying. As soon as the better.
That's actually a better strategy. Instead of trifling with Cairo, you might as well just pick a fight with Hezbollah because they are definitely picking a fight with you. Let's go rapid fire.
The IDF conducted a number of strikes in the last hour against targets in southern Lebanon.
Yes, they have been hammering them pretty hard. Brian, Janice, Noya, and we pivot back to covering Ukraine. Go ahead, Brian.
Just real quick, because I think Janice was actually ahead of me, but thanks, Em, and everybody. Two quick things. One, just getting back to this, how many Hamas divisions are left to state, I guess, probably the obvious, but just because the divisions exist, meaning the people are alive, doesn't mean they're remotely combat ready. So I wouldn't necessarily draw too many conclusions by how many divisions are quote unquote left. The other thing sounds a little bit off topic, but it's probably not. If people care for the sake of Ukraine and or Israel, who the next president of the United States is going to be, the United States Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia just ruled today that President Trump cannot have immunity from criminal prosecution for acts he performed when he was in office. That will go very quickly to the United States Supreme Court. They will affirm it, and the prosecutions will continue. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Brian. Robin, go ahead first, please, if you need to make a statement before you go.
No, just thanks for everybody. I'm going to drop down now, and Tracy will take over for a little while. Thank you. It's been a great session. Bye bye. Slav Ukraini. Amisochai.
Forum Slava, may peace prevail. Thank you so much, Robin. And welcome, Tracy, when you get into the hot seat. And Christopher, I believe, will be replacing me. We have just been joined by Colonel Spencer. He takes the lead. Go ahead, sir. Rangers lead the way.
All the way. So one issue with what Brian said was Hamas battalions, not divisions. I certainly hope that there isn't divisions.
Sorry about that. My
It's
bad.
okay. And I have been trying to watch that number because originally when the war started, there was an estimation of 30 battalions, but now we're down to 24 with, I think, Eric, you said 20 eliminated and 4 remaining?
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. Last update yesterday was 24 battalions total, was the final estimate, with 20 of them now dismantled.
Right, which is about
2 of them in the Khan Yunis and central Gaza area, Deir al-Balah, scattered basically, and 2 that are estimated full battalions in the Rafah area.
Yeah, I was actually interested, Eric, on what the ISW was reporting on the division level. So IDF division clearing operation that was required, I think, in was it central Gaza? No, northern Gaza.
Northern Gaza.
Yeah, but it was a division raid, which is a weird wording. Maybe it's just
might have been mistranslated.
Yeah, ISW. Yeah, I mean, I could see a clearing operation to continue mopping up operations, but
yeah, that's what's going on. They have an estimated. They've estimated that there are 6,000 Hamas and Islamic Jihad fighters, and we're talking the hardcore jihadists, hardcore extremists fighters in northern Gaza at this time.
Yeah, which is not abnormal. I mean, people see these maps and they think it's kind of an easy. In past urban battles, you couldn't even go into the same house, even if you had cleared it, without clearing it again, just because they're intermixed into the environment. While you can take away a lot of their military capability, to get all of those takes time, and clearing of the terrain is as important as finding the enemy combatants, because usually in an urban battle, the best way to identify the combatant is that he shoots at you. So if they're trying to intermix and trying to hide and trying to survive, while the IDF can clear an area, it's not abnormal for then there to be lots more of fighting going on as the enemy has blended in, pops up, and gets back into that environment just based on the size. Eric, is there anything that shows how many divisions of the IDF are still deployed to Gaza?
I haven't seen anything recently, but I can look for you. I'm not sure that the IDF has disclosed those specific numbers in the last 24 to 48 hours. They may have, and I just need to look.
Yeah, I'm just
but
curious.
I know that they've been scaling back overall. Yeah, absolutely.
I try to tell you, John, if you want.
Yeah, absolutely. And it doesn't have to be on the net. I mean,
ahead,
you can do a DM or private. I mean, I just remember
what?
Back to the 5 brigades that were downsized out of Gaza, but I haven't seen lots of updates since then. And I don't need that to be open source, but I'm just curious if you have a division level clearing operation in northern, you have heavy fighting, probably the main effort in Khan Yunis, while shaping operations and preparing forces for Rafah, and also the movement of the IDPs to a safer area that will be required once the Rafah operation begins. So I mean, it sounds like a lot of manpower.
I'll send you the update that I got earlier this morning, and that should give you some more information.
Okay, great. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Thank you, sir. Let's go quickly to Noya and then Janice before we hand over to Tracy and Christopher for pivoting back to Ukraine. Go ahead, Noya.
Yeah, actually, I wanted to be the person who closes the subject before the Ukraine thing, because I always like to end up with something that has to do with Russia and Ukraine. So it will be nice if you can go to Janice, and I will wrap it up after.
Sure, go ahead, Janice.
Thank you. So I remember a few weeks ago, maybe a month ago, the IDF, we bombed Rafah area, and we coordinated with Egypt. They were aware there was no problem, as Eric said. We stand shoulder to shoulder, and it seemed like the Philadelphia corridor started to cause a little tension, friction. But this is only what I read in the media. I don't know what's really happening. So my question to you is, well, number one, true, there is no proof that there are tunnels, but we don't know that. We have not been able to search for tunnels. It's very possible there are still tunnels that exist, might not be many. I mean, nobody can put a number on it because we haven't looked yet. And there's tunnels everywhere else. So, anyway, so my question to you is, why are you so insistent that Egypt and Israel could actually go to war if there became a problem with Rafah or the Philadelphia corridor, or when they've had this peace agreement for quite a long time, and they seem to be able to work things out, and the economy, from what I understand, sucks in Egypt. So that's
Yeah,
why.
so there is no coordination on any Israeli strikes inside Rafah. When the IDF or the Israeli Air Force attack targets of opportunity or targets that are tracked inside Rafah, they do not coordinate with the Egyptian authorities, they do not coordinate with the Egyptian security establishment, and certainly they do not coordinate with the Egyptian armed forces when they take out those targets. That's the first point. The second point, when it comes to tunnels, if there are tunnels, point them out, we will deal with them. So far, there is no proof whatsoever that there are tunnels connecting the Gaza Strip with the Sinai Peninsula, because the Egyptian Army Corps of Engineers took steps and measures between 2016 and 2019, locating more than 1,500 tunnels, destroying them using a combination of explosives and detonation, as well as flooding them with seawater and sewage. If there is intelligence about tunnels connecting the Gaza Strip to the Sinai Peninsula that actually dug beyond the 5-kilometer buffer zone along the borders between the Gaza Strip and the Sinai, we are more than happy to deal with them if the Israeli security establishment and the IDF elect to share that information with us. When it comes to the Philadelphia corridor is governed by the Philadelphia Accord of 2005, which was concluded after the unilateral disengagement withdrawal of the IDF from the Gaza Strip. It is open to amendments as post-war arrangements and discussions. Now, I'm not saying that Egypt will go to war against Israel. I'm saying that the Egyptian Prime Minister and the Egyptian President, both of them stated that any influx of Palestinian refugees into Egyptian sovereign territories, any displacement of Palestinians outside of the Gaza Strip into Egyptian territories is a red line that millions of Egyptians are willing to die to prevent. The 2nd and the 3rd Field Army in this case will attack the IDF, and the peace treaty will collapse. Professionals understand this. The 2nd and the 3rd Field Armies will not stand by idle and watch Palestinian refugees go into Egyptian territories because the IDF is operating in the Rafah direction or operating alongside the Egyptian borders. The Egyptian army will attack the IDF. And that scenario should be avoided.
And totally understand, and they have a reason. I only have one more question, and thank you, Em, for your insight once again. Spencer, wanted to ask you a quick question. If we're going to go into Rafah, which looks like we definitely need to, how do you foresee us getting 1 million refugees back into northern Gaza? How do you see that manifesting? I can see them rioting and saying we're not going anywhere and we're tired and we're sick of it. And how do you foresee that happening?
Just hang on, Janice. Colonel Spencer dropped. I'm bringing him back up. Go ahead, sir, if you can speak. I'm sure you heard Janice's question. She was asking about, sir, Janice was asking about moving 1 million refugees back to the northern sector of the Gaza Strip and how you see that manifesting.
Sorry, I didn't catch M's reply. I heard Janice's question, but what did you say, M?
Regarding what, sir?
I don't know. I was transitioning up, coming back up to answer Janice's question.
No, I was repeating Janice's questions.
So I mean, I have no insider information, but clearly, the operation will be approached differently, just like we saw operations in Gaza City were different than what is in Khan Yunis because it had a much higher civilian residency still there despite the evacuation notices. So I mean, it isn't impossible to contain the actual main combat area to portions of Rafah while the IDP location near Rafah is still there. Ideally, you'd want to move them either back into areas of northern Gaza. There is a way to do that. There is presence to do that, establishing basically search areas, establishing a route, have all the people pass through those route, and then transition back into northern Gaza. I'd have no idea what the plan is. There, again, people believe that Gaza itself is one continuous urban area. It's not, but there are limitations just based on logistics of where those populations are moved to be in a safer area. Ideally, you want to move them to a place where Hamas is not and Hamas tunnels are not. But I have no. There are a few ways in which it could happen to include, like they did in Khan Yunis, having a very systematic approach, but intelligence drives operations as well. So it'll be based on what intelligence is driving, what areas in the Rafah area. Again, the how the operation. But I think there's lots of planning, shaping operations that are going on right now to facilitate that.
Oh, thank you so much, sir. Let's go to Noya, I guess, to end the segment. Go ahead with your closing statement, Noya.
Yeah, it's not exactly a closing statement, but I just wanted to point out a theme that might be helping you guys to go seamlessly to the Ukrainian and Russia war. So you probably heard that in Iran they announced officially on an IRGC military drill that will be combined together with the navy of the IRGC, of Russia and China, and some more countries that will be announced. They are attending to do that before the end of the Iranian year, which means probably the end of this month, latest beginning of next month. So I think it's something worth talking about since Russia is involved and he does have obviously some sort of plans that has to do with Ukraine as well, that will probably be exercised in that kind of a drill as well, to exchange some sort of military capabilities or military training abilities. So yeah, I just wanted to throw that in the room, and maybe if you have something to add on that, because I have zero information on that except of what I just said.
Well, that's a huge topic for discussion. So actually, we can start the segment tomorrow discussing this because I actually need to look into it first. So whatever you're looking at, please send it to me first. I'll look into it and just add it to the agenda of tomorrow. We already ran the clock here 20 more minutes than we should have. But thank you so much for that, Noya. Please send me what you're looking at, and I'll look at it, and then we'll add it to tomorrow's agenda. And with that said, and welcome Dan as well. I'm sorry we didn't get a chance to talk today. Maybe if you can join us earlier tomorrow. I would like to thank everyone for being with us the last 2 hours. Thank you, Robin, for co-hosting alongside me. And thank you all for joining us, Iris, Noya, Colonel Spencer, Sir Brian, the highest legal authority in the IRGP, the Internet Revolutionary Guard Penguins. Make sure to look out for penguins on Twitter. We're taking over Twitter to the point that some IRGC folks are just posting photos about lions eating penguins, which just is unreal at this point. Also, Eric, thank you so much for joining us as well. Your insight on the Northern Front, Lebanon, and Hezbollah is always very valuable. And we will see you again tomorrow, 9 a.m. Eastern Standard, 4 p.m. local, Kiev, Tel Aviv, Cairo. And with that said, welcome, Tracy. And I believe you will be joined shortly with another co-host who will be taking my seat. And we will pivot back to covering Ukraine. So thank you again, everyone. And Tracy, you have the con. See you again tomorrow, everyone.
Bye, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone. That's much appreciated and much appreciated. I was listening intently there. And of course, thank you to Robin as well, who was no doubt working very hard, doing all the technical details in the background. So always lots to contribute, no matter how we do it. This is what we do here. We all contribute what we can. So hello, everybody. Thank you for having me. Please stick around. We will be bringing you up to date on everything that's been happening in and around Ukraine, and of course covering all the important national, regional news, etc. And if we have time, Christopher and I will cover a few other interesting topics that we have put to one side for you. There's been some interesting developments going on, some interesting information coming out from Ukrainian government about various different things, from the Ministry of Defense, from demining, information from the Prime Minister, all sorts of different things. So welcome, everybody. Of course, you are at MriyaReport, and we are 24/7, as you well know. So please give us a retweet. Let everybody know that we will be talking about Ukraine and bringing everybody up to date with all the news. I'm just waiting for my fellow co-host to join me. So Christopher will be popping up shortly. So whilst Christopher does that, let's give you some of the morning's numbers. So I'm pleased to say there is no Air Force data for today. So that's of course good, because that means that there was no attack overnight by Russia. Sorry, no main attack, should I say, because of course they're always attacking along frontline regions in various different ways with various different types of artillery, grads, tanks, etc., and many other things which my non-military mind is not capable of listing off the top of my head, but you all get the picture, and many of you already know the situation. So fortunately though, no big attack overnight in terms of missiles and drones. However, naval forces reported this morning that in the Black Sea there was one enemy ship, which is a carrier of a Caliber cruise missile. Now that has a total salvo of up to 4 missiles. Now that's a launch from yesterday, because there were none yesterday. So let's go on to the enemy losses for today, the all-important eliminated enemy losses. So we have 1,020 eliminated invaders. That's a slight increase on yesterday. So of course that intensity doesn't stop. But all those eliminated invaders means many Ukrainian lives saved. So 17 tanks, 35 APCs, 18 artillery systems, 1 anti-aircraft warfare system, 41 vehicles and fuel tanks, wow, and 10 special equipment. Goodness me, 10 special equipment, fantastic. That's excellent. I'm really pleased to see these eliminated, although every day I'm more and more intrigued by how many of these things that they have left. So let's look at demining figures for today. We have 344.98 hectares of land examined and cleared by the State Special Transport Service, and 368 lives saved at least due to removing all those explosive items. So that's that's a high amount. That's a big increase from yesterday, 368. That's one of the highest totals that I've seen, actually. The highest I think previously has been around the 300 figure. So That's a good achievement. So all those devices that we helped to purchase, that all you listeners helped to purchase by donating and retweeting that fundraiser when we did that for mine detecting devices, you are all helping save those lives every day. So let's see if Christopher has managed to join us yet. Christopher, you have arrived. Good morning.
I have. Thank you very much. How do I sound?
A little echoey, but manageable.
Okay. Yeah. No, I'm at work, so I have my headphones on. So every once in a while, I will be asked to probably do some work, but I will try to avoid that as much as possible. I'm kidding. I actually come in quite early, and then I take my break with this, and then I work a little bit later. So they get their hours from me. Yeah, it's interesting, this Iran. I've never really taken what Iran or Iraq or Syria, the governments, that is, very seriously. I always think that there's a lot of posturing going on, and I'm still not of the opinion that this isn't a bunch of posturing for their own internal audiences. But I haven't had a chance to look at it. It just seems that the places that are covering the story of the places like the Times of India and Tehran Times and Middle East and Al Jazeera. There's a lot of I don't see yet anything being picked up by more Western news sources. And so I don't know. It's interesting. I'll keep an eye on it. I appreciate the little heads up that we received from the young lady who just finished out the segment with M and Robin. Interesting. It's been going on for a while. It looks like they've been talking about this, kind of bolstering their presence in the Red Sea area, bolstering their presence by saying that they're there to keep the ships safe and keep maritime activities safe. And I don't know. It just doesn't seem. Looks like they're adding some missile capacity to some of their warships, but I can't imagine them mounting too much of a particular offense to something like the British Navy or the U.S. Navy. But we'll keep an eye on it. I'm not a ship person. I'm nor a boat person, by the way. But Gunny maybe will be able to, if he's around, pop up and pontificate in his innumerable Gunny style of what he sees as the threat from this. Anyway, back to you, Tracy. Hi, good morning.
So yes, Christopher, of course, you are one of these amazing people that has to do paid work as well. So thank you very much for joining me here today. So let's continue, shall we? I was thinking, as we were just covering the enemy losses, let's continue with that theme and look at some of the military updates that we have. So the Institute for the Study of War said today that the armed forces succeeded in advancing to the southwest of Avdiivka, in particular the northeast of Nevelsky. Currently, battles are actively being fought in the following directions. So to the northwest of Avdiivka, in the area of Novobakhmutivka and Stepove, and to the west of Avdiivka near Tonenke and Severne. Also to the southwest of Avdiivka near Pervomayarsky and Nevelsky. So that's what the Institute for the Study of War had to say today. So a couple of more interesting bits of analysis I was reading regarding Avdiivka in particular. So now is one of the most difficult periods in the defense of Avdiivka, which of course we've been hearing about over the past, well, a good few weeks now. So, of course, we know that this is in particular a political target, should we say, for the indicted child snatcher, and Russia in particular in their, well, of course, he wants to do that before these, what do you call them? I can't really call them elections coming up in Russia because they're not real elections, are they? But you get my point. These faux elections, let's call them that. I like that. Director of the information and consulting company Defence Express, Serhiy Zigorets, noted that the enemy entering the streets of the northern part of the city creates a risk for the route, which is the logistical route of Avdiivka itself, which of course we've heard Chuck Farrer explaining about this, and I believe Language Learner may have touched on this last night. Is that right, Christopher? Can you remember? I was trying to listen, but I was busy doing other things as well, so I was kind of half listening at some points, but I think Language Learner covered that area last night.
Oh, he might have, but unfortunately, it's all a blur to me. I can go back and look at his transcript if we need to.
Well, of course, it would make sense because it is one of the most hottest areas at the moment. So back to this interesting report here. So they talk about the direction from the north, and where keeping the enemy in that zone is actually the northern approaches to Avdiivka. That's what they're talking about. But the main dynamics are developing in the north of the city itself, where there is an advance of the enemy to the area, which is located relatively between Kokoshokim and Avdiivka itself, which I must admit I can't locate that area off the top of my head. So there the enemy made an advance on the weekend, taking advantage of the bad weather, which made reconnaissance quite difficult, and the artillery was working less, the military expert noted. And according to him, due to the fact that the enemy has entered the streets in the north of the city, there is a risk that in the northern parts of the city, where the fighting is going on, there is about 1.5 kilometers or less on the main road, which is the logistical route for Avdiivka itself. So I remember Chuck Farrer speaking about this the other night and talking about because there's been some press about them being encircled, and much made by the Russians of the increase of the amount in forces in various different areas. Well, of course, always be careful what the Russians are saying. That's my thing. Of course, we know that they very often do not tell the truth. In fact, I would say 99.9% of the time, they do not tell the truth. And when they do, they only sprinkle that grain of truth in there just to suck you into believing the rest of the nonsense that they're talking about. So, of course, the situation is not stabilized in general. In the most responsible area in the southeast, the enemy has been stopped and the soldiers are not allowed to gain a foothold. And coming back to what Chuck Farrer said, I don't want to put words into his mouth, but what I took from his assessment was that he didn't think that they would be encircled. But of course, no one can say that 100%. But if things change, that's the way it looks at the moment. And the armed forces of Ukraine are very, very clever, and I think they will have definitely made considerations for this long before anything like this happening. And in fact, sometimes I just wonder how much they're sucking those Russian soldiers in, because however difficult it's getting, you cannot deny the armed forces of Ukraine are absolutely smashing it, as we say, Christopher. They're doing incredibly well. In fact, actually, that reminds me of, I was looking at the figures from Mikhailo Fedorov earlier. So, he gives out the figures from the drone army, doesn't he? So the losses that enemy losses that have happened due to the drone army in particular. So this is drones that are figured in that drone army. And many of them are taken up through the Brave One cluster and designed by Ukraine, sometimes from scratch, with people's designs that are submitted. Sometimes they help start from halfway through various different stages, in fact. So let's have a look here. Minus 141 occupiers are the result of the strike units. 67 UAV strike companies operating at the front, which fight only with drones, over the past week hit 44 tanks, 74 armoured fighting vehicles, 14 warehouses with ammunition and fuel. That's just, wow, that's incredible, isn't it? 67 UAV strike companies operating at the front. I didn't know that. Did you, Christopher?
No, I'm sort of ignorant on the numbers. It's always impressive to me to hear them, but then I'm not really, don't have that kind of background. I did pull up languages, excuse me, his text and the map that he uses from Andrew. So I have that for my own reference here, if you need me for that. Back to you.
Oh, yes, please, fantastic. And that gives me the opportunity to say I think I need to recycle because I have no mute all button. If you can do that right now.
I don't have one either.
Oh, that's interesting, isn't it? Maybe we shouldn't have given that secret away.
Oh no. Well, no. Well, maybe we didn't
just
pay.
have to
Maybe
use
we didn't.
individual mute instead.
Yes, maybe we didn't pay the bill on time. Back to you.
Well, at least we have individual mute. There is always a backup. So I guess we would need to ask the technical people in the background what we need to do about this little problem then. Maybe recycle in turn. I don't know, Christopher.
I don't know. We could try, but all right. It's strange that both, because I recycled right before I came up. So I completely cleared out of the app, rebooted my phone and came back. So I could try to be fresh.
Well, let's see what people say in the background and carry on, shall we? So are you able to go over what language said right now?
Yeah, where do you want me to start? Hold on, let me pull up his paste pen.
Well, does he mention Avdiivka in particular? That's because that's what I was just talking about. So I guess that's a relevant place to start.
Okay, how is he going to spell that?
Well,
there's so many ways to spell it.
Yes, there are so many ways to spell it.
Because it's along, let me see. Sumy, Chernov, Kharkiv, Kyiv, Central Ukraine, Belarus, Western. Okay, so let's go further down. He is very organized.
Like near Bakhmut, I think.
Yep, Kramatorsk, Bakhmut, Avdiivka. Okay. So he says the situation in Avdiivka has deteriorated as Russian forces appear to have made considerable gains to the north of the city and smaller ones to the southwest. They are supported by heavy Russian airstrikes, mainly newly contesting a wide area of the north residential districts. Ukrainian soldiers in the region have expressed concern about the situation, stating it is becoming untenable. 950 people remain in the city. Evacuation is incredibly challenging. 40 barrages are recorded a day. Russia launched 31 attacks towards Avdiivka and 13 attacks towards Kramatorsk in the last 24 hours, or a new assault about every 35 minutes. Reportedly, M1A1 tanks attached to the 47th Brigade are expecting action in this region. Russians shelled Pokrovsk, damaging heating infrastructure for about a day before repairs were made. How's that?
That's fantastic. Thank you very much. So let's see what's happening. We're just waiting for some answers. So let's go back to what I was covering, unless you wanted to continue, Christopher, sorry.
Well, we could do the Donetsk. Well, he has Zaporizhia, Donetsk, and Southern Access. He also has Kherson, too. I mean, I can keep going. But it's fine. Which one do you want to hear? Odessa, Black Sea? Pick one, please.
Let's hear about Donetsk.
Okay, that's a short one. Donetsk, the Luhansk occupied areas. Russia attempted 14 attacks towards Novomykolaiv and Georgikaliv over the last 24 hours. Russia reportedly plans to institute a UAV assembly course for students in the occupied territories. Now, I remember him saying that. And something like shop class. Anybody who has shop class in high school or in college, you are going to be learning how to assemble drones. That sounds like a war crime. It sounds like forced labor, and it doesn't sound. It almost, doesn't sound. I don't know. I mean, as a little boy, I'd probably be interested. I mean, I'd be like a geek, but it's got to be horrible, right? You're being forced to take a Russian passport. You're being forced to go into a Russian your school being occupied by Russians, the curriculum changing, and then you are going to create drones that are going to be shot at your country. Yeah, that sounds pretty gnarly. Back to you.
Thank you, Christopher. So I think it looks like we have to recycle one by one and restart the apps. So we'll see how that conversation goes at the moment. But I don't know if you want to go first, as you were just speaking, and then I can try and carry on, or...
How about if I read through a couple of the other things that for those people who didn't get an opportunity to listen to language last night, he gives his updates. He's doing it, I think, 2 times a week now these days. I can keep going. So.
Sure, that sounds good. And I'll go first then. Thank you, Christopher.
You're welcome. Of course, ladies first. So, okay, this is Language Learner. Now, if you have, you go ahead and just at Language Learner in your Twitter X Twitter app, and you'll pop up. He has it up on the front of his timeline. He has the map that he was using from Andrew Perpetua, and also if you click through, you can get to the paste bin where he puts up the text from his report. So when he gives his report, he follows along with the text pretty well. It's pre-prepared. He does all that work in the background. It's a ton of work, actually, because if you look at the deep level of detail, and also it's cool because if you sat in and listened to his presentation, he uses a application that allows you to move. As he moves the map, you get to see the map move as well. And for me, where I'm a little bit geographically challenged, and because these are all written in Ukrainian, in Cyrillic, and then English below, I'm really challenged with trying to find where things are on this map. But having him move it along and watching it, and while he speaks about the region that he's going to be talking about, and it shows there, it makes it visually for me a lot easier to comprehend. So if you've never had a language learner lesson, you should stop in. We'll pop the cards up as he gets confirmed during the week, and absolutely should check him out. Now, so in the Zaporizhia, and Flock, you're going to have to correct my thing here, my pronunciation. Russia fired 144 barrages on 20 settlements in the south. Now, this is, I think he had said this was kind of like a weekend update, or an update for a couple of days. So the time frame I'm unclear on. So if it seems like a lot, maybe it's because it's over a period of longer than 24 or 48 hours. Okay, just putting that little editorial comment in there. On 27, they fired 144 barrages on 20 settlements in the south, as well as 27 UAV attacks in the last 24 hours. Okay, he qualified that. On February 2nd, Russia launched 24 Shaheds towards the Dnipro region. 11 were destroyed and 7 intercepted via EW for a total of 18 over 24. That's not bad. It's a pretty good interception rate. It's noted that the Ukraine allegedly has developed a nationwide EW jamming system of unknown scale and effectiveness believed to be built on a GPS/INS, which is the GNSS, which is Global Navigation Satellite System, I think. I had an excellent, if anybody wants an excellent primer on this, yeah, I posted it in my timeline a little bit while back, but there's a conference out in Portland, Oregon, this past summer called Teardown. And in the Teardown conference, there was a woman who was a researcher on this, and she gives an excellent, I sat in the presentation, I was out there at the conference, and she gives an excellent primer on everything that is about the satellite systems, the navigation systems, the various different kinds of bands in which everything operates, and it was really fun, actually. So it's there, it's up on that website, it's available on YouTube. It's from Teardown, and that's from a company called Crowd Supply, which is helps get entrepreneurial startup hardware off the ground. This is not an endorsement. It is just a point of reference in case anyone is interested in learning a little bit more about global navigation and positioning systems. Okay. Ukraine repelled 2 Russian attacks near Robotyne, and as Zelensky and his staff made visits to the troops in this area over the weekend. And I thought that was pretty intense, going and visiting the front lines. Also, giving an attaboy to all those folks that could probably use a little bit of a pat on the back. That's not why they're doing it, I'm sure, but it never hurts. At least I never thought so when somebody I respected came and said, thank you for doing your job. So the German public television channel ZDF gave a special report on the situation in Mariupol, which was condemned by the Ukrainian public media and others as being one-sided and revisionist and advancing the Russian narrative of, quote, life is normal here and better for Russian-speaking citizens, end quote. I had not seen that. If somebody has seen it, they could, if they DM me, that would be great. 5 Russian FSB agents were detained in Zaporizhzhia, Odessa, and Donetsk. And this is right up Tracy's alley. They had provided scouting reports on ZSU movements and some ammo depot locations. Very naughty boys, Tracy. Back to you.
Yes, very naughty beggars indeed. They need to meet the SBU for sure. Sorry, were you finished there, Christopher?
Well, I was going to give you a chance to respond. I'm finished with the Zaporizhzhia Southern Axis, but you know what? For some reason, my mute everyone button came up.
I know, we are fixed.
Oh, that's so nice. That's wonderful. Thank you to whoever fixed us. Back to you.
It seems we didn't need fixing after all, but never mind, let's not go there. That was just me and my silliness. So I've just noticed, as this just came out and it's relevant to what we're talking about, there is no advancement by the Russian Federation in the Kupiansk direction, and this was said the head of the press service of the Khortytsia direction. So he commented on the publication of the mass media of the alleged preparation by the Russian offensive in the Kupiansk direction, and the withdrawal of 500 tanks and 40,000 soldiers there. Of course, we talked about that Russian nonsense already. I think Mockers has mentioned that as well, as she said. Don't listen to the Russians. I don't know why at this point anybody actually listens to anything that the Russians say. It's just complete nonsense. Apart from that, like I said, tiny sprinkle of grain of truth that they throw in just to suck you into their nonsense and the rest of what they're talking about. So what else does he say? If we talk about personnel, it does not mean that all these 40,000 are simultaneously participating in the front line of the conflict. This is not so. It is the total number, which includes support units, signalmen, medics, and many others. And of course, this has been pointed out by many people that are much more qualified to talk about these things than I am, such as Chuck Farrer and language learner and other people. This number cannot be underestimated, however, he says, and we have been giving them advice for quite a long time in progress in this direction. It has been noted. So, in other words, you know, the Ukrainian armed forces are on it. If we know about it, they know about it much sooner than we do, and they will deal with it as is necessary to be dealt with, Christopher, I think. What do you think?
Oh, they should deal with it right away. Absolutely. Hang them high. Give them life.
But what all you can do to deal with it, all you lovely listeners, is you can all contact your representatives and advocate for Ukraine, advocate for more support, advocate for continued support if your representatives, local politicians, officials, whatever the names of them are in your respective countries, local ones, national ones, regional ones, any ones that will listen to you, keep telling them that you want them to do good if that's what they're doing. Keep telling them you want them to keep doing what they're doing. And most importantly, contact the ones that are not doing what you want them to, that are not understanding the situation, because the way we make more political will is by letting our officials know that we know the situation, we know what's going on, and they need to stop pretending to civil societies. I don't know if this happens in other countries, but I certainly know this happens in the UK. They're very good at telling us things after the fact and not before. They don't lie to us necessarily, but they will wait and tell us things after the fact. Or when they know that they cannot hide things, such as whenever they've got to take operations in what's going on in the Middle East, for example. So we need them to know that we know the situation, that we know that our societies should be gearing up for war. Our economies should be on a war footing. All of us in Europe, for sure, all of us surrounding, we're not in the UK, we're not exactly surrounding Ukraine, but in terms of where you consider where the USA is, for example, then I guess we are sort of surrounding them. Europe is surrounding them as a whole in general. But of course, it's wider than that, because it's democracies all across the world that need to do this. I mean, look at what Japan's doing. Of course, they're not exactly giving weapons because they can't. It's not in their constitution, but they have changed things. They have changed their stance on not providing any support whatsoever to a country that's at war. And they are providing a great deal of support in many, many other ways. Oh, sorry, War Dogger, you've got your hand up. I apologise, I'm just waffling along. Welcome, how are you today?
No reason to be sorry. Thank you so much, Tracy. It's so interesting. And like, you know, so many things are happening. Some things are happening like online in open media. Some things are happening as usually below the carpet, and like a lot of them are impacting what's on the radar. And like many things we know, like when somebody's saying, you know what, we start preparing something to be given to Ukraine, it means sometimes that is already on the front lines for some time, and some of them are already lost. That's also the reality, and like is pretty weird, strange, but very interesting, fascinating, but dangerous at the same time. That's, you know, as one Chinese old proverb says, and wishing something bad to an opponent, I wish you to live in the time of changes, right? That's actually the reality these days. And like to make this challenging period little bit nicer for you, for dear listeners. Remember, I've been inviting yesterday and day before yesterday for dear people, dear listeners, to check the pinned message in my profile, where there is something interesting we're going to do with some Polish friends, doing very good, and there is an intention. And related to that, I have one question. If dear listeners like something very fascinating for the collection related to Ukraine, and this is shiny Zippo, and like, yeah, you can get some interesting things if you get to my profile. I cannot say more because we agreed not to mention the things more in detail because of the C501 regulations, but it doesn't prohibit me to propose to our dear listeners a shiny Ukrainian symbol Zippo. And you know what? For the conditions to get the Zippo, so far, you will get the details if you get to my profile. So far, one beautiful person who calls himself Christopher James. Ah, yeah, I know the guy. He is the one who is leading to get Zippo so far. That's something I've got up today for you, dears. But just to be fair with those who already did their part participating, the things that you can check in my profile, just to make it fair for everybody, those who already participated can participate more, and I will sum up the result of the participation, and actually there is everything mentioned in one of the posts in my profile with the shiny Zippo. That's where I invite dear listeners to get. And I think that at the end of the story, we have possibility to get something interesting, shiny, doing the right thing in the right hands. Hugs and love from Ukraine.
Hugs and love.
You,
Sorry, go ahead.
there's not an embarrassment emoji. I'm going to need one. Thank you. That was very sweet of you. That was unnecessary, please. But it was very sweet of you. Yeah, I've got something cool though, Tracy. Whenever you think you want me to jump in.
Yes, sure. Go ahead, Christopher.
Okay,
Actually,
now
just before you do. Sorry.
Okay, I know. I got you, but I can't find my window. Dang, damn it.
Christopher.
Yes.
Just
Can you hear
before
me?
you do, yeah, just
Okay.
before you do, I just wanted to remind listeners that if you followed War Doggo previously, you need to go and follow him again, because this is a new account now, thanks to some Russian listening. Well, Chuck Farrer calls them guests. I could propose different words, but I will be polite and not say those words here. So go and follow War Doggo if you did previously, because this is a new and improved account for now, anyway, at least. Sorry, thank you, Christopher.
Oh no, that's an excellent PSA. Absolutely necessary. So, if you've ever had an experience where you've had a product that you can't troubleshoot yourself, you have to get on the phone with customer service, right? So how has people's customer services experiences been? Mine have ranged from gosh awful to mediocre, and every once in a while, I get like a really stellar representative on the other end of the phone, and they go like the 9 yards. And I have to say, most of those people have been a female sounding voice. So I will give the plug there, because I believe I have my own thoughts about that. Most of my interns and students over the last 2.5 decades that I've worked here, the best ones have all been women. So anyway, so shout out for that. But let's go to this one. So if your howitzer breaks down on the line, what do? Do you unsure what to do? You phone a friend. And guess who the friend is? It's the Americans. Soldiers have set up, they set up back in 22, a couple months after the war started, but they've really worked on a hotline situation. So this is from Task and Purpose, and I'll just go ahead and read it. It's not that particularly long. And it starts off, when a howitzer or a javelin breaks down on the front lines in Ukraine, soldiers there have a direct line back to American mechanics and experts to help get those sophisticated weapons back in the fight. I'll stop here for a second. You may remember that the Ukrainians who found a T-72 tank, and they couldn't quite figure out what was particularly wrong with it. So they called Russian tech support and got themselves somebody on the phone to help them repair the Russian tank. I thought that was pretty funny. That was a few months back. But anyway, back to the story. The Army credits that direct contact between soldiers in a fight and weapons experts, which it calls tele-maintenance. I think they could have come up with a better tagline, Tracy, I think, but okay. Which drastically reduces the amount of time Ukrainians have had to spend fixing broken weapons. Now, here's the kind of interesting thing, and then we've been talking about this. Sorry, I'm editorializing in the middle of this story, but this is something we've been speaking about for a long time, which is that the experiences of the Ukrainian soldiers in the war, right, in their fight and in their successes, have created new paradigms and new ways of doing things that will be incorporated into Western doctrine, military doctrine going forward, and they are some of the most innovative individuals out there. So this is also a nod to that. And because it says here, the Army may soon expand the telemaintenance concept to U.S. units, pushing repairs and maintenance that once might have meant a costly and time-consuming trip to a repair depot back to the front line. The Army's acquisition chief, and they were talking about this on Monday, which I guess is yesterday, because this was published February 5th. The quote here is, "It's remarkable, and we've never tried anything like that for ourselves." This guy's name is Doug Bush, the Army's Assistant Secretary of Acquisition, Logistics, and Technology. He said it at a Washington, D.C. think tank event. Now it's succeeded with Ukraine, we need to fundamentally rethink how we support our own maintainers in the field. Amazing, right? Who knew? Push it up to the point. Push it up to the point. The first remote maintenance distribution cell Ukraine, God, they have these wonderful long names for things, began providing American-made weapon equipment assistance to Ukraine forces in May of 22, less than 3 months after Russia invaded Ukraine. In July 22, the Army officially established the RDC-U in Jasoneka, Poland, to provide remote maintenance and repair assistance to Ukrainian soldiers on the ground. Since the U.S. military is not authorized to operate in Ukraine, the RDC-U conducts remote sessions with translators and a secure voice, video, and chat channels to guide their Ukrainian counterparts through the entire maintenance process for a weapon system. American troops have aided frontline Ukrainians with remote maintenance on heavy U.S. supplied weapon systems, including the M777 155mm howitzers, the M142 high mobility artillery rocket system, HIMARS, and Javelin anti-tank weapon systems. This is for Army's Material Command. A spokesperson named William King said that. With technology, the Army could have more effective ways to do more advanced repairs further forward, Bush said. These are all things that can save time and money versus bringing a tank back, for example, all the way back to the depot. That's not quite right on the sentencing. The Army is looking at telemaintenance and a large-scale training exercises in the Indo-Pacific, King said. So the telemaintenance may also be part of training at national centers at Fort Irwin, California, and Fort Polk in Louisiana. The American Ukrainian Support Cell began after the 87th Division's Sustainment Support Battalion deployed to the region to support Ukrainian forces in March of 22. Within a month of arriving, the battalion conducted informal hands-on training for 9 Ukrainian artillery technicians with 18 retrograde M777s. Service tickets from Ukrainian soldiers continued to flood in, and the Chief Warrant Officer, Tu Sun Kim, Armament Systems Maintenance Warrant Officer from the 87th Battalion realized the need for more efficient maintenance support. One service request was pending for over 2 weeks due to finite resources. He decided to host a video chat with 2 members from the Tank, Automotive, and Armaments Command. I love these names. 2 weapons experts and an interpreter via cell phone. We were their only resource, he said. Maintenance resources then opened for 24-hour communication, and soon American troops were able to help soldiers and battle equipment malfunctions they were experiencing on the front lines. Amazing. About time. Really nice. Good story from In Task and Purpose. Back to you, Tracy.
Well, thank you very much, Christopher. That was absolutely fascinating and very interesting indeed. All these things that are going on. And, you know, it's like War Doggo said, all the things that are going on behind the scenes as well, because, you know, I always imagine this thing, as many people do, that this is just the tip of the iceberg in terms of the information that we get. So it's always very interesting when we find out things like this and where they're getting support, etc. So thank you for that. On keeping on that theme, I guess I was just looking at something. This was actually was it yesterday or the day before? Let me have a look. From Ukhrboronprom, actually. So they reported that another 10 enterprises of Ukhrboronprom are now corporatized. So as part of the reform of the domestic defence industry, instead of the next 10 state defence enterprise business associations will be formed, the supervisory board of Ukhrboronprom made the decision at its second meeting. So after the registration, 8 enterprises will become limited liability companies. 2 of those will then be transformed into joint stock companies. As of today, we are one step closer to the final transformation of the state sector of the Ukrainian defence industry into a modern weapons industry. After the completion of the registration, we will already have 38 enterprises corporatized. The reform of the defence industry will contribute to the further development of technologies and production and will help to attract investments in the industry, build joint ventures with private partners, and in particular with leading international companies. It will be possible to effectively prevent manifestations of corruption, said the General Director of JSC Ukhrboronprom, and that's Herman Smetanin. Herman Smetanin. We are determined to work as intensively and effectively as possible, as required by the time and the tasks that are set before us. They're doing lots of reforms. So, of course, we've heard about the reforms that they did regarding corruption, and some very naughty beggars indeed were removed from those positions, as we've previously mentioned, Christopher. So they're continuing to do lots of different reforms in cooperation with what's going on with the defence industry. And, you know, along with all the people like, you know, Mikhailo Fedorov, for example, and all the things that he's doing and the dynamic things that he covers. Sorry, I'm just, whoops. I've got recycling boxes blowing down the street. Oops. Sorry, I got a bit distracted then because I thought somebody crashed in the road outside my street, but it's just the wind being, well, I can't say very naughty when you look at the things that individuals do in Ukraine. So now, Christopher, talking about Mikhailo Fedorov, the Minister for Digital Transformation, you will probably find this very interesting. I was looking at, where did I find it now? He reported recently that apparently there's a little bit of an anniversary for the, well, so I've heard somebody now pronounce this as Dia app, and of course I call it the Dia app. So I'm not sure which way it's meant to be pronounced, but maybe we should say Dia. We should ask a Ukrainian, shouldn't we? If we have any Ukrainians that can come and tell us the way that this is pronounced in Ukraine, that would be very helpful for us moving forward, and we would very much appreciate that. So 4 years ago, on the initiative of the president, they launched the state smartphone app. So that's how Dia appeared in Ukraine. During this time, they have gone from, well, strength to strength, really. They started with driver's licenses and technical passports, and then they became the first country in the world where a digital passport received the same power as a paper or plastic counterpart. Now there are already 14 digital documents in a smartphone, of course, via the app, and 130 online services. This is an opportunity to re-register a car, pay taxes, buy military bonds, pay for drones, apply for IDP status, even apply for house reconstruction, which we reported recently. File documents for a car, open an FOP, and use the Emalatio service. I'm not sure what that is, but that's obviously another service that they have. And since the beginning of the full-scale war, it's become a lifeline, really, for many Ukrainians.
Did you hear about the small snafu that it had?
I did.
It crashed, but it didn't crash because somebody was hacking it. It crashed because somebody was loving it. And high volume during voting in the Eurovision 2024 representative from Ukraine that the app decided that there was too many users all at once, and it crashed. That's you.
Yes, I thought that was rather amusing, and it's a good test, isn't it, for if they ever want to do voting via this app. Voting for elections, for example, they would clearly need to consider the traffic, the amount of traffic. I shouldn't laugh, really, but of course, these are the things that we all deal with in this digital age.
Well, it's on a rather innocuous kind of thing that it showed a little bit of a weakness, and that's much better.
Is it me or Chris is down?
Hello. I don't know who is speaking. Banas, how are you?
Okay. Maybe unintended, Christopher. Go ahead, Benna.
You were just very choppy coming in and out. I wanted to check if it was my connection or yours.
Okay, how do I sound now? I'm sitting down now.
You sounded fine to me. I think possibly it was your connection, Benas. Okay, I got distracted. What were we talking about then, Christopher? The Dia app. That's what we were talking about. And the service.
How do you pronounce those two I's together? That's one for me. Maybe if Flock has time, you can come and tell us.
So I always try to compare to other words that I hear Ukrainians say, or of course it's not always exactly the right thing to do, because it's not always apples for apples, as the saying goes. But I will use the example of the previous, what's her name, Hannah Maliar. So she has the Y, it's Maylar. So Maliar. Sorry, when you have the Y there, it's Maliar, the way they pronounce it. And then I've noticed much of the time the I is pronounced as an I rather than an I, if that makes sense. I don't know if that helps, Christopher. That seems to help me with some words, but this is why I go with the Dia, but I could be completely incorrect and just making incorrect in comparisons there. I really wish we had somebody who is Ukrainian to tell us this thing. I have to remember when somebody Ukrainian pops up on the speaker panel to ask this question. I think it's a very interesting question.
My computer is telling me Daya from the pronunciation, how to pronounce website. It's kind of cool. They it gets 3 out of 5 vote. Yeah, Daya, I guess is how it's telling me how to pronounce it.
Well, that gets us away from my accent and making it sound like an animal or your dear old Nam or something. Anyway, let's get back to what they were saying about that, shall we? Unless you've got anything else you want to add, Christopher?
No, ma'am. Sticky fingers.
So let's have a look. They've now got a Dear Business as well, of course. So that's something else that's been added to it. So there's lots of different things that they have, and the surveys that have been added are absolutely incredible. Anyway, it's the birthday, I guess, is what I was getting at for the anniversary. So 4 years. That's quite a long time, isn't it? When you think about it. I'm not sure if I really knew how long it had been going anyway, or it's something that had crossed my mind, to be honest. But it's certainly well established now. And as I said, it's going from strength to strength. So the Dia app is doing fantastic. Compared to last year, they've increased the capacity 5 times. Let's have a look. There's a record number of users in actions for the entire history. Instead of 800 requests per second, it's 15,000 requests per second. Wow, that's a lot, isn't it? I mean, I guess I don't know how many. I don't know having a perspective on these things anyway, because I don't know these technical details. But so together they are writing the history of the largest development of the digital state in the world. This is what Mikhailo Fedorov said himself. The situation is already stabilizing. That's when they're talking about I'll forget the name now. Sorry, I'm just not with it this last few days. I apologize, everybody. What am I trying to think of? What you were just talking about, the outage then, Christopher, because of that increase in traffic.
When they were voting for Eurovision 2024 for their
Yeah.
candidate.
Yeah, it's quite an increase, isn't it? From like, what was it, 8,000 to 15,000 then?
Yeah, and even more. But so there's a little bit, Wikipedia, not my favorite source, but it does have other sources, which are well cited anyway. So it was presented on September 27th, 2019 by the Ministry of Digital Transformation as a brand of state in a smartphone project. So it was kind of like that incubator project. What is that? The one something? Anyway, so yes, thank you. The creation of the mobile app and a web portal that would have all the services provided by the state to citizens and businesses. And now there are over 130 government services. And eventually they're saying that they're going to give everything over. But what I thought was interesting is looking at the sort of step by steps. Do you mind if I didn't want to interrupt. Do you mind if I go through it?
No, go ahead, Christopher. That gives me the perfect opportunity to finish my retweet, which you can also all retweet if you don't mind when I've done it. Thank you, Christopher.
No problem. So I guess one of the things that I think about with anything that's happening with Ukraine is what is the applicability of it? I should say not anything. I'm sure the innovations that are happening, the workarounds that are happening, the idea of the article that I just read from Task and Purpose about proving that the teleconference, the telemaintenance thing that they came up with out of necessity from the American side works. So, and implementing it. So on this case, my thought would be, how could we implement something? What would the steps be to implement it here in the US, even in somewhat of a limited form? Because if you have any experience dealing with various different government web portals, you'll find, at least in my experience, I've found that some are better than others. but there's not a particular consistency across them. And certainly it's going to be difficult to have consistency from state to state because each state basically controls its own. So in the sort of timeline here of what the app was, in 2020, in October, there was a summit. They presented the first major upgrade of both the app and the web portal, branded Dia 2.0, another fun name. And documents were added to the app, ability to share documents, push messages, expanded the portal, expanded the number of available services to 27 back in 2020, including the ability to register a private limited company in half an hour. Wow, okay, good. Zelensky was there, announced that 2021 would enter the paperless mode of by prohibiting civil servants from demanding paper documents. So that was the thing that caught my eye. At the end of 2020, it had more than 6 million users and 50 available services. So what they did is in March 21, the parliament adopted a bill equating digital identity documents with their physical analogs. And then that year, after the bill was passed, the time frame was August of that year, citizens could use digital ID cards and passports for purposes while in Ukraine. So here's that thing where you would take sort of that first step. So in my thought process, if I was going to try to bring this into even a limited use here in the United States, one of the first things would have to be that there was an assuredness from a legal standpoint that what was being produced on the phone was equivalent to what the paper or plastic version, as Tracy was talking about, the passports, right? So that would sort of be the first step. And I'm wondering how well that would go over. I don't think not so much. I don't know. It's kind of difficult in some ways to think about it because in a lot of cases we have such a different structure of how people receive their information here. We have many people. There's a lot of people with cell phones and smartphones here, but they don't have them utilize them quite in the same way as they do in Europe and or in developing countries. It's kind of, there's this thing called leapfrog, technological leapfrog. So when a developing country leapfrogs over certain technologies because they have the availability of, say, the smart device, the mobile phone, you would be leapfrogging over the TV technology or the cable technology or even the desktop laptop technology because you have something that gets you further along. But here in the United States, we have a whole assortment of different platforms that people utilize for their information gathering. So I thought that was pretty cool. Be interested to track it to see how it does. So far, it looks like there's an e-participation index. In 2018, they ranked 75th. And in 2020, it ranked 46th. And I wonder what it ranks now. Doesn't say. But there's also let's see, despite visible successes, the implementation of the e-government was accompanied by problems. Data leakage became the main one. In May 2020, the data of 26 million driver's licenses appeared in the public domain on the internet. The Ukrainian government said the Dia app was not linked to a data breach, but it is impossible to say for certain. Any storage of official documents in electronic format is associated with the risk of their leakage. Well, yes, of course. In addition, the Dia application still has data protection issues that as the required protection system has not been implemented. And there's a citation required here but it's not cited. This is why Wikipedia isn't 100%. They do a pretty good job for people who try to keep it up. But this is also compounded by the country's weak data protection legal regime. And again, I don't know anything about that, so I can't, they give a reference, but it comes from a 2021 article yeah, and we'll have to see about that. Anyway, so there we go. That's their app. I think I don't think we can get it because we're not Ukrainian citizens, but it would be cool to be able to just see a demo. So I'm gonna search around as we're talking to see if somebody's put up a YouTube video that has a sort of demonstration of how the thing works. Back to you, Tracy.
Well, thank you, Christopher. That's really great to add that background. And like you say, just follow the chronology, of the development of as they've added things. I enjoy following that. Just recently becoming aware of the Minister of Digital Transformation and everything that they're doing, and finding out more about that just because of following those topics that you find interesting. So it's definitely great to see. In terms of the security and the data protection, I would think they'd be in a much better position now if that was 2021 when they said that. They've done a lot of different things, haven't they? We've seen even the SBU taking down cases, various protections put in place. And in fact, actually, the SBU reported themselves on the many thousands of attempts that they've stopped of hacking of various different government systems, not just this app, but, of course, a Ministry of Defence government systems in particular, and those types of things, which you would expect Russia to be hacking, of course, but we know that they do this everywhere. It's a strange world that we live in, that it's something that we have to almost become used to. But then at the same time, I don't want to normalise the fact that, we live in an age where Russia, not just Russia, but Russia's the main actor, is basically committing hybrid warfare and, information warfare and weaponising information with propaganda and hacking all over the world, etc. All these things that we talk about. Like I say, Russia's the main actor, but of course, they are not the only one that does this. Anyway, that was very interesting. Thank you, Christopher. So what shall we talk about now? Shall we look at what's happened around the regions today? There's been, unfortunately, some not so nice developments in a couple of the regions. But there's also been a few nice things to cover and some good news and things as well. What do you think about that, Christopher?
Let's go for it, please. Thank you.
So let's start with Donetsk, shall we? So in the Pokrovsky district, a person was injured in Avdiivka and Persia was shelled. The community was without casualties, though. In Kramatorsk district, they were fired upon. This was the report from first thing this morning. So I'll take you through that and bring you up to date on the latest details from each area. Bakhmut district, 3 infrastructure facilities were damaged. A school, a private house, 2 warehouses were damaged in one of the communities, and several communities were fired upon. The Russians shelled the areas of Donetsk region 6 times in one day. 114 people, including 25 children, were also evacuated from the frontline area. A family from Avdiivka, which moved to Novoselivka a year ago, was also forced to evacuate again for the second time because of Russians shelling that settlement. Unfortunately, we do hear about this happening. And people obviously take the most valuable documents with them. But in this particular occasion, with this family, they did not just take the documents, they also took the pets, I am pleased to report, because this is one thing that they do, they evacuate the animals as well. So in this case, with this family, there was 2 children, Christopher, aged 15 and 7, and 3 dogs and 4 cats in one family. How wonderful is that they've all been evacuated all together?
Can you imagine piling 4 cats into a car? I'm not sure I would want to be in that car. But okay, back to you.
I'm reminded of a video I saw recently. I'm not sure if I shared it with you and all the listeners. I hope I did at some point. But there was a video of a soldier. I think he was rotating out because he was going traveling back home, it said, with his cats, and he had, goodness me, I think there was at least 4 cats, and they were just all climbing around in the car, and one came up and nuzzled his face and kind of gave him a little kiss whilst driving. So I don't know, did I share that with you, Christopher? That was a wonderful video.
Yes, that was a very but it wasn't the cat wasn't freaking out, like clinging to the ceiling, kind of freaking out. The cat was very calm. Back to you.
Yes, all the cats were very well behaved, which I found very surprising, but not really when you look at all the evidence that we see of the way that animals are around Ukrainians. And, you know, in particular, I'm thinking of wild animals when I speak of this, because obviously they're not domesticated. They don't have the domesticated skills that domesticated animals do. But I've seen on many occasions such things like, holding out their hand and birds coming, you know, wild birds just coming to land on their hands and things like that. You know, all sorts of animals. Cows, I guess they're a bit more domesticated than wild. They're not exactly wild, are they? But they're not domesticated as such. But cows coming to soldiers in dugouts when they're trying to hide and conceal themselves. Beavers that refuse to leave trenches, and when they do leave trenches and are removed by soldiers, running straight back in again. That was a fabulous video. That's one of the things that will stick in my mind. One of the nice things, if you can take nice things from all this horrible stuff that's happening thanks to Russia. But anyway, I'm getting off the topic now. So I'll start me waffling about animals and I'll never stop. So I better get back to what's happening in Donetsk. So almost 9,000 families are still in the Donetsk region that have no electricity during the day. The energy workers are repairing the damage. And so I'll see what DTEC says about that, because that was this morning that they report that the 9,000 families were cut off. And of course, that's due to shelling. So DTEC are usually pretty good. In fact, I'll have a look at that now before I get distracted and forget, and tell you what the energy guys have been doing today, because these guys are fabulous. They have restored the substation that supplies the people of Kherson with water and heat. So that's not about Donetsk. So there's let's have a look. That will be in the previous post. Yes, so DTEC energy workers restored electricity to 713,000 families after shelling. That's a roundup of different figures. So it looks like 74 settlements are still completely without electricity. So they've managed to restore 8,825 of them so far. So I'm pretty sure those 74 will be connected before the end of the day, I would imagine. I would hope so. In most cases they are anyway, but if not, I'm sure that will happen pretty soon. So let's move on to Kharkiv then. In Kharkiv today, about 20 settlements were hit with enemy artillery. Mortar attacks and airstrikes were carried out in various settlements. At 2:30 a.m., a 3-story hotel was destroyed in the Bogodov district as a result of 2 strikes with S-300 missiles. Sadly, a 2-month-old boy died and 3 women were injured and hospitalized at a medical institution. 7 private houses, including 19 objects of civilian infrastructure, shops, cafes, kiosks, etc., were damaged. 2 administrative premises and 5 civilian cars were also damaged. At 10 o'clock last night in Kupian, as a result of the enemy shelling, the territory of a farm was damaged. And at 9 o'clock, the occupiers struck the outskirts of one of the districts in Kupian, excuse me, and a warehouse with the territory of a farm was damaged there. So moving on now to later on, this is following a terrorist. So this is regarding an attack that happened previously, a terrorist attack by Russia. So Kharkiv Regional Military Administration have reported that the rescuers removed the body of a 2-month-old boy who was born on December the 4th from under the rubble of a 3-story hotel. 3 women aged 21, 28 and 39 were hospitalised with blast injuries and shrapnel wounds, including the mother of the child. And that is, of course, as a result of the S-300 missiles. So Russia being Russia, despicable, disgusting behaviour, and this is why you must speak to your representatives and politicians and keep pressuring them. I'm sure they're doing everything they can, I guess, in many ways. I think they are, and we just don't know about it. That's what I like to hope, anyway. You know, there's people in positions of power that know more than me. However, there are many politicians and many people in positions that of power that still don't understand the scale of what we're dealing with. So that's another reason why you must continue to contact them every single day, and try and say different things if you can. Try and use different things that happen each day to speak to them and to make those connections with them, however you choose to do that. There's many different ways, of course, depending on who you're speaking to, but using information like this is one of them. So during the day in the territory of the Kharkiv region, the established group of explosive technicians carried out demining of 19 hectares of territory and destroyed 243 explosive objects. And in the Kharkiv region, also 27 families now have new housing instead of the ones that have been destroyed by the occupiers. And this is due to actually one of the things that we were talking about in the Dear app. I know it's going to be like X now, Christopher. I'm not going to know which way to say it. Twitter, X, etc. Sorry, but coming back to this state program, so this is called Is Recovery, and it demonstrates efficiency and positive results. And so they are reporting on that, which I think is really interesting, what they're doing there. I don't know if you've had a chance to look at that, Christopher. Possibly not. But
No, the one of the things I did see, though, I don't know if you have gotten to it. Special Operations Forces destroying reconnaissance equipment installed by invaders off a captured mining platform in the Black Sea.
yes, did you see the video, Christopher? Did you watch that yet?
I did watch a little bit of it. It was hard to tell because they did a lot of blurring of their faces, but it was like they were running in, and I get it. It's pretty cool.
It definitely is pretty cool. So actually, where do I have that information located? In fact, just let me go directly to the special operations themselves. I'm getting really good with Telegram. You know why, Christopher? I've actually managed to get round to putting things in folders, as Prince Heather advised me to do many, many months ago. But I've had some time recently to do other things, so I was concentrating on that for sure. That's one of them. Anyway, it really helps. But coming to the special operations, so they call it Citadel. What do you think about that name for a special operation? I think that's a really good name.
I think they stole it from us. Thank you.
I like that. Dear. You do make me laugh, Christopher. I absolutely love you. You know that. You are a fabulous, wonderful person. And I thank you for everything that you do.
You're welcome. Hey, listen, did that Lviv parcel make it to you yet?
Pardon me?
The parcel that was stuck in Lviv.
I don't know, actually, maybe. Well, I think it's actually supposed to be delivered today, as it goes, today or tomorrow.
Ooh! I'm excited.
You're excited. I don't know whether to be excited or I'm not sure, but because obviously I've no idea what it contains, so I'm not sure which emotion to have. It's very interesting. You know, it reminds me of being younger. Sorry, just a sidetrack. When we used to really enjoy things coming through the post. Of course, that's something that doesn't necessarily happen nowadays, because if you're like me, many people don't get many nice things through the post. Because everything is done digitally. So, you know, people usually don't send things by post nowadays, unless it's Christmas time and things like that, of course. But anyway, never mind, I'm getting sidetracked. Let's get back to special operations. That's much more important. So, special operations Citadel. I wonder if this is Omega. Let's have a look. So, in the Black Sea, the special operations blew up an important object of the Russian Federation. So, the 73rd Maritime Centre of the Special Operations conducted an extremely complex and effective operation in the Black Sea near the coast of the temporarily occupied Crimea, working quickly in the zone of potential damage to the enemy. I think that didn't sound right. Maybe that's a translation thing. Potential direction of the enemy, maybe. I think that should have said. Anyway, continuing on. So, according to intelligence, one of the illegally seized mining platforms was used by the Russians to enhance the operation of the Iranian-made Moha-6 UAV. Namely, they installed equipment that increases the range and radius of its operation. This UAV was used by the enemy for reconnaissance and subsequently strikes by Shahed drones on critical infrastructure facilities in the south of Ukraine. In addition, the enemy installed a radar station for detecting surface objects from motorboats to ships, Never B, on the platform. And with the help of this radar, the Russians controlled the situation in the northwestern part of the Black Sea.
Now, here's a question. So, because this is Iranian-made drones, and what Chuck has told us, and others, but what listening, I'll be interested to see what Chuck has to say about this tonight. But that they aren't necessarily just given to the Russians, and the Russians with an instruction book, that they come with operators. So it'd be curious to me if there was any of those operators of Iranianness on the platform. Back to you.
I hate to jump in and cut off, but Christopher, the Russians actually have a factory now that the Iranians funded and built, so that the Russians are building Shahed drones in-house now.
Stephen, are you not able to raise your hand, or you don't know how to do it?
Very sorry. I'm very sorry to cut in. I will definitely raise my hand. I just I wanted to contribute. That's all. Sorry. My apologies.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Please continue.
No, that's fine. No, I'm saying that we realize that, we know that exists, but one of the things that we're having reports about is that they're getting assistance and more technical assistance from both North Korea and from Iran, and so it would not surprise me that there would be potentially people on that platform, or potentially could have been, or, you know, it's an interesting noodling question, I'm sorry, in my head, because we know that what we've really been looking for is to try to find, the big collective is to try to find some more concrete evidence of that. And those folks invaded the platform, did what they needed to do. And it would be cool if that was something that they were able to discover. That's all. It's just a speculation, and it's only my speculations and thoughts. Anyway, back to you, Tracy.
Go ahead, Stephen. Sorry, I'm calling you Stephen, and I'm not looking at your name properly now. I apologise. Saint Sven,
No.
please go.
That's okay. Yeah, no. And again, I apologize for jumping the gun. I didn't realize I had to raise my hand, but understand it. Yeah, I've been following. And by the way, to call Tracy, I've heard. I've been in a couple of spaces and listened to your thorough investigation and reports, and they are amazing to hear. So I just want to give her a shout out because she is really on top of everything, and I'm trying to follow it from the U.S., of course. So I don't have direct hand knowledge of everything that's going on in the Ukraine. I'm just kind of getting secondhand knowledge or what I'm getting through either Spaces or Twitter Live. But I've been following it from the beginning, and one of the biggest concerns that I have is I love the success that the Ukrainian army has had with also their drone warfare against the Russian onslaught, basically. But I'm very concerned about the longevity of the defense of the Ukraine because the U.S. aid has dropped off significantly. And I'm very concerned about that. I've been like following up on it every day, and I'm like, I want to see the money and military equipment flowing through back to the Ukraine. We just haven't seen it, unfortunately. It's been like piecemeal, where it's like 20 million, 50 million, $100 million worth of hardware, which in the grand scheme of things is basically next to nothing. And I don't know everybody in this space, and maybe there's people who are boots on the ground in the Ukraine and they can shed some light on it. But how has the lack of funding from the U.S. impacted the capability of the Ukrainian army?
Well, thank you very much for your questions. That's a lot of questions there. And well, I don't really think we can answer them without speculating on the US politics thing too much. Of course, it's sad that's what's happening right now. But up to this point, you have to remember that the US has given a great deal of support to Ukraine over the time. So, of course, it's really frustrating what's happening in various different places to slow things down. And not just in the US in terms of the bill and the funding, but of course in places around Europe where things have stalled, in places where we've not kept up to production, where we've not shipped things out in time, where, there's all these things that are happening all at once. But I would say that around here we don't use the in front of Ukraine, if that's okay with you, because it's kind of offensive to Ukrainians. So it's just Ukraine, it's not the Ukraine. Christopher, do you want to add anything in terms of the US funding bill, etc., and all that palaver, as we say up north?
Well, there is a bunch. So one of the things about procurement is that it's a long time process. So what has been procured several months ago or ordered even up to like a year ago is still flowing into Ukraine. So there's not really, I don't think that there's really much in terms of a slowdown. We do hear things about ammunition shortages, but we're considering the sources that we're hearing them from, a lot of those sources are the ones that look to try to diminish Ukraine's successes. One might say that those are Russian talking point sources. Also, we see a lot of misinformation that's generated, including the sort of direct publication of Kremlin press releases and nonsense. So because I don't know what I don't know, and nobody really does. I mean, unless you're situated in the procurement process, everything that we are discussing and everything that you mentioned is speculation, and it isn't necessarily based upon people's information with the best intentions, or the straight and narrow in terms of editorializing. So I think if you're more interested in this, that Chuck Farrer comes on Tuesdays and Thursday nights. He is a former SEAL Team 6 commander. He gives a show called Bullet Points, and if you follow him, look at his timeline. It's just Chuck Farrer, at Chuck Farrer. He has plenty of. Is that the right one for his Addy? I'm not sure, or is it? Anyway, I'm sorry if it's not the right one. If you just Google him, you'll find him. He has puts up maps. He does a lot of research on this. He works strictly off the OSENT stuff, but he's an excellent resource, and his 2 or 3 hours on Tuesdays and Thursday nights is well worth a listen if you're interested in this kind of thing. He has much more of an authoritative and pragmatic voice, but than I could ever provide. So I hope that helps. Drexus, back to you.
Yeah, if you allow me, I would like to speculate on one thing. And you are right, we don't exactly know, but there are some things we can see, if you allow me.
Go ahead, Trixus.
I think August was the only month that Russia and Ukraine had the same level of artillery shells, and that's when we saw a breakthrough in Zaporizhia. And for example, what we see now in Avdiivka is they are able to come close into drone range, and they have to defend with drones only because there's shortage of artillery shells. Maybe not shortage, but they're limiting on shells because they are looking into the future. So I think that's a direct effect, and that's not only US, that's also Europe slacking in the promises.
Thank you very much, Trixus. And I think, yeah, you're right. And it's a very good point, Christopher. Like you said, we don't know what we don't know. And this is why I'm often not against speculating on these things, but I just think somewhat you can go around in circles sometimes and not really get anywhere. Because, of course, we only know what they choose to tell us and what we choose to report on official information. And as you said, the best person to know any more detail of what's going on the ground on that level locally is people like Chuck Farrer. He would know the most information on things like that. We do hear the reports of the slowdowns and things like that, but I think, you know, we're talking in terms of political will when we talk about things like that in many cases. And as I say, what's going on the ground specifically, all I can do is report on what's released by official information. And if you want any more than that and you want analysis, you must listen to experts like Chuck Farrer, who have qualifications in this regard, because I certainly don't. But thank you anyway. Did you want to follow up on that, Sven?
Yeah, just a couple of questions, and Christopher, I do appreciate you dropping the resource with the SEAL Team 6 member. I guess my biggest concern is obviously with the slowdown on artillery shells, which we know has like been the biggest problem for supplying, and I followed it closely on the U.S. side where. I live semi-close to Scranton, PA, which is like the biggest producer of artillery shells, the 155 millimeter shells specifically. And they were only producing like 60,000 per year. And Biden upped their production within the next 3 years to produce something like 1.5 or something. And I know the European Union is also doing the same thing. So like my biggest thing is, have you heard anything from the individual who's SEAL Team 6 talking about like the artillery shortage and how that impacts the flow of war, basically? Because I know it's very important because it's all about artillery support when they're trying to achieve objectives. And like for me, I'm very concerned about that. And outside of not only that, but just military support in general. Like the U.S. could be doing so much more, but it's just been kind of stalled in Congress, unfortunately. And I know you, Christopher, talked about that there was the procurement and it takes some time. So stuff that was approved before is still flowing, but it feels like the flow of arms has decreased over time. And it's like, the U.S. is sitting on a massive stockpile of not only ACTMs or ACTMSs, but also HIMARS and Bradleys and M1A1s. And like the U.S. could be giving a lot more of these weapons that are either destined to be discontinued or they're sitting in a desert to be discontinued. And it kind of drives me personally a little crazy that we haven't been able to facilitate like being proactive in at least gearing it up in the off chance of being able to supply it as much as I'd like to supply it. And I'll leave it there. I'm sorry. That's just my piece. That's just my frustration.
Thank you. I feel your frustration, but I think in terms of seeing what's affected with a slowdown, even Chuck Farrer can't tell you that. He can tell you what happens on a local level in terms of, he will tell you himself, he uses open source intelligence, open source information. He's not giving away anything secret or anything operational security. Of course, he wouldn't do that. All we can do is report on information. And for example, you do get that on certain local levels. They'll say in this area, Ukraine's artillery level has dropped, for example, and there'll be certain comparisons like that. But to link it all back to exactly how that slowdown has been affected, or if at all, or if it's been caused by any slowdown in political will and any slowdown in things being supplied like that, that's impossible to say. You would have to have much more data than we have to be able to link all those dots, I think, in a straight line. Anyway, of course, we hear the reports that this is happening and it is having an effect. So that's all we can do, really, is take those official reports that tell us that these things are having an effect. Other than that, unless things are reported on a local level in detail about this specific supply issue is affecting this specific area, is very, very difficult to say. Of course, what we can do and what we must keep doing and what we must use our frustration for, I would say, is to keep contacting people, keep contacting your representatives and telling them exactly what you're saying. Look, here, we've got this to supply, we've got that to supply. Many people are discovering around the world, many of us have discovered, thanks to Tony San Marino bringing up the issue in Australia. Now many people around the world are onto that same thing, where our defence contractors or defence ministers or whichever you want to call them are actually selling off old equipment, selling that off to auction instead of supplying it to Ukraine. So there's many people that are doing petitions, getting together groups, that kind of thing, to get that equipment sent. And then, of course, as you mentioned, Europe's ramping up everywhere that it can in their production, and as they should do, and they should have done that sooner, but nevertheless, we are where we are. And of course, the UK, not forgetting, has started production for the 155, which I'm very, very pleased to say, and they are increasing that intended production as well. So I just think we have to keep doing everything that we do, and that's where I try to put my frustration. I hope that helps, Saint Sven, and answers some of your queries.
Tracy, honestly, and I love everything you say, because you hit everything on the nail. And again, I know I didn't raise my hand. I'm sorry if I jumped the gun. I just wanted to express my appreciation on your assessment. But I agree. You brought up great points. We have to continue with it, and hopefully the U.S. administration will pass, like the bill for Ukrainian fundraising has stalled for a while. Hopefully it gets passed. We can give them more funds and things like that. Because to put it in simple terms, I'm very passionate about it. I don't have family that is from the Ukraine, but I'm very passionate about their cause, and I believe they should have their independence and right. And I'll leave it at that. I don't want to get too deep in it. But again, Tracy, I appreciate everything that you've brought up. You've hit everything on the head, very to the point, and I will bow out because thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for joining us. And we are also very passionate about Ukraine's independence, so you are indeed in the right place. So welcome. Go ahead, Forever Child. Welcome.
I did have a little bit that might be helpful. I don't know how to pronounce SVEN. It's Norwegian or Swedish or Saint Seven. Is it? There are recordings of Chuck Farr's bullet points in archives. And I'll let Tracy direct you there. But also, we had a general just recently, within the last few days, who gave an excellent assessment of how things look from where he is. He's a retired general, but nevertheless, he gave an excellent view of things that were new to me. And also, there's a bill that was posted up in the nest yesterday. It's not there today that I found. I just went and looked. I didn't see it, but I copied the bill and I put it in my text replacement part of my settings. So I'll tweet that bill number out, and you can follow up on that. And the president said before any of these bills were created that he put both the Senate and the House on notice that he would sign nothing that did not include Ukraine in funding. And he put out a tweet yesterday that he again will veto every piece of legislation that does not include aid for Ukraine. And that was just yesterday. So there's a lot of reasons why we wouldn't know the details, but nevertheless, the president does need our support. He does need us to voice our desires for these things to be supplied, and Congress needs to hear those voices raised. So we have important work to be done. I'll go into my timeline and tweet out that House bill because it was really new, and I've just begun giving it some boosting here just within the last 24 hours. Slava Ukraine.
Hello, Slava, and thank you very much for Every Child. And thank you for the reminder about the podcasts. If you're not aware, everybody, MriyaReport also has a Spotify channel where we put all the podcasts of pretty much every guest that comes on. There's not usually a reason why they don't go on there unless it's time relevance, and it wouldn't make any sense to listen to it. So something like that, if it's something specific. But other than that, they all go on there, so you can catch up with Chuck Farrer on there. Language Learner is also on there, and of course we've had some absolutely fabulous guests, returning guests and very good friends of MriyaReport. Also, as you said, for Every Child, General Ben Hodges, just yesterday or the day before, was it? I get confused, all the days roll into one now, but he came recently. And actually, not long ago, was it? I don't know, maybe a week or so, something like that. 2 weeks ago, something. He also joined us then. And of course, we've had Mark Savchuk. He's the head of the Public Relations Army in Ukraine, and also he's the head of the Oversight Committee for the National Anti-Corruption Bureau, of course, NABU, who I speak about on many occasions, as you will probably hear, because that's the thing that I like to research. That's just me. Being SBU fella, of course, that may make sense to you all. So getting off topic now, Mark Savchuk, yes, who else? We've had some fabulous people. We have journalists come and speak to us, a regular segment with Katerina Tislenko. She is the one of the journalists that comes to speak to us from the National Union of Journalists of Ukraine. So we have many, many experts that come and have much more knowledge than I do. Of course, I just report official news. So thank you very much for that, for Every Child. Did you want to follow up quickly for Every Child before we go to Tarixa?
Yes, I tried to DM him the information, but we're not following each other, and I cannot follow any more people right now. But I did just put the tweet out, and it's in my timeline. It should be the within the first two posts in my timeline.
Thank you very much for every child. Go ahead, Trixus.
Yes, thank you. Well, first of all, I'm very happy you found this space, Sven, because I think it's really nice to have loads of people from all over the world. I myself, I'm from the Netherlands, so welcome. Another interesting point, I think, about what how Ukraine is handling these situations. We had a brigade commander. Yeah, it was a brigade commander, I think, for drones. Speak here, and he was talking about the effectiveness of drones versus artillery. And when they use Soviet, so that's something different, Soviet style artillery, they need 240 shells to take out a forward position. And with drones, they need about 10 drones. So they're adapting. However, of course, it would be a lot better to have both for defense and offense, so you can combine the types of attacks. But yeah, that kind of information is also being talked about here.
Thank you very much, Trixus. I appreciate that reminder. Of course, these are some of the most important guests that we have, and these are actually individual people that come to speak to us from individual units and brigades that we have connections and relationships with, and in some cases do fundraising for. So we have Scruff that comes to speak to us, and he is in an air reconnaissance unit, marine drone unit. We also have Andrew. He comes to speak to us from the 118th Brigade of the National Guard of Ukraine. We have Alexander, who comes to speak to us from our friends in the SBU Alpha unit. So that's the special operations of the SBU. And of course, all those episodes and segments are on Spotify too. And actually, some of these guests return and speak to us quite often. So check those out as well. Go ahead, Sven.
I just want to say, Terexis, it's nice to connect with someone from the Netherlands. I don't know where you're from. I did do a study abroad from a time in Groningen. Love the country. I'm actually a dual citizen with Belgium. So my family all lives in Antwerp. So I have very close ties to it, which is also why I'm very passionate about the whole Ukraine situation and independence. But to follow up with everything, I'm like, to your point, Tracy, it's great to find this space because I've been to a lot of different spaces, and for those who are listening as well, I have like jumped in, and it's incredible the amount of hatred and like pro-Russian aggression basically that I've had to deal with. And I don't know if anybody else has had to deal with that, like trying to find a space like this, but it's been very difficult. And then you try and reason with individuals who are, pro-Russian military or the Republic, and they won't listen at all. You give them facts and reasons, and they just like they'll just start personally attacking you, which is unfortunately a shame. And I try to be very open, and well, I have been open, I guess you could say, because my family adopted a brother from Smolensk, from Russia, in 2001, post 9/11. It was December, and my brother adopted. He's my brother. It doesn't. There's no difference. He's blood to me, basically. And he's actually, funny enough, now in the U.S. Army. He's in the artillery brigade out in Texas. But he had relatives, stepbrothers, stepsisters, things like that, who are there. And we're talking to him during the special military operation, basically being like, oh, like, don't get involved. It's not worth it. F you type of stuff. And my brother was like, I don't know what you want. Like, it was ridiculous. It was absolutely ridiculous. And the conversations that I've had with people, unfortunately, of people that live in Russia, the younger people are like, this is ridiculous. This is a ridiculous operation. But everybody who is not informed and doesn't have access to internet, like free internet, I'll put it that way, they think that the US attacked Russia or like NATO attacked Russia and they're defending themselves. And it's like it's so crazy to me to think about that, where all these people think that they're being attacked left and right, and it's like, we didn't do that. Your president, and I put that in quotation marks, literally wanted to invade another country, an independent country, and it's nuts to me. It's absolutely nuts to me.
Yes, it kind of does not make sense, absolutely, for sure. But nevertheless, we are where we are. Unfortunately, only Russians can fix what happens in Russia. We have to leave that up to them. But I just always think of the comparison: if Iranian women can march in the streets the way that they did, then no matter what the conditions in Russia, they can fight against a regime that would do something that they don't want. But the problem is, many, many Russian people actually want this war and actually agree with it. It's not just Putin's war, unfortunately. If it was just Putin's war and it was just as simple as regime change, then maybe it would be much easier for Russian people to do something about that. But of course, it's not quite that simple, is it? Unfortunately, we have to just let them get on with it. There's not much that we can do about that. Russia's had its chance to get helped. This is what happened after the fall of the Soviet Union. So we're kind of back there again. And everybody thought that bringing Russia into the democratic the democratic side of things, I guess, opening them up to capitalism, all these things, trade, and, but it hasn't worked like that, has it? Because they've just taken advantage of any ability that they have. And then, of course, they've been using that for many, many decades, planning this to get back the Soviet Union, because it's twofold, isn't it? There's the historic war, hatred that they've had for Ukraine, which goes back centuries, and then of course there's the hatred that they've got for the West since the fall of the Soviet Union, and they're using one as an excuse for the other and vice versa, as far as I see it. And I can't say this for certain, it's just my opinion, but the way I see it is that Russia's plan was to completely take over Ukraine and then use that as a forward operating base to attack the rest of Europe, and probably, more than likely, I would say, force Ukrainians to do that fighting for them, which is what they're pretty much doing now in temporarily occupied territories. Well, not pretty much, they actually literally are doing that. So I should be more specific when I say these things. Actually, that reminds me of a report that I read from what do we call the mayor of Melitopol now, Christopher? Is he still the mayor of Melitopol, or is he now just the head of the Zaporizhia administration? I will have to find that out. It just occurred to me. Sorry.
I don't know. I think he probably still retains the mayorship. I would hope. He's doing a good job.
He's doing a good job. I was reading a report from him this morning. That's why I was thinking of him just now, because it's relevant to what we're talking about, as to what Russia does to people in temporarily occupied territories, because he gave an unfortunate report this morning. So I was having a look at that. he was talking about some of the things that's happening. We hear, actually, he gives really good reports, I think, out of many of the people. He gives quite a lot of detail in the reports of the things that are happening. Well, he used to speak specifically about Melitopol, of course, and temporarily occupied parts of Zaporizhia sometimes, but now, of course, his new position is the head of the Zaporizhia Regional Administration. So he talks about the wider region. Today, what he said is, so the occupiers have turned temporarily occupied schools into strict regime institutions. Of course, we know that Russia's militarizing schools, and this is one of the signs that they don't intend to stop waging a genocidal war and invasion on Ukraine. Now, the security forces came to high schools previously, but now they've come to the youngest schools with explanations and intimidation, he says, in air quotes, of course. Guards of private companies received additional instructions from the Rosguard in case of youth protests, and the propaganda of mobilization was added to the propaganda that's already being fed to the young people. So they offer them to take academic leave and go and fight. So this is something that they're not only trying to, it starts with the encouragement, doesn't it, of course, and then the forcing gets worse. Russians are not hiding it anymore. They'll settle for guest workers from all over the country. They're cramping them into apartments in temporarily occupied territories. We hear about this in Mariupol, of course, as well. Occupying forces officials finally stopped being ashamed and called the extortion property nationalisation. Now they say directly to tourists brought in from all over that Ukraine, they will be settled in the apartments of Ukrainians. Of course, this is apartments of Ukrainians that have either been murdered by Russia or deported to Russia or internally displaced by Russia, in order to change the ethnic composition of the temporarily occupied territories as soon as possible and extinguish the resistance and ensure the support of the occupation in future. Russia continues to bring people in and Russify these areas. It's not always Russification, is it really, though, Christopher? Because they bring people in from all over. I mean, they're recruiting mercenaries from everywhere across the world and bringing them in as well. Russia is inventing a fundamental new terror, the extermination of Ukrainians and the settlement of Ukrainian lands by Russians. So, of course, this is continuing. It's interesting now that they're not hiding it anymore, and that's something that he chooses to report. Sorry, go ahead, Sven. I didn't see how long you had your hand up. I apologise.
Oh no, you're fine. I love everything you say. Don't worry. You're very educational. Opens my eyes to a bunch of different things. I just wanted to point out where it's like Russia wants to continue this war, but also a majority of their population now, and Tracy, I'm sure you've seen, their population now has no heat, no running water, no foodstuffs. Like people are waiting in lines. Like their economy is in absolute shambles right now. And then the Ukraine is now launching attacks in Russia to destroy their gas lines, which is the livelihood and blood of their economy. Which before the U.S. said, "Oh, we can't, don't strike that," but
that's not quite right, Sven. They're not attacking the gas lines. They are attacking strategic military locations. So it's only where these supplies affect military or support the military. And even in terms when they've hit oil facilities and things like that, they're very, very specific. And it's very, very targeted as well. So it's not just like they're going around destroying all the gas lines. I just wanted to clarify that there. Sorry, please carry on.
And Tracy, you're right. And I definitely misspoke. and forgive me, I didn't want to direct it as like the gas streams, but they're attacking the warehouses. There's, like you said, strategic gas warehouses, oil warehouses that assist the military, basically, but also to some extent you could say also affects the economy at the same time. And I'm all for it. You know, like the US didn't want Ukraine to go after any target in Russia. But to win this conflict, you have to be able to hit them where it hurts, and that is where it's going to hurt, which is where you have your oil depots, gas depots, everything like that, and they've been doing that, and I'm happy to see them hitting that.
Yeah, absolutely. They need to be hitting these facilities, and they need to be affecting the Russian economy, along with sanctions and everything else. You know, it's unfortunate, of course. Nobody wants this to happen, and nobody wants Russian citizens, civilians, to be suffering, to be not having food and having restrictions because of the economy, etc. But the way that they can stop this is by, you know, stopping invading and committing a genocidal war against
100%,
Ukraine.
100%. You have to have, is it as sad as it is, and the economic impact, and there's people that say it has no impact, but when your civilians can't get eggs, that is a crisis in your country. And we have to apply the pressure, and that country and those people have to realize this is not the way. And there's a minority who realize this conflict was wrong from the beginning. Unfortunately, the Russian propaganda channels, and they control all the state media, have convinced the majority of the people that we are in a fight for our survival because the US and NATO have attacked us first. Which is terrible. But, you know, it gets to the end of the day where it's like you have to break that. You have to, as sad as it is, you have to get those people to be like, this is not worth it anymore. We need to feed our children, feed ourselves, or have heat, or have semi-functioning government, which a lot of these cities is like, it feels like, from what I've seen, collapsed to some extent. Like the public facilities have collapsed. But we need these people to just be like, you need to tell Putin, which everybody's afraid to do because you go to jail or you go to gulag, which is ridiculous. To be like, we're out of this. We need to get out of it. It's done. It's like Afghanistan in the 80s, where we get out of it. We're done. I mean, I saw the numbers the other day. The Ukraine published something where KIA and wounded for Russian casualties is something almost like 390,000. In this day in age, 390,000 casualties is ridiculous. It is. I couldn't even. The U.S. couldn't fathom that. If it was the Afghan war, which I don't want to get into, it was a mistake. But if they came back and they're like, we have 390,000 casualties between wounded and dead, everybody would be like, get us the fuck out of there right now. Like, this is ridiculous. That's all I got to say. Sorry.
Thank you, Sven. We try not to swear around here as well if you can help it. Of course, we don't always achieve that, and I'm guilty of that sometimes as well. But if you could try, I would appreciate that. Thank you. And we like to stick to Ukraine, not the Ukraine. I know it's difficult because when you get used to saying something one way for many, many years, it's just a slip of the tongue. So I understand that. You know, sometimes we have that with the Kiev, I suppose the Kiev thing as well. So, but if you could could try, we would appreciate that, because I just don't want to offend any Ukrainians. It is a particularly offensive point for them.
By the way,
So thank you.
just for clarification, because I want to make sure. Also, apologize for swearing. But what is the proper term? Because I want to make sure I got it right, because I am passionate about it. So I want to make sure I don't offend anybody.
Thank you. I appreciate you asking. It's just Ukraine.
Okay.
Not
Yeah.
the
Ukraine. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sven. Ivan, welcome. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. I've read a lot lately, and some of it, what I read is that Russia now outproduced Ukraine and the West with ammo and weapons. But if we are in for the long run, and we should be, Europe alone have EU countries alone have over 12 million unemployed people. This is a huge reserve. And the good thing about it is they are already paid for. These people get paid to go around unemployed. So it's not that big economical consequence to put these people or part of them into the chain of arm and ammo production. So what Putin did when he did for a full-scale invasion, he gambled that Europe would not support Ukraine, that Europe was dependent on Russia for energy, and that Europe would not lift a finger. He did a big mistake. Just wait for this production to start. We could easily produce tenfold of what Russia could do in regards of weapon. And the good thing is that even the NATO countries had very small arms production. They did have something, and it was a very modern weapon, much more modern than what Russia can do. So if we can put these modern weapons into full-scale production, Russia would have no chance. Even China shouldn't have any chance against Taiwan, because these weapons are far more sophisticated than anything that the Russians have. Thank you very much.
Tracy, is it okay if I jump in just to respond to Oyvind? It's just very quick, if it's okay.
Tracy,
She
you're
doesn't
talking.
see.
Yeah, I don't know if wherever child, her mic is open, but I don't hear anything from her.
She may be having trouble, but there's another source. I don't know if you've heard. Prime Minister, a member of the German legislative body, whatever it's referred to, was speaking within the last week, and he gave some excellent information from his body. And I did ask him if it was accurate to describe what is happening as a double genocide, and he said it's absolutely accurate. And so I frequently, as I post, refer to a double genocide taking place, because the casualties that Russia is incurring on their side are largely populations that Russia is genociding of their own. So it's an internal genocide in Russia, purging populations that are less desirable to them, and also a genocide taking place against Ukraine. There is an arrest warrant out for Putin for for the genocide that's already been charged to him in abducting children. And if you've been following that, you know that there's close to 20,000 that have been documented. And up to the last number I heard as a possibility is as high as 700,000 children that have that can be missing. All of those things are being investigated thoroughly. But I do. If you have not heard these people speak, the German parliamentarian that spoke this week, the general that spoke in the last few days, and what was the third one? Oh, I'm sorry. It escaped me. Christopher, I did send Tracy the link to the post that I sent out with the House bill number that's getting a lot of attention. I don't know any more about it except it was posted and somebody asked us to boost it. So I have been boosting it, but that's really the best I have for now. Slava Ukraine.
Harold, Slava, thank you very much for every child. Tracy, did you slipped and you okay? You back?
Yes, thank you, Christopher. I threw myself out of the space. It's not very clever as a co-host, is it?
No, these things happen. I trip all the time.
We're playing the long game.
Not a problem.
It's okay.
Yes, apologies. So I kind of missed that little bit that was going on. I didn't hear any of that, Christopher. Do I need to get filled in, or are we moving on?
We're moving on.
We are moving on. So moving on, where are we going to? So let's have a look. What do we have? Who's speaking now? Sorry, was that Sven? Did you want to say something then?
I just wanted to touch a point to the individual who was talking before, but I think I'm just looking down the chat. I think he dropped out, to be honest. So it's not relevant anymore, unfortunately. So yeah, no, I'm just listening.
Thank you very much. Well, stick around. People usually come back to us. So we have some very, very loyal listeners. And of course, if you don't know, you can listen on YouTube as well. That's one of the ways that we have lots of listeners because for whatever reason, people did decide to not want to use this particular app. And of course, everybody is entitled to do that. And that's why we have other avenues so you can listen there. So I'm just looking to see if we have any latest updates that I need to bring you that are important. What am I looking at that's important? So in Chernihiv region, the occupiers fired at an agricultural enterprise on the border of Novorossiysk district, of course hitting civilian infrastructure as they always do. An enterprise building and agricultural machinery was also damaged, but fortunately nobody was hurt. So that's good news. Let's look at what is happening with the SBU today, shall we, Christopher? Would you like to have a little bit of news from the SBU? And in fact, it's somebody that I've started following more recently on Telegram. I did look at them previously, the information they put out on the website, etc. But I just recently found the Telegram channel of the Donetsk police, and that's very interesting because you get to see what the White Angels are doing when you follow them. So that's interesting as well. How does that sound, Christopher?
So it's a winner.
It's a winner. Winner, chicken dinner is what we say here in the north. So joking aside, so let's have a look. So the SBU today have practiced neutralization of enemy DRGs near energy facilities in Khmelnytsky region. This is quite interesting because this is something that they've been doing actually, because of all the sabotage that's been going on in the northern region and sabotage groups trying to break through. And just recently, they did some exercises with various different groups of special forces and other groups, so as military intelligence, GUR, and special operations Alpha as well. So I think that's quite interesting. So the security service conducted counter-sabotage training in the region, and they worked out algorithms for neutralizing Russian subversive and intelligence groups. So this is another thing as well that I noticed, Christopher, as well as all the training that's going on around the world and the continued training in various countries, various NATO countries as well around the world. This is something that I noticed that they do, and they report on it on various of the channels that I follow, some of the military channels, some of the military units, specific areas and locations like the northern region. They're always posting like videos and pictures of them doing what do they call it, exercises and live fire exercises and things like that, which is incredibly important because it gives you that, what do they call it, muscle memory, I think they call it, where you learn to do things sort of automatically, I guess, so that you can do those things then under fire and under conditions like that. But anyway, I think it's fantastic when we see all this training going on. So, and it's something I've mentioned before, of course, that was highlighted by the SBU in one of their documentaries, which you can find on the NAFO Club TV that Flicker fella is doing. He's putting some fantastic things on there, some really important things actually, some really important documentaries that give you a little bit of the modern history of Ukraine. So if you're not up to date on that, you can follow on there, and also lots of other documentaries from the GUR, the SBU, and various different parts of military. So go and check that out because they tell you about many different things on there, and they explain some of the ins and outs that you don't get to see or you don't get to hear about when the information is reported. Like in official channels, they give you the official reports, but they don't give you all the details, all the ins and outs about what people are thinking when they're doing these operations and the individual experiences of those individual people. I think that's the thing that we need to emphasize and highlight, the struggles that these people are going through every single day. So I'm waffling on now. Let's see who has been nabbed today by the SBU. So they haven't. Oh, let's have a look. This is interesting. Thanks to the SBU, Ukraine nationalized the oil and gas assets of the Russian oligarch worth $500 million hryvnias. So, according to the materials of the SBU, the High Anti-Corruption Court was satisfied, and the Ministry of Justice therefore claimed for the nationalisation of Ukrainian assets of the sanctioned Russian oligarch Edward somebody or other. Somebody's knocking on my door. I'm not sure this is a very good time for me to receive a delivery. Oh no, it's just the wind. I was kind of panicking then, Christopher, thinking I might have to receive this delivery whilst live on the MriyaReport.
I was hoping it was the delivery.
It's just the wind, as I said to you earlier, with the recycling boxes blowing down the street. It's been very, very windy here. Coming back to this SBU, my favourite people. So, of course, this is interesting because this shows the different stages that these things go through. So, of course, the SBU builds the case. It's then obviously gone to the High Anti-Corruption Court, and they've satisfied the Ministry of Justice's claims. So that's been looked at. So I like that they highlight that because, of course, that proves what we already know, Christopher, you and I do, but many others may not, is that they follow the letter of the law, which is very, very important to highlight. And one of the reasons why I wanted to do the SBU segment, to show people the things that Ukraine is doing in terms of the letter of the law, to get these people nabbed, locked up, seized, punished, face justice, all of the above. So 100% of the shares of the authorised capital of the LLC Alliance Ukraine Oil Company, which is estimated at almost $500 million, was charged to the income of Ukraine. So Kudanistov controlled the Ukrainian oil trader through a number of offshore companies and controlled persons. And these I find intriguing, Christopher, because imagine all the different levels that they've had to go through to uncover all of this corruption, just in terms of the amount of traders that they try to put it through, for example, and offshore companies. So in this way, he hoped obviously to avoid the nationalisation of this asset after the full-scale invasion by the Russian Federation. So while continuing to receive significant profits from the oil and gas market, but the SBU employees identified the real beneficial owner. This makes me think of U-Control and Osseval, Christopher, when they're looking at things like this. Of course, we know that they work with the SBU and many of the other agencies in Ukraine. So I find that quite interesting. What do you think about that?
Do you trying to say you wonder if they worked on this case because it kind of comes along in their bailiwick? I kind of wonder that. Back to you.
Well, yeah, I guess that's a better way of asking what I was trying to ask. Sorry, I'm not doing very well. I have to apologise to everybody. I have something going on, just a live thing, things that people have to deal with. That it's making my brain not work so well this last few days. So apologies everybody for that, for all my stumbling about everywhere. But I will try to get back to this and not stumble anymore. So, currently within the framework of the criminal proceedings initiated by the investigators of the SBU under Part 4 of Article 111-2 of the Criminal Code of Ukraine, which equates to financing of actions committed for the purpose of violent change or overthrow of the constitutional order or seizure of state power, change of the borders, territory or state border of Ukraine. That's quite a mouthful, but a very serious charge nonetheless. So the investigation is still underway, interestingly, to bring the Russian oligarch to justice for the crimes against Ukraine. So what do you think about that? That's quite significant, that, isn't it, Christopher? That's something else that they've been now able to seize. And they've done this with other companies as well. I'm actually reminded of when oligarchs and people have tried to do this with grain companies. Actually, that's happened quite a lot. And obviously that in part is some of the reason why Russia has been able to steal so much grain from Ukraine.
Well, yeah, that's it's trying to get it back to at the source of the issue. Yeah, but I'm excited to hear what's going to happen on the SBU report on Saturday. But I'm getting a little one now, so I don't have to wait all the way to Saturday. But I'm still waiting for Saturday. Back to you.
Sorry, yes, of course, you will get a much more comprehensive update on Saturday when we go through all the details. Of course, now I'm just giving you the overview, but I wanted to speak about that case in particular because I think it's quite significant. So let's have a look. So, of course, there's lots of different things going on. Now, do we have any hands? Let me double check. We don't have any hands at the moment. So now is a perfect time to come up to the panel if you would like to raise a topic or bring something up. Actually, I've got a couple of humanitarian topics as well. Shall we go over those? Because I always like to bring good news to people. I don't like to miss that out. So shall we look at those, Christopher, before we have
to go? Yes, that would be great. Oh wait, Ari's got a hand up.
Yeah, you can first go to your topic and I can speak later on. No problem. Whatever you want.
What did you want to talk about? Please go ahead.
I'm just want to give some response of the topic you have before because I'm born from the Netherlands and I live in Odessa, and I just wanted to tell the thing about the corruption. What is a lot of people are talking about, and I know a lot of people here and. Police officers making about four maximum $500 a month, so it's very difficult to let them not to be corrupt in a thing that as soon there's an issue and they get a certain amount of money that they may be vulnerable for this and take the money. So this is something the state is already working on to make sure that for those people who are protecting actually the cities, getting in a better paid position to take out a lot of bribe. With me and my team who are here voluntary, we do a lot of stuff in the harbors here to take out the whole corruption and bribe, and that's you can do it 24/7 because it's a big issue, but it's working when you do it constantly and every day and consequent. Then it will get less. Today I saw for the first time, and I think it's some good news beside the bad news, that Ukraine for the first time did more exports than actually before the war over the harbors. So this is I think is good news. And today there was another announcement about a new mobilization from the Russian side. What they pretend was spread in the Telegraph. Putin wants to mobilize another 200,000 new troops, which of course is again propaganda. He cannot even make 20,000 a month, so that will not happen. So it's also important for us that what we read, think about first before thinking, oh, this is looking bad, 200,000. I think they are not able to, but it's the way of bringing the news onto X. Believe it or not believe it, I think everybody has common sense enough to pick out what is important for him or her. Another thing is that I have, before I came to Odessa, I supported a school in Yasinovata that is just across Avdiivka, where the big battles are going on. And I knew a few people there, and I'm almost daily in contact because I cannot travel there anymore, of course. But I still try in a way to support this kindergarten. Although at the moment it's only online lessons, but she told me that it's this Yasinovata is not big, but there are some important railways for logistics for the Russians are over there, and she said the city is now almost empty of men. The men who left didn't come back anymore, although some had to be back middle of January. There are only women and children left, and there's really nobody around anymore. And it's also a ghost city. So that's for me a sign that the losses on the Russian side are that big that even the people there start realizing, and they go to authorities and ask where the men are. So there is somehow some not protest, but the women again go and ask where the men are, because officially they are Ukraine, but their passports were taken away and they got a DNR passport or fake Russian passport, which no value. They cannot even travel with it, only to Russia or Belarus. So that is interesting. And I don't know if you had the topic already about the partisans who destroyed the railway, one of the important railways in Russia, who brings a lot of logistics to Ukraine. And it seems that the damage is that big that for a while they cannot send any more. So that were just a few remarks. Thanks.
Thank you very much. That's very much appreciated. Yes, so they absolutely are doing exceptionally well in terms of the grain. So just, was it yesterday or the other day? It might have been today, actually. The Prime Minister of Ukraine reported that more than 660 ships have already passed through the Ukrainian grain corridor in half a year, transporting 20 million tonnes of cargo to 32 countries of the world. 70% of these cargoes are agricultural products and from agricultural producers. And in January, they reached pre-war volumes of exports by sea. In terms of the volume of exports, they are already approaching the indicators that existed before the full-scale invasion. Last month, in monetary terms, total Ukrainian exports amounted to $3.1 billion, of which $1.9 billion were sea exports. So, of course, that's absolutely fantastic news. So that was the Prime Minister of Ukraine. He very often reports that information. So if you're looking for that information, you can follow him. So just a few other things before Christopher and I leave you, as we only have 10 minutes left. Maybe we should have mentioned this first, Christopher, but did you know it's actually the First Lady's birthday today? So Elena Zelensky turned 46 years old today. Many happy returns.
Right, and our own co-host Robin turned 29.
Of course. Well, I thought Robin was 21 again, as we say in the UK.
So happy birthday to Robin and happy birthday to Mrs. Zelensky. That is amazing. That is really cool. Oh, can I add something on from like yesterday?
Sure, I will just say happy birthday also to Robin. I had no idea it was your birthday, Robin. I hope you have a wonderful day and have many more to come. And how privileged to be able to share a birthday with Elena Zelensky.
I know, isn't that cool? So one of our listeners in the background, when I was doing a piece yesterday on remarking about the sister cities and how I was really surprised at the proliferation of them, and we kind of went a little bit back and forth. This individual wants to point out also too that there is sister cities with Russia, and thinks that rightfully that those relationships should be terminated. And they are saying that their city in Victoria, British Columbia, voted to suspend its relationship with Khabarovsk Rostovs in Russia. So that was kind of cool for them to say that. But I didn't extrapolate in my brain that there might be sister cities with Russia. And like, wow, I think I would be upset if my city was a sister city, but maybe my city is, and I haven't looked and no, I don't know. Anyway, I thought that I would bring that up because they were kind enough to DM me, and I would be remiss if I didn't say that. Anyway, I'm sorry, back to you.
Thank you, Christopher. No need to be sorry. That was lovely information. I really like to add that context. And absolutely, maybe you should all find out, as well as finding out if Ukraine is sister city with somewhere in your region or town or even your specific city, maybe. Check if you have one with Russia, because of course that's an absolutely fantastic idea. And we should follow the example of Ukraine, because they are doing the same. Are they not? They are de-Russifying Ukraine and getting rid of all the Ukrainian street names, all the Russian street names. I apologize. All the Soviet symbols and those types of things, like they did on the what's it called? Is it the Mother Monument? It's not still called the Motherland Monument now, is it? I think it's got a different name. I believe they renamed it. For every child, please go ahead.
I had contacted the Walmart Museum in Arkansas during Christmas to ask if they would be interested in featuring the Carol of the Bells in the museum exhibit. And they said they were absolutely interested in doing it. However, at the time they had received my information, the museum had closed down until after New Year's. But the sister city thing, I think I'll contact them again. And just because it's corporate headquarters for Walmart, perhaps that community would, or maybe perhaps they already are a sister city with Ukraine. But that's something I you just sparked a note. I need to make a note somewhere and follow up on that. Put it in a memo somewhere. Um, but thank you both, uh, Tracy and Christopher. I so enjoy your segment, and sorry that I did not awaken earlier to catch more of it. Slava Ukraine.
Hello, Mislava. Thank you very much for every child. We appreciate your dedication and hard work as well. You're always doing something, always coming up with new and creative ideas and ways to help. And we very much appreciate that and notice that. We all help in our own ways, and the ways that you help are creative and wonderful sometimes. So thank you so much.
Before we go, and while RE is here, I just saw something come along from the defense in the Netherlands. MIVD reveals Chinese espionage. So the military intelligence and security services exposed Chinese cyber espionage in the Netherlands. The service discovered an advanced Chinese malware that makes this possible. A Chinese state actor is responsible for this. This is the MIVD's determination based on its own information and some sort of standalone something on Fortinet allows computer users to work remotely, cybersecurity. So I haven't really read through this, but I just thought since it came through, somebody was kind enough to give it to me as a DM that I would just put it out there. I'll look into it and maybe I'll have something to do with it tomorrow. Back to you, Tracy.
Thank you, Christopher. That sounds very interesting, and thank you very much to whoever that was that sent that. So very quickly before we go to Chris Windley, and Christopher and I then leave you, nothing to do with you, of course, Chris Windley. I'm just going to quickly tell you a couple of the humanitarian things I've discovered. So in Donetsk, they received lots of donations, winter clothing, generators with a capacity of 900 kilowatts, hygiene kits for various different things and various different communities. In addition, the Donbass Water Company received 2 units of automotive equipment. That was from the government of the Republic of Slovakia and the USAID organization. So the State Agency for Strategic Reserves of Poland was also involved in that. Strike drones have been handed over to the offensive guards. They have received 90 drones with an additional equipment worth 2 million hryvnias. So that's come from an NGO. They can transfer and carry 1.8 kilogram warheads and fly a distance of up to 10 kilometers. And then this news that I saw today from Kherson Regional State Administration. So social laundries have started working in one of the communities, and these were arranged by a charitable foundation for the residents of specific communities. A priority will be given to disabled people and patients and people who are assisted by social workers. The laundry rooms have everything you need, 3 powerful washing machines, dryers, laundry. They even supply detergents. How fantastic is that? And very thoughtful. So the laundry can be brought every day, except from Sunday, from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. And for additional information, there's a telephone number. But I just think that's absolutely fantastic. This assistance became possible thanks to a project called Quick Emergency Assistance. And this specifically targets areas of Kherson and Mykolaiv regions of South Ukraine and helps to liquidate the consequences of flooding. So I think that's absolutely fantastic. What do you think about that? Mobile social laundries, Christopher. And then I think
that's great. We have the same thing here, sponsored by a couple of different manufacturers that go into, especially when there's been a hurricane devastation in those areas. But the disaster relief, that's really pretty cool. Nothing like clean laundry, especially if it's in a flood, like in a hurricane or in a flood zone, and that's all the detritus that's all floated to the top, the float zone, and blah, 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 blah. Anyway, back to you.
Yes, thank you. I've been on a camping trip and you've not been able to, things have gone wrong and you've ended up getting mucky and dirty and not been able to get a shower. You come home and you get in the shower and oh, what a relief and what a wonderful feeling it is just to get clean. So I can just imagine it's going to be like that times, I don't know, 1,000, the circumstances that they're in. Just maybe a small way of looking at it from their perspective of what it's like to, because we take these things for granted, don't we, when we have them every day and we have electricity and we have power and we have washing machines and all these things. We take these things for granted. So it's good sometimes to think about them in that way and that perspective. Now, we are going to be leaving very shortly. So the lovely Jana has joined us. Good evening, Jana. Welcome to you.
Good evening, Tracy. Good evening, Christopher, and good evening, everyone. Yeah, it's very good to be here. Very good to hear you. And yeah, I'm very excited for our upcoming segment with Axel and then with Slavi. So yeah, all ready to be beamed up. Back to you, Tracy.
Thank you so much, Jana. So, Christopher, is it your turn to go first tonight? I think we should get out of the way.
We are. I shall drop. Thanks everybody for all the contributions, especially to those folks in the backgrounds and the DMs. Thank you. Those were really kind of you to send that along and pass it along to me and to us. So I will see everybody tomorrow. Slava Ukraini.
Hello, Slava, and thank you so much, Christopher. You are a wonderful co-hosting partner, as always. So now I'm going to say good evening, Chris, and whilst you reply and give your answer, I am going to continue to do this swapping in the background. Oh, welcome, Chris.
Hi, Tracy. I'm gonna have to run, I'm afraid. So sorry to be last minute with this. All I was going to say was I saw Christopher's article on remote learning, and he set me off on a thing, right? Because I think that might be a Ukrainian company that's got offices in Canada and the UK that I spoke to. So yeah, I'm doing some research on that. So he's just got me thinking on that. So. Gotta run. Sorry to be so late, and speak soon.
No problem. Thank you very much, Chris. Sorry to keep you waiting so long, and we will be continuing to listening. So, Jana, we are just waiting for you to jump up there to the co-host seat. I'm waiting for Axel to join us, so I will take my opportunity to say thank you so much, everybody, for your time today, and I will hand over to Jana. Good evening.
Good evening, Tracy, again, and thank you again. Yeah, I am indeed waiting for my liftoff, and actually, Christopher reminded me of something that I wanted to do for already like 10 times before, and I always get confused, and I get into some conversations and I forget. I really, really, really wanted to thank you to all the listeners who are sending me messages and who are sending me updates, and I know you guys do it for all the co-hosts, and I really, really appreciate it, because even though sometimes the discussion takes us somewhere else and we don't get to it, it is very valuable, and I get pieces of news that I wouldn't find otherwise. I get some commentary, I get some ideas, and it's really, really, yeah, appreciated. So thank you again, Tracy. I guess you have the same experience, right?
Absolutely, yes. Sometimes it takes me a little while to get to those messages because we have so many come that, you have the long list and I don't always have enough time to get through the whole list in the day, which is unfortunate. It makes me sad when I sometimes cannot reply to a message until it's too late, or maybe sometimes 12 hours later if I've had to sleep as well. And so apologies to anybody if you think that we don't pay attention, but thank you for pointing that out, Jana, because we absolutely do pay attention, and it is very important. If you're not able to come up and speak, that's one way that you can be interactive with the space and participate, and it does help us out a great deal, and sometimes gives us information that we also didn't know as well, Jana. So we all work together, and I absolutely love that about MriyaReport.
No, absolutely. I know it's mathematically not correct, but 1,000,000% what you just said, Tracy. Absolutely, absolutely agree. And yeah, also apologies that I'm not able to react. I'm not able to react immediately and to every message. But really, please know that they are appreciated. So yeah, that's what I wanted to start with. And thank you very much, Tracy, again for adding to it. And unfortunately, normally I am able to listen to you and Christopher before my segment, but I literally just ran into my room now. So I do not have any idea what you talked about. So please forgive me if I am going to repeat anything that Tracy and Christopher said. And just do not hesitate to come up and tell me off, and let's take the discussion wherever you want. I believe we are waiting for Axel now, so let me see what is the situation. Oh, I see that we are going to have a special guest. So tonight, well, for the people who live in Europe and around, there is going to be a night edition. We are going to have Chuck Farrer with his bullet points, which is always very exciting. I love to listen to him, but unfortunately, I usually fall asleep. So I like to listen to him on our Spotify account. Chuck will be with us really early in the European morning. So it's like Berlin, Prague time, 1 a.m., London, midnight, Kiev, 2 a.m. But the Pacific time, it's 1600, that's 4 p.m. Or Eastern time, it's 1900, that's 7 p.m. So please and come and join us for Chuck. And I see Axel. Axel, good evening. Great to see you.
Likewise, good evening. How are you? In about 20 minutes or 25 minutes, Fabian will be joining us. He's currently still in business, but he will be joining us in a few minutes. We just need to organize a few more things.
That is wonderful, Axel. I'm really looking forward to his visit because, well, he is, of course, amazing as any of our guests. So while you are doing this and while I am hopefully flying up, I know one piece of news that caught my attention today. It's usually during some work break, and I promise it's the lunch break, okay? It's nothing else, it's the lunch break. But I was very pleased to see the announcement from the Dutch government because they announced that they will provide 6 more F-16s to Ukraine. Unfortunately, I didn't see any details, so we don't know anything about the timing. But yeah, I thought that was really good news. So that is something really worth seeing. What else has happened? Yeah, let me maybe, Tracy, if it makes sense, and I'm sorry to keep you still because I see you are in the hot seat. I do see in our back channels top news of today. So if that's okay with you, I can do some summary of this. And if any of our listeners want to catch up and go deeper into the details of them, we can then discuss them. So what I see would happen today, 6th of February, I see that that France is ready to supply Ukraine with the latest generation of weapons, such as Scud missiles and next generation bombs. I believe we have seen this already a couple of days before. Oh, and I see Latin joined us. Latin, please, well, welcome, good evening, and please go ahead.
Hey, I know Axel is getting things ready, so I guess soon we'll hear from the guest. But in the meantime, yeah, I think there's a, if we can step back a little bit, there is a lot going on, I think, behind the scenes I'm seeing indications of things happen. You mentioned the Netherlands announcing a few extra F-16s being sent sometime this year, hopefully, to Ukraine. That's all part of efforts, I think, on the part of NATO to really maximize how many F-16s they can find. I mean, I think they're seriously like looking behind hangars and probably looking at building some aircraft out of parts. You know, like I really think that's what it's come to. They're trying to maximize that because they know that with the gridlock in the U.S. right now, that shows no sign of breaking. A further delivery of F-16s, which the Ukrainian Air Force commander made clear a couple of weeks ago will be needed. It's not forthcoming right now. It's not even on the radar. So that's part of what's going on here. Hopefully that'll bear more fruit. There aren't that many more F-16s in NATO to give right now, but hopefully we'll see. I mean, 6 is half a Ukrainian squadron, so it's not nothing. And there are some other reports and rumors going on right now. We'll probably know more by next week of other things that might be happening. The U.S. is canvassing pretty hard in Latin America right now. I think they're probably pushing pretty hard on Peru. They have quite a few different, even aircraft that would be of use to Ukraine. So there are things happening behind the scenes, and I think this is going to get a little bit interesting in the next few weeks.
Thank you very much, Latin, for bringing the detail. This is exactly, I see the news, but then you really give some meat to the bone. So really, really much appreciated. Thank you very much for coming up. And loves democracy. Good evening as well. Very good to see you. How are you doing? Please go ahead.
I'm doing well. Thank you. I just wanted to mention that I have kind of been in and out of the room, so sorry if I'm repeating anything, but Telegram just came across in my notifications, and President Zelensky has announced a new branch of their military, which will be called the Unmanned Defense. I don't have it on. I can't have both of them open. Let's see, Unmanned Systems Forces. That's what it's calling it. Anyway, it will be about using drones, and so he kind of lays out, what they're using drones for in particular, but then also what they will need to do as far as it'll go under the AFU. And, I mean, he just did this decree, so they still have to create it. But that's kind of exciting. He finishes it by saying, we continue the reboot of the state system, those elements that are necessary for Ukraine to achieve its goals, totally fair goals. Ukraine can win. Ukraine must win. So I don't know. I just think that's kind of exciting. In a way, it's like seeing a country. Well, I mean, it is. They're reshaping themselves. So I hope that wasn't too taken away from what you were telling us. But I never get the news first. I always learn the news from you guys. So this time I wanted to throw that out there.
Oh, loves democracy. That is amazing news. Thank you so much. I haven't seen that, and it's really, well, much appreciated also that you came up with this and brought this piece of news to us, because we kind of we kind of know that this is the future of the warfare, and it's really good that there seem to be some concrete steps on the highest level taken care of by President Zelensky. Really, really good news. Thank you. And I know that there have been some disturbing news, and I know that it looks bleak on in some areas, but on the other hand, there are some things that are really good signs, and I believe this is one of them. Thank you so much. All right. While we are waiting, let me maybe share some other good news that I saw today. And one of them comes from Ukrainska Pravda, the Ukrainian truth. And it's about bringing back some children or families with children from Russian occupation. And I see that for every child is trying to come up, and I am not sure for every child. I think I'm not able to bring you up. Um, I don't know if you know this, but sometimes we have a glitch and you appear as a ghost speaker or requester. You have a scary blue dot next to your name. Would you mind for every child to come down and then come up again? So we will recycle you and I'll try to pull you up because I see that you're trying to request, but I do not see your request at all. So please try to do that. Try to do that while I go through this piece of news. So, Axel, just a quick check. Do I have minutes to go through this, or do we have the guest with us already? 100%. Okay, I'll go with I'll go with the news quickly, because this is very, very. Yeah, that it's really nice when we see this, and we know that there are hundreds, even thousands of children that are still kidnapped. But every child is very important, as for every child, of course, could confirm. So there are 3 families with 4 minor children that have been brought back to Ukraine from the occupied territory. This the original source of this is the charity organization called Save Ukraine, and it's come from their volunteers who said that the parents of Milana and Zhenya, these are changed names. They lost their business because they did not want to receive Russian passports and pay taxes to Russia. The children and their mother were forced to stay in the basement almost all day long. And as the Russians were constantly bombarding their village with mortars. And when there were explosions, Milana would turn up the cartoon to avoid hearing these sounds. This was a quote from one of the volunteers from the organization. There is another person, Angela, who lived with her mother in the occupied town. The occupiers would quote unquote invite the schoolgirl to study in a Russian school 3 times, but this girl would refuse each time. The girl's mother said that a Russian air defense system was stationed near their house, and several times the Russians shot down UAVs right over their house. The Russians also often launched small drones with parachutes. These devices would fly close by and self-destruct. This is how the Russian army manipulated local residents and lied about bombardment by, and now I'm quoting, Ukrainian armed forces. You remember all those lies about 8 years of bombing Donbass. So I would say that this is a very similar approach. There is another person, Arsen. Arsen's older brother served in the armed forces of Ukraine, but the family's settlement was under occupation and they could not leave on their own. Russians would come to their house several times to search it. Now I'm quoting, the first search was the worst. Then when their yard was surrounded by Tigers and Urals. This is a Russian military transport vehicles. And a sniper sat in front of the house and aimed at the window. The father was interrogated for several hours, forced to take off his clothes and show if he had any tattoos, the organization writes. His mother packed and unpacked her bag several times to leave the occupied territory. But the woman was afraid that because of her elder son, she would be turned back at the filtration point and her younger son would be taken away. So yeah, the good news is that 4 children under the age of uh, these 4 children, or 3 families with 4 children, were actually in the end saved and brought back to Ukraine. Let me see. All right, yeah, and that's all of the news of this that I wanted to share with you. Now, let me see if there is anything else that I can share with you before our guest will come. I am trying to bring up For Every Child as well in the same time. For Every Child, I do not see your ghost dot at the moment. So theoretically, you should be able to come up. Oh, but it really seems that it's very, very glitchy tonight because I do not see you at all, even though I brought you up. And I see that we are also trying to bring up our guest. Oh dear. Please excuse us. We are really trying to solve this. And I thought I was really well prepared because I actually have a new phone. And it did work once with MriyaReport very well. But this seems to be like a strange evening. But Axel, I don't know if you can hear me. And I believe Fabian is also with us already. Can you confirm, Axel?
Yeah, we're both there. We're going to start in about 3-4 minutes. I just need to finish something.
Oh, very good. I'm very, very glad. I do not see For Every Child, so I will bring you up as soon as I see you For Every Child. I do apologize. I did try to pull you up. But okay, so let me go with the overview of the news of today, which I have in our back channels, thanks to our wonderful other co-hosts. So I told you about France that is ready to supply Ukraine with the latest generation of weapons. Now, another point is that Budanov called for the transfer of Canadian CRV-7 rockets to Ukraine. But also, we already know this. We know that, what is this? I am not sure if what I'm seeing is really right, because that looks like today, but it all looks like very old news. So maybe let me go to some other news summaries. So yeah, I do actually see the news that I saw that we got abroad by For Democracy, and it's about the Zelensky instructs Ukrainian armed forces to set up a new separate service branch of drone forces. That it's really good. And we see that Zelensky instructed the cabinet of ministers, together with general staff of armed forces, to work on shaping the unmanned systems on their operations. So this is really good. Oh, we have some sad news, and it's horrible to say, but of course we have this every day. We see that Russians targeted Kupiansk Oblast or district, and we see that a lady was injured, a 71-year-old lady was injured. So this comes from Kharkiv Regional Prosecutor's Office on Telegram. It happened today. Russians fired at the Kupiansk district in Kharkiv Oblast, and 71-year-old lady was wounded. We also saw this, but I believe Joanna already informed us about this, is that the Ukraine maritime export reached pre-war level in January, which is really, really admirable to me, considering that this is really a wartime for Ukraine. But thanks to the functioning sea corridor of Ukraine, the volume of the country's sea exports returned to the pre-war levels already in January. The source of this is Denis Shmyhal, Ukraine's prime minister, and he shared this during a government meeting. The Ukrainian maritime logistic corridor has been operating for 6 months. 6 months ago, the Black Sea blockade was lifted, and Ukrainian maritime trade increased. That was shared with the government. So this is really good from the logistic and economic point of view, of course. Then we have some curious news. Well, curious. Maybe the experts will be able to tell us more about this. But we saw today in the news that Russian reconnaissance sonar was found on Lithuanian coast. This is sonar is obviously the sound navigation ranging device. This is a device that is designed to detect and locate submarines. Was found on Saturday already on the beach, basically on Curonian Spit in Lithuania. The source of this news is Lithuanian military, and it was cited by European Pravda. And the report from this actually came from a civilian who found this device. The device had some Russian inscripts, and yeah, it was found on the beach. And as I said, it was a Russian-made sonar. Obviously, it's no longer in service, and it's currently stored in a naval warehouse.
All right, it's always funny to hear things coming from European Pravda. It's like going back to the bad old days of the Cold War, Izvestia and Pravda.
Oh, yeah.
No news in Izvestia and no truth in Pravda. There you go.
Exactly.
All righty. Thank you very much, Jana, for bridging the gap and bringing us some news snippets as to the decree in regarding to the UAVs. Bit of context to this, of course, Ukraine has had Aerorazvidka as a joint venture between the armed forces and the, manufacturers, respectively, the Ukobron, Boronprom, and Aerorazvidka had to be consolidated in some shape or form into a UAV force. This is certainly something which we will be discussing as soon as we can have our friend Alexander Kamishin back, and he could probably give us some broader strokes as well as some insight as to how Ukraine is planning to operate on a more strategic industrial level, which is one of the key items which we discussed yesterday with General Ben Hodges, who spoke like Big Ryan the week before, who spoke about 2024 as a year of, as he called it, the year of industrial competition, strategic industrial competition. And that is certainly true, and is equally true in terms of missiles, both missile defense as well as predominantly missiles for the purpose of attacking the enemy, pushing their lines back, taking out with precision guidance and sufficient vroom or boom, or shall we say beautifully, ordnance, the respective targets, meaning high value targets. And for that, fortunately, Fabian has joined me yet again here on the panel, and we can talk a little bit about what actually is new about the French announcement, meaning very little, but the indication is nice to have. what the impact is and what could be done between France, Britain, and Germany in that regard, because there's a number of missile manufacturers in the countries, one of which we know rather well. And we'll be talking about this and a few other things which have occurred in recent days, because there's a lot of missile news. Fabian, good evening. Guten Abend.
Good evening. How is it going?
Very well, very well. Yesterday was interesting with Ben Hodges. I don't know whether you had any chance in listening to it. We did not speak about missile defense this time around, but we spoke about the production capacity and the need for Ukraine to increase its capabilities in that regard. And I think this is fair to say that they will focus predominantly because the Rim missile system is evidently not, they are not able to mass manufacture it at this point in time. They will focus on certain missiles which they have in store for SHORAD, but predominantly they will go for the UAVs. But say, what's news in terms of missiles and missile deliveries for Ukraine?
I mean, there was this really interesting announcement. Was it yesterday or the day before yesterday, which was basically that Ukraine is supposed to receive with the F-16s some kind of missile system which will have a range of 300 to 500 kilometers. To be honest, I got a lot of questions. So a lot of people like messaged me like, "Hey, what is this? What's going on?" Question. And I find it really, really difficult to provide an opinion here, just because, I mean, I know, a couple of options that it could be. So the most obvious one would be that they receive AGM-158A JASSM missiles from the United States with their F-16s, or potentially from European states. That would be really difficult because only Poland and Finland deploy these missile systems, and only in very low numbers, so about 100 combined. So it'd be really difficult for them to give that up.
And
So
how many are in storage in the US? There was JASSM production, and it's still being kept up, so they could actually receive them also from new production, right?
let me look it up, because I actually counted those for my research at one point. So they produce, right, like from JASSM, you have like basically 4 variants. They're all called AGM-150A, and then you got the A, B, C, and then the D variant that's also sometimes called XR or B2. So basically what they differ is that the A variant has a range of around 370 kilometers. The B variant has a range of around 1,000 kilometers. The XR variant, which stands for an extreme range, has around 1,800 kilometers. And then the C variant, that is LRASM, so that is an adapted JASSM for anti-ship purposes. And that one I think is also around 1,000 kilometers, but there they heavily adapted the guidance suite of the missile. So that is rather different. So the one that really comes into mind for Ukraine would be the A variant, AGM-158A JASSM. So that is the first one, and that one was procured over, let me see, 13 different lots. So they stopped procuring, actually 14. They stopped procuring that with lot 14 in financial year 2016. That was when the last ones were ordered. Since then, they've only ordered the B variant. And now also since 2021, they also ordered the XR variant. And in total, so if they ordered around 2,030 AGM-158A JASSMs, according to my calculations. That is not 100% accurate, probably, because it's quite tricky, right? Like what I did is basically I looked into DoD documents, and then compared like basically what the Air Force told Congress what they intend to buy, and then I cross-referenced that with Lockheed Martin press releases where they outline their order intake, and then also try find documents on where the Air Force confirms what exactly they received. And there are a couple of years where it's really difficult to confirm the exact number, but that number really shouldn't be that far off. So I would assume
So
around
what you're saying is that the numbers are sufficiently large.
Yeah,
JASMs,
so around
especially the ones
2000.
which are relevant, right? Because the older A version is available in the US in regularly rather large numbers, and the US has a capability, is actually starting to phase them out.
Yeah, so that's the thing. Like, so they have around 2,000. Now the thing is, right? They have a range of around 370 kilometers, and there's a bit this question how effective they would be in a war with China, because right, that's like the main argument why the Americans really want to keep JASMs for themselves. Like they've told us that there was always a very strong reaction when people bring up JASM. It's like, no, we need that against China. But then, with a range of 370 kilometers in a theater like the Asia Pacific, there really is a bit of question what you can do with that. And then, like a lot of people, that is complete bullshit. They say like, oh, look, all these JASMs, you could use them in an anti-ship version as an anti-ship weapon, basically. That's BS. Unless the ship doesn't move, no chance. So really, there is a bit of question like what to do with these 2,000 missiles, and either you phase them out, or you basically upgrade them to the B standard AGM 158B, so they become JASM ERs. And then John Rich, my friend, he made a good point yesterday. Probably like the first couple of lots, so from financial year 2002 to 2004, they probably now are in that age range where you really have to consider, okay, like either you phase them out, which would be stupid. Also, I think not something that the Air Force would do, but where you would definitely have to have them undergo a midlife upgrade and then probably also convert them to the B variant. And
Typically, it's easier for the Air Force to actually order new and phase out and hand-me-downs to allies. That has been traditionally the process, because then they can hold on to them until the very last moment and have an immediate replacement, which has a value-added, better sensors and the likes, and is of a newer generation.
Yeah, I see the argument there. I would say, right, like
I'm just regurgitating what I chatted about with the other chaps who have left the Air Force, and they said that has been in the past the approach. Now they all left before the end of the Obama administration, so it's difficult to say as to whether the currently budgeting Air Force is still doing this very same.
So I mean, honestly, it makes sense. I would say, right, I think it's really difficult without more info, because I could also see, the argument that, oh look, because the airframe is the same, right? Like the main difference basically is a new engine. So it's a bit of a question probably whether the producer of the engine, I think it's Williams International, they produce the turbofan engine that goes into the JASM ER. Basically, what you would have to do is you have to ask the manufacturer of that engine if they're able to produce, surplus engines, where they're able to deliver the amount of engines so you can keep up your existing orders for JASM ER, but then you also have enough replacement or surplus engines that you can convert some JASM's 158As. So that's what I would say. And then like thinking about it logically now, I would say probably that manufacturer is running pretty much a max volume. At least that's what I expect. I mean, that the Air Force has invested massive amount of amounts of money, and especially the manufacturers themselves in expanding their supply chain and their output capacity. So I would wonder if Williams International is actually able to meet a surplus demand. So, thinking about it from that angle, I would actually say, even though, right, I don't know, I don't have the info to say give a definite answer, but I would assume what you were told, Axel, is actually something that makes sense. So probably, right, then, given that they would not phase them out, they probably would have a good argument to either keep them in storage, or to hand them down to allies, which of course then, right, would create a great opportunity for Ukraine to get their hands on this missile system. But again, right, so this is where I want to be really careful and not get excited. I also had this moment where I was like, oh shit, this is really exciting. But then everything I've heard up until this moment was basically that the chasm was never really seriously discussed. At least, right, from what we know in the public infos, or at least what I've heard. Maybe you have heard different things. So I'm a bit cautious still. I really hope for the best. Expect the worst, hope for the best. That's how I've been rolling throughout these last 24 months. That's how I'm going to continue. But I mean I would really hope that this like the HMA 158 JASM is going to get delivered.
Yeah, and the interesting thing is that when we discussed this on the Doolittle Airwing, I think the JASMs first popped up when we talked in late autumn 2022. And we had a couple of chaps here, and Pete Greenberg, Corsan Jager, when he joined us a little later in last year in January, February, we had the discussion. He's a former F-16 driver. He also said that JASMs, A, large amount available, B, some of them to be replaced, refurbished or updated or phased out, hand-me-downs and the likes. Then highlighted that essentially the capabilities would fit nicely into what is a layered setup of attack weapons, if and when Ukraine finally has additional fixed-wing aircraft. And so it fits perfectly with the F-16 arrival to have a system like that attached to it. It would be a decent weapons load.
Yeah, no, for sure. It would spread from the capability profile very similar to Storm Shadow Skull BG. Main benefit would be a better stealth design, so more low observability features that you have in JASM compared to Storm Shadow Skull BG, which, not that relevant given that Russia has proved completely incapable of intercepting Storm Shadows. So I don't see I don't know how much of a benefit added value improved stealth features would be. Main drawback probably would be that, right, the penetrability is a bit lower because Storm Shadow Skull BG, they have a multi-effect warhead where you have a shaped charge that goes off first, so it's a primary charge, and then the second warhead, the secondary warhead, is the penetrator warhead. But then again, right, for most targets that Ukraine wants to engage, and JASM only has the penetrator, so it's not a multi-effect. But like again, for most targets Ukraine would want to engage, the penetrator warhead itself is perfectly fine. Oh, and then really important, right, before I forget that, that fuse that we talked about a lot, that is in Taurus, that you also find in JASM. So a void sensing and layer counting fuse, really advanced piece of equipment that is really great if you want to destroy bridges. The Americans, they adapted the German fuse design that you find in Taurus. They made it a bit smaller, so reduced the diameter of the fuse and then put it in JASM. So that's pretty much the same. It works exactly the same. It's based on the same technology. So that is really nice. And it would of course also be a nice added piece of added value. But overall, right, capability profile is very similar. So it's just a great weapon to really complement Ukraine's long-range strike arsenal, make sure that numbers are high. And then obviously the biggest benefit probably would be that you just have a large reserve arsenal in the United States. So at least in theory, you can extend the lifespan of Ukraine's long-range strike arsenal by a substantial amount of time, if not indefinitely, depending on how much the US wants to deliver and also potential, right? Like follow-up orders that could come from the manufacturer directly. But you would really have to see about that. So I think for now, again, this would be pretty much the ideal weapon system for Ukraine to have, right? Simply because of the numbers, and that's also something that I've been saying basically from day one when Ukraine started to receive long-range strike weapons, that there really is only one long-range strike weapon in Western arsenals that is available in the required numbers to really provide a robust capability, and that is JASM. So yeah, again, it would be amazing if that actually ends up in Ukraine, but let's see. I mean, there are also other options, and I think we just have to wait. And at least I'm not trying to speculate unless we get some more confirmation or more data points in the near future, hopefully.
Yeah, but it is a good start that this is now that this is being discussed. There's consideration given to that, and I don't think that Ukraine has any benefit in highlighting that it would receive a system which has that range if it doesn't actually materialize. There's very little to be gained from that, and the Russians will almost likely already know what's coming at their doorstep.
Yeah, exactly. So I mean, the Russians for sure, they they probably know. I mean, yeah, they don't have worse infos than we do. That's what I always find really funny when people tell me like, "Oh, OPSEC, don't tell this and this," and then it's like, no, come on, like all I do is like I look at the open source info, and give sometimes my opinion on it. Like, you know what the Russians have access to in terms of information, like they know a lot more than we do. So I don't think they would be too surprised. I mean, another candidate would be, right, the AGM 84 SLAM ER, which is a land attack version of Harpoon that's also been discussed quite a bit in recent months or since Ukraine started receiving long-range strike weapons. The thing here is it has a range of around 270 kilometers, which, right, in itself, I would say that is enough for most purposes, at least until or unless Ukraine is allowed to strike targets in mainland Russia, as we have discussed, right? Something they should be able to do, but they're not yet able to do so because of political restrictions that are applied with delivery. But only like only once these restrictions are lifted, range really becomes a significant factor, because I would say right now, with around 300 kilometers, you can strike most targets that you want to.
And Ukraine has more or less self-obliged it or self-constrained throughout the whole period of time whenever weapon systems are under discussion, because it is dependent on those, and it doesn't want to bite the hand that feeds them.
No, exactly. That's really important, and this is what I always emphasize, right, when I talk to German journalists or people that are like involved in this whole Taurus thing, and I get asked like, oh, but what if Ukraine uses the weapon system to strike targets in Russia without our permission? Like, why would they do that, right? Like, unless they receive express permission, they would not go that far, because they know that even though from a military perspective it would make sense and it's really unfair that we're not allowing them to do that, they really know that they cannot afford that politically. And so they definitely would not go in that direction, in my opinion. But yeah,
and having Western, Fabian, if I may interject, and having Western deliveries on a continuous course and with good frequency, obviously would relieve them from, say, the pressure itself, and would give them focus, or give them the ability to focus their limited resources in terms of missile defense as well as missile development for say attack missiles to create, for example, a version of the HIM which may actually do that and serve that purpose. Having say a whole Ukrainian missile which could take out say targets 1,500 kilometers away with good precision, good and therefore nearly non-existent radar signature, that would be perfect. But it should be a Ukrainian weapon.
Yeah, exactly. It really should be, and I hope they get there. I'm actually really impressed what they do to Russian oil infrastructure right now, because from everything that like I assumed, it's really difficult, or from what I read prior to these strikes, I really thought it's going to be difficult to take out like whole oil processing plants with one or two drones. But somehow they're really doing it, right? So they're really like setting these huge sites ablaze, and that works really effectively, right? And mostly, I mean, I'm comparing that with the track record, for example, during World War II, how difficult it was for the Americans to destroy German defense industrial sites or manufacturing capacity, because even obviously the bombs are really imprecise, they would land anywhere. We don't have that issue today anymore. But one huge issue they reported was basically that look, like it doesn't really matter that your bomb landed on a building unless that building included a really critical part, like a critical machine or some other critical element to the whole operation.
Or
And
would
I
explode.
honestly assumed that we
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, I assumed that kind of the same might happen here in Russia. And sure, there probably it's a bit might be a bit easier when you engage like an oil site where there's a lot of inflammable material around, but I'm laying around. But I'm still very impressed, and very, very happy to see how incredibly effective these what are in essence limited strikes, right? Like you would not really call what Ukraine is doing a comprehensive strategic interdiction campaign. This really is. I really hope they get there, but I mean, for the moment, these are more individual, isolated incidents that prove really, really effective, and actually they're doing that quite a lot better than or well, it works a lot better than I had previously assumed. So that's a really interesting data point, I think. If I can really quickly go back to Slam ER, just because I brought up the range 270
Yes,
kilometers.
please. I would have veered back to that anyway, but please carry on.
Yeah, no worries. No, I said we shouldn't engage in speculation, but now, let's do some fucked up speculation anyways. They said 300 to 500 kilometers. Slam ER has 270 kilometers max range that is reported. Another candidate might be the Joint Strike Missile that I've heard, which is from Kongsberg Raytheon, so Norwegian American. That one has a range. It's also already integrated with F-16, though I don't really think there's a lot of missiles lying around right now. I think really that the production is just starting up. But to be honest, I don't have perfect info on that. But I don't think you have a large stockpile that you could send to Ukraine, or even a medium-sized one. Like, if at all, it's very small. So I don't think it's that missile in any case. But that one would have a range of around 300 kilometers. So, right, if you take like that number of 300 to 500 kilometers at face value, that would really speak in favor of Chasm, because right, like they say 370, but how it is with missile systems and with cruise missiles, especially, you can really extend the trajectory or the range a bit depending on how you launch it, and how the flight path of the missile really is. So right, like the longer it flies relatively high up in the air, where you have a very low atmospheric friction, the more you can extend the range. So maybe, right, this is hinting towards the fact that you could also extend the range of the AGM-158A JASM by a bit, which I would assume is quite realistic. So if we really take like this range thing as face value and assume that they really like consciously pick those numbers, and then we try to fit a missile to these characteristics, really the only one that comes into mind would be JASM A. So that is nice, right? But again, that is as far as I'm willing to go in terms of speculation, and I think for the rest, I'm waiting until we get a bit more information and hopefully some kind of confirmation that the missile system will indeed be delivered with F-16.
All right. What else is new? What are you focusing on in your current research?
Oh man, my current research. Oh, it's really exciting. In my opinion, I don't know, if it's exciting for you, but I'm finally resubmitting my first article project. My PhD, I have to submit 3 essays of publishable quality, so they don't have to be published, but they have to be good enough to be theoretically published. And I got to revise and resubmit for my first one because, like if they already need to be good enough to be published, then you also try to publish them. So I'm about to resubmit my first article project. So I'm really glad that this is done, because my second one is really fun. This is where I'm doing like all the fun modeling of warhead effects of different missile systems and their capabilities, right? So this is not just me telling you about like, oh, this warhead is like this big and has like these types of capabilities. This is where I'm really trying to model the effects, and this is also how I got to know quite a bit about the Taurus warhead. And one fun thing that I do is calculating the penetrability of these different warhead systems, which is really interesting. That's how I can tell you that the real penetrability of Taurus into heavily reinforced concrete is somewhere between 3 to 4.5 meters. There's a bit of quite a bit of margin, but that's just because I'm dealing or doing this with what we call this input distribution approach, because I don't have perfect info on the values because I'm using open source information, and this is how there's a bit of a spread. But then the other thing that's really exciting is, so basically what I'm doing, I'm looking at the vulnerability of nuclear targets, nuclear infrastructure to conventional missile systems. And the penetrability thing comes in when you consider the vulnerability of missile silos. And then the other type of nuclear infrastructure, those are transportable or transporter erector launchers, so mobile missile launchers. And here the challenge, right, is not penetrating anything because these are rather soft targets, soft at least compared to missile silos, but they're relocatable. And so what I'm doing, and I think this is really interesting, is I'm considering the ability of modern missile systems to engage and destroy mobile targets, because right, like believe it or not, people actually have, at least in the open source literature, there are like the craziest takes on like chasms engaging mobile targets, for example, right? Like there's all these people that, or maybe you've heard of the CSIS report that war gamed a war over Taiwan. I think it's called was like the first battle of the war or something like that. It was really all over Twitter. And one of the things they do is that sometimes they allowed their players to use like regular JASM ERs to engage Chinese ships. And with all this new data that I gathered, really tells you that striking mobile targets with weapon systems that have been optimized to engage stationary targets is really difficult, if not impossible. And so
I could have said I told you so, but that has always been the art, and it has always been very difficult.
Like you would not believe how much bullshit is out there, also in the academic literature, on like the ability of right, like current generation cruise missiles to engage mobile targets. it's quite interesting. People assume, oh, just because we're able now to engage moving ships with some weapon systems, basically any land attack cruise missile should also be able to engage ships, or maybe even these transporter reactor launchers, which by themselves, like the imaging infrared seeker, sure, that one, it doesn't matter whether you're engaging a stationary ship or a moving ship, right? Like they're good enough now to be able to, for the picture to not be too much distorted and to still make out the shape. But what is just really difficult is that you have to get the missile system into a location that is close enough to the target that the terminal guidance seeker can take over. And that's really difficult unless you have a really good data link. But then again, data links, we kind of assume nowadays that data links are kind of in every weapon system. Like, fun fact, they really are not. So for example, with JASM, only the latest variant of JASM, so the XR variant, the really long range one, is getting a robust data link that also has like some protection against jamming and other electronic warfare capabilities. But even if you have the data link, you still then require basically real-time updates via a satellite that looks at the target and sees if it moves. And if you want to engage like these really small transport erector launchers, you also have to make sure that these targeting updates basically come in real time, because within half a second, these transport erector launchers will have escaped your lethal radius, and then you miss the target. So there's so many challenges, and people don't really understand that. And I'm just really excited about pointing that out, and that's why I'm so excited about working on this article project. But yeah, I'm not sure how interesting that is to our audience tonight. I think this is more a bit of deeper nerd stuff.
I'll stay with Mr. Spock. Fascinating. If you allow, let's open the floor for a couple of questions, and then we'll carry on having a conversation here. Lexicon, good evening.
Me? Yeah. Here's what I want to know. Putting all that together, how do we take out the bridge? Because I know a lot of things have to come together.
Yeah. So as far I think we this question always comes. And the honest answer is that we already have everything in place for Ukraine to destroy the bridge. The thing that's missing is the okay, I would say, from the states delivering the missile systems, so especially France and the UK, to actually engage the bridge. So Storm Shadow Scalp EG is perfectly capable of engaging the Kirk bridge. It has the range, it has the destructive capability, right? The multi-effect warhead that's in it should perfectly suffice to take out the bridge, especially if you engage it with more than one missile. I would assume, right, if you launch like 10 Storm Shadow Scalp EGs against it, there's a really high chance that you achieve some kind of catastrophic damage that will take it out of commission for months, if not years. Or maybe you can also just completely trash it. So honestly, I think the only thing that's missing is the okay from the donor countries to start launching missiles at the bridge. I do not believe that Ukraine actually has to wait for Taurus or has to wait for JASM. Storm Shadow Scalp EG should be perfectly enough for it if we look at the capability profile. Right, like Taurus may be able to do it a bit more efficiently, and maybe instead of 10 missiles, you need 7 or 8 to cause this catastrophic damage, because you can be a bit more certain that in case the missile hits the target, it will cause very substantial damage. But in general, Storm Shadow Scalp EG again should be perfectly fine. So yeah, everything is in place. What we're waiting for, in my opinion, is that the partner countries of Ukraine say that it's okay, and they give their go ahead.
Well, the U.S. back in 2022, long ago, already said that Kerch is clearly on Ukrainian territory. So I don't see why, certainly the bridgehead. So I can't understand why would it be necessary to get anybody's permission. Did you understand it as clear? And then secondly, we need to take down some of the pillars, right? The uprights, because the deck alone probably, unless like catastrophic, could not be enough. But the most important thing, I think Ukraine doesn't need permission, no?
No, I do believe that it's a lack of political will to allow Ukraine to engage the bridge, because Storm Shadow RPG, they would be able, right, like similar to Taurus, you have like certain type of attack angles that you can come in. You can damage the bridge deck and destroy pillars, or you can straight fly into the pillars. There are many options of heavily damaging that bridge. My line of thought is that probably, right, I mean, whether you think Crimean Bridge is a legitimate target or not, which, right, I believe it's absolutely legitimate. So like any Russian target that has military relevance facilitates Russia's war. So just right, like this is just basic international law. That the Crimean Bridge is absolutely legitimate target. But like, even, right, like whether you believe it or not, I think you have to agree that the Crimean Bridge holds very strong symbolic value. So seeing that bridge go down, it being destroyed, would be a very, very heavy blow to Putin, because, right, it is building this bridge that literally connected and integrated occupied Crimea into Russian mainland. And I think that Europeans and also the United States, they are quite afraid of what kind of reaction destroying this symbolically hugely relevant target would cause. And in the end, right, this goes back to escalation angst and concerns over how this war might unfold in case Putin decides to do anything stupid. And I think that's what's holding Ukraine's allies back in this regard, and stops them from giving Ukraine the okay to engage the bridge.
Well, holy God.
Well, the arguments have not been made by us. The arguments are being made by the administration. I mean, Britain has already said that the Ukraine can use the Storm Shadow as it sees fit, and Ukraine does that. But it seems that there is a hold, and the hold almost likely is not going to come from France. I'd be surprised.
So the thing is,
Yeah,
right,
please.
I do believe, honestly, this is not something that Ukraine is just willing to bet on how France and the UK would react. I think this is something where they would be almost forced to take into account broader, so the considerations of other states, especially the United States and Germany. And I could imagine that they were heavily pressured by both those countries to resist from striking that bridge. I don't know about France, but I would definitely be with you that I don't think the UK stands in Ukraine's way, at least not directly. And if they do so, they would probably also be one of the first countries to lift their veto on engaging that type of target, if they ever put forth that veto in the first place. So I agree that, like, UK is probably not the issue. I really think it's the US and Germany that are too afraid over escalation scenarios related to engaging the bridge.
And the stress is on too afraid.
Yeah, because that, I mean, you guys remember, do you not, that the US said more than once, because it got questioned in the press, that Kerch is a legitimate target for Ukraine, and it's months and months ago. I mean, maybe you're saying that US has walked it back, not officially, because I've never seen it openly walked back the way Lloyd Austin was walked back and Biden was walked back in all their sincere outbursts. So I'm wondering, or is this a super German thing? Because this bridge,
No, it's not a
is,
super German thing. This
this
stems
is
from
a
Mr.
more than
Sullivan.
operational target. You know, this, like, what we're seeing to our agony is that materiel pours across this, and it's fuel and everything, and you know, as well as heavy metal. So that's saying the thing that that ugly thing we're saying, that maybe these allies don't want Ukraine to take Crimea back. And to us, only taking Crimea back gives Ukraine viability economically and in every way you care to describe. And so it's a strategic matter. So this is like back channel, backroom stuff that nobody even has talked about, if it's so.
No, we have talked about this. There's a
We talked
misunderstanding.
about not
We talked. No,
wanting,
no, no.
but
Wait.
the
Hold,
bridge,
hold.
the bridge.
Hold. We've always talked about this. This is part and parcel. Say, go into it or delve into it from the side Fabian has just highlighted. The concerns, the overarching concerns, Mr. Sullivan has stated many times over, and if you listen to his advisors, the people he meets on a regular basis, like Mr. Sharab, you will find this. They still believe that they should find a way to negotiate out of this crisis. They do believe that Russia could escalate and that they would escalate, and they don't want that. If that is the case, if that is their strategic assumption, their strategic restriction, or the restriction in their strategic calculus, that means that they will not allow what they believe could be the way to induce that escalation to happen. As a consequence, they both, meaning Mr. Sullivan, in advising Joe Biden, or the President of the United States, who then, as a major counterpart in Europe, seemingly sees Mr. Scholz, and they both have this fear in their administration. They both have this, and they both have advisors who say the very same thing. As a consequence, they will not allow the symbol to fall. That's the major mistake. That's why General Hodges yesterday highlighted that Ukraine should go for Crimea. He has always been saying this, but we have said this here very clearly many times over, that this is a very clear consequence of the clear statements made by Mr. Sullivan and by President Biden. If he were to say Ukraine will win, must win, and Ukraine must win, defeat of Russia is part and parcel of winning. And if he were to make this clear, which he hasn't, he's not talking about a victory over Russia. He always says Ukraine should get its borders back, all that kind of jazz. That's the wrong language. You have to go full Churchillian. We'll fight them everywhere and we will win over them. And if you do that, then the strategic calculus is open. And as Fabian highlighted, currently it's closed.
Axel, like, it's the issue is, right, that the Americans completely forgot the lessons from the Cold War. The Germans obviously never learned them. But like this idea that right now we're in a risk-taking competition with Russia. We are in a what we call a nuclear crisis. This is a crisis between two sides that are equipped with nuclear weapons. That is NATO and that is Russia. And these two sides could feasibly end up in a fighting war that, right, like once the fighting starts, has a chance to escalate to the nuclear level and end in Armageddon. That is not the first time. We had this all the time throughout the Cold War. And what both superpowers during the Cold War learned is the fundamental paradox of nuclear weapons politics and strategy, is that you need to be able to credibly threaten nuclear use, you have to signal to your adversary that you are not afraid of that consequence, that you are not going to back down, in order to avoid that exact outcome. Because if you don't do that, then you can just get pushed around by your adversary, who can do whatever the hell he or she wants. And this is the key lesson, right? That you asked that all the time, during the Cold War, successfully, sometimes also not, right? Like not every crisis, nuclear crisis during the Cold War was won by the United States. There were also crises that were arguably won by the Soviet Union. But this was something that was deeply understood by American decision makers, that, right, in order to avert these worst case outcomes, we have to be able to credibly threaten that we are going to go all the way, whatever that means, because we're not going to back down. And what we see now in the United States is basically people that are so afraid of this outcome that they are going to do anything and everything to prevent it. By doing so, they're willing to throw Ukraine under the bus, and at the same time, they're increasing actually the chance that we end up in a fighting war with Russia, because we signal to Russia that we are weak, pain intolerant, afraid of escalation, and that we are incredibly weak and will give in the first opportunity we have. And obviously in Germany, it's exactly the same. So that is, that's an incredibly dangerous situation, and that is absolutely only caused because we have very weak people in Berlin and in DC, and that's something that I find incredibly concerning, and also makes me angry, right? That like this is where we at, that there's absolutely no understanding of what this decision demands, even though we have an extensive empirical record of what was demanded of us in these situations in the past. But these lessons got completely lost. And right, like to bring it back, we don't want to engage in this risk-taking competition, right? Like I don't believe taking out the Crimean Bridge would end in nuclear war. I really don't think that would be the case.
It actually averts it. It averts it. That's the point.
Exactly, right?
It makes it so clear to the other side that we're willing to take every conventional means to take out their measures.
So this is what we need to do. But right, like Axel, even though you and I are exactly on the same level on that, right? Like you have to admit, sure, there might be like a residual risk that Putin is like so dumb and so crazy that he for some reason starts shooting with nuclear weapons, right? Like you always have this residual risk. That is the essence of a nuclear crisis. You can never ever be 100% certain that your adversary will not start using nuclear weapons. But what they understood during the Cold War was that in order to keep that possibility as small as possible, and in order to not succumb to nuclear blackmail, we have to be able to signal to the adversary that we're not going to give in. And this is what is demanded of us right now, and this is what we're unfortunately not doing.
Yes, exactly. But the only party that is doing the signaling successfully is Putin. And at the same time, the West are scratching their collective, let's say those two guys, scratching their heads about how to effect some deterrence in another arena, and they cannot see how to do it. And the chief backer is successfully deterring them. I mean, it seems to me like a quick smash of Kerch with all that entails, and then the subsequent, and this may take enough time that Ukraine is able to capitalize, so that's a whole big issue, but that makes Ukraine able to win, and able to win not 5 years down the road, much sooner than that, and that would be the biggest deterrent you could possibly effect on the current blackmailer.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I agree. I would say let's move on to a different question. But yeah, the basic issue is, right, that the Russians, they're playing this game a lot better than us right now. they're signaling this to us. They're deterring us, right? Like this is because I don't like the I don't like the term self-deterrence. We like self-deterred. We're not. We're deterred by Russia, or at least like our decision makers. They're deterred by Russia. They look at what Russia is threatening, what they can do, and they are deterred by that. It's not that like Scholz is. I mean I do agree, right? Like I think he's a very weak-minded person. Probably not very strong in any situation in his everyday life. But this is not something that solely comes out of his own mind, that he's projecting by himself onto reality. No, he looks at Russia, he sees what's coming from Russia, and this is what deters him. And instead of standing up to the bully, he's giving in. And that's of course right. So that's why Russia, what it is doing is doing quite successfully from its current standpoint. All right, Axel, who else?
Yeah, I wanted to go to Latin and War Doggo, then we go to Ron, Northern Forever Child. Latin first.
Hey, thanks, Axel. Fabian, really interesting to hear you. And I want to zoom in a little bit to the subject of launch platforms, because, and I've been having some discussions with some people, some of whom I think you know, in the back channels about, you were talking about JASM. So a couple of questions I have for you. JASM, as far as I know, was not operated by the NATO F-16 operators. And I'm not sure, I've been hearing different things about how easy it would be to modify or simply use that weapon system on the MLU F-16s. So that's the first thing. I don't know how much, if there's anything you can add about that. But also, even if those MLU F-16s were capable of operating with JASM, it seems to me that there's a question about how many of them could be earmarked for that role, because the Ukrainian Air Force commander a couple of weeks ago made it clear in a very clear statement that you might have read on Telegram that they were focusing on F-16s right now, and that the F-16s they were primarily earmarking for augmentation and eventual replacement of Ukraine's fighter force, so their Su-27s and their MiG-29s. There are no other F-16s in the pipeline right now. There simply are not, and it's the United States is there's no way that's coming right now. Hungary is effectively standing in the way of Gripen, which could maybe be another platform for a similar weapon, or maybe JASM, not without modification, anyways. So, what options do you see? I don't. I mean, I know what I see. There's some rumors and reports going around, but what are your comments on that?
Yes, I would say that there's actually not a lot of F-16 operators that also have JASM integrated with their F-16s. The only one, and it could be that there are more right now, but the only one that comes to mind is Poland. And Poland definitely has its JASMs integrated with their F-16s, and that's JASM in the baseline variant, and then also JASM ER. I believe, or pretty sure that Poland deploys, I think it's in total they ordered 48 F-16 CD, so Block 52. And I honestly don't know how this is going to, so right, that means that JASM can definitely be launched from these. I don't have a perfect overview right now of the F-16s that Ukraine is going to receive, but my understanding is that they're receiving the older versions. Or are there any reports of the
No, they are the older versions. Some of them will have updated sensor capabilities and avionics.
Okay. Yeah, so look, that's something that I really cannot answer, like how this is going to translate into that older version. I would assume, right, like similar with if you now try to integrate a Taurus on a Su-24M, that's going to be a lot easier because you already managed to integrate a Storm Shadow Scalp EG. And I would assume that, right, even though, okay, maybe not the perfect example, but like given that in this case, it's the same missile and it's two different aircraft, but the aircraft are very similar, that there are some benefits to it. And that could accelerate the whole thing. And let's say JASM was planned for a while, then I could also imagine that this is something that's gonna come very swiftly after delivering the fighter jets. But again, the only thing I can do here is speculate. And here I would again refer to my earlier statement. Let's just wait until we have some kind of confirmation or more information from official sources. On the other question, how many F-16s could be earmarked for F-16 delivery, it's also really difficult to answer. I mean, I would assume that, right, if F-16s with JASM are delivered in more substantial numbers, that you probably would want to use JASMs either every day or almost every day in some capacity. That means that, yeah, you would have to permanently earmark some F-16s simply as these JASM haulers, so that basically their only task is to deliver and launch JASMs. And right, I don't know enough about the operational needs of the Ukrainian Air Force in light of the attrition that they experienced so far in the war. But yeah, the easy answer that I can give is that probably there are some trade-offs, and this is probably going to make things a bit more complicated for Ukraine. But then in the end, also no specifics on this on from my side.
All right, let me hear the follow-up because we're going to talk A10s otherwise, right?
Yep. Quick follow-up, because just kind of echoing, I guess, what Fabian was saying, but there is the potential for a real backlog here, and I think a bottleneck correction in terms of platforms. And what my concern is, and I think it is, the Ukrainian Air Force commander made it clear that the Su-24s do need to be replaced. I think that force is very stressed right now. Literally, the airframes are stressed. I think that they need to replace them. And so this is going to be something to watch, and we may see things happening in the next couple of weeks. But Scalp, Storm Shadow, JASM,
the
all
A10s
of these
are the perfect replacement for the Russian trash they've been flying.
Well, he highlighted that as a potential replacement for the Su-25, which I agree with. I think that would be a good match.
And who's been saying this here on Doolittle Air Wing since autumn 2022?
For a long time, it's been said here. Yep. And the Ukrainians, Axel, have been consistently saying that they want the A-10 for a long time.
All right, let's go to Ukrainian. War Doggo.
Good evening. So interesting discussion. Thank you so much for that. It's really giving a very good general perspective. From very general overview. No, I probably put it other way around. You earlier mentioned about the blackmailing and the lessons of the Cold War that were forgotten or never learned. There is, if we switch 10 years earlier, like between 50s and 60s, there was a beautiful expression when the relations between China and United States were not the best, and there is even not the proverb, but is kind of the is already an idioma or something like this. It is called last Chinese warning, and it was relating to China every moment when US have entered or like close airspace or close waters with China. Every time China been doing the warning, and now if you do this, now if you do that, I mean all of this unsupported warnings that China have been doing. That's actually part of the world we are living in these days, in a sense of, trying not to provoke Russia is actually provoking Russia. Or I would sum up here, not like only to Russia, but to autocracies. So trying to avoid provoking autocracies is actually provoking autocracies. Then getting closer to the current dates, like 2007, 2008, the one of the first moments when Ukraine started, let's say, defining its civilization choice back in 2004, 2005, and declaring that Ukraine would like to develop towards Europe, towards NATO membership. Let me remind you, 2007, 2008, what was happening there, and it's related to one particular name who called himself Melnichenko, and the famous Melnichenko tapes, immediately putting the local president and the administration of Ukrainian government as kind of a toxic environment. And if you remember, in the foreign policy at those time, there was the scandal that was related to radar stations that were called Kalchuga, with Ukraine being uh, being being mentioned that Ukraine have shared those radar stations to Iran, which was pretty much dangerous at those time and pretty how to call it, pretty scandalic in a sense of uh, uh, for like expected invasion into the Iraq, and that was actually the thing. Again, this Kalchuga scandal, there was one particular name. Again, the guy was called Melnichenko, who was everywhere in the interviews saying that yes, I've heard something. They've never found those Kalchuga stations or other stations that Ukraine, as was said, being sharing to Iran. But the kind of the noise have left, and back in 2008, when there was the summit, NATO summit, Ukraine was refused to give the this action plan to get to NATO. So all of the things, if you start like getting it together, that's actually like trading off Ukraine back in 2008, just not to provoke Russia. Just we better don't provoke them. We can find a deal with them. Yeah, 2008 Georgia was the war in Georgia, and back 2013 again, 2014 war in Ukraine. Many were saying that this Pandora box should not be opened because, like, here we are these days, 10 years after, thinking how the fires arise this or that part of the world. But actually, it's just simple like that. Not trying not to provoke Russia. It actually provokes Russia because they're having different mindset. Until their nose is bleeding, they're not understanding that here's the limit. What do you think?
They don't need to be provoked.
Yeah, so I agree with that. I mean that's pretty much I think what we discussed earlier. I would say right during the Cold War, I mean sometimes they understood that, right? That like, okay, I cannot give in because if I give in once, there's a really high chance that my adversary will think that I will give in a second time and the third time and the fourth time. And this is also, you're right, like how you came up with like these theories and these policies of like the domino theory that like if one state goes communist, then suddenly half the world will follow, right? Like some policy implications were with hindsight a bit misguided, and probably also not ideal, right? And Vietnam was also part of that understanding, that theory, that thinking. But they understood it, that like, yeah, I cannot give in to dictators. I cannot give in to these communist autocrats, because if I do it once, they expect me to give in over and over again. And if I then don't give in, then I'm actually really increasing the chance that we end up in a fighting war. So yeah, agree with you on that, and I think we have to relearn that lesson from the Cold War, and I hope that our policymakers have some advisors that try to tell them how to deal with dictators and autocrats.
Alrighty, Water, stay with us for a second. Let's go to Nodder, then Ron, then for every child, and we'll cycle back to you. Nodder.
Evening all. Hi, Fabian. Yeah, sounds like the modelling you're going to be doing sounds interesting, if not even fun. I did have a question. So I have done modelling of what happens when something goes bang next to a structure, but at a fundamental level rather than a probabilistic level. But I do wonder if you look at cumulative damage or things like that, because when the Kerch Bridge went down the first time, I got into a big argument online with a bunch of civil engineers. Unfortunately, that that cartoon doggo got put down, and I got into a big argument based on essentially the crack path propagation that we saw in some of the pylons about what the residual structural capacity of that bridge was based on civil engineering safety factors. So I would just be curious, do you actually look at the essentially damage accumulation? So you're not going to knock it out the first time or maybe the second time, but do you accumulate for damage? Because that's essentially how I ended up in a massive argument with a bunch of civil engineers, because I come from basically a academic background of modeling how cracks grow in composite materials, which composite and rebar is. And they came from it from a civil engineering point of background, and it just ended up with us all citing papers at each other. But I was just wondering if that's actually something that you're looking at, because there have been some wacky ideas in history. I mean, just look at the bouncing bomb. And I was looking at it going, hey, if that's concrete to that standard, you hit it that way, it's going to go bad. Is there maybe a scope for the Ukrainians looking at history where wacky ideas are accepted and tested? Because I would suggest Sea Baby and the naval drones were pretty wacky, but they seem to work.
Yeah. First question, is it fun? Yeah, it's lots of fun. Literally like the funnest part of my PhD. And then I think, right, like I'm a political science student, so I don't look at it in a level of detail that probably you do as a civil engineer. Usually what I'm happy with is like 80% accuracy, 85%. I don't need it to bring it up to like 95, 98, right? Like these levels of accuracy that you really would want if you're actually constructing a bridge. I mean, then you really want to be like close to 100. In terms of accumulated damage, definitely something that might be interesting for some targets. In my context, I'm looking at nuclear targets, and usually if you want to knock them out, you try to do that in the first round, because otherwise they might be shooting back at you, and then it's dangerous. So it's not something that's entirely relevant for my research, but at least for the one that I'm conducting right now. But I would say in general, I'd be definitely something I'd be interested in. So maybe that's something going to come up in the future. Axel, I got around 10 more minutes, so let's rapid fire through the other question.
Okay, Ron for every child, Watergo, and then we're done. Ron.
Yeah. Evening, Alex. Evening, Fabian. Today I was in the city in Odessa, and I spoke to a few people, and a lot of discussions and any kind of what's going on in Ukraine. And of what I understand is that let's say 50% is hoping maybe the Crimea bridge is attacked, and the other half says, well, we think that we want to believe Russia that we will attack it, but other goals are more like other logistic railways on Crimea and Chauda and Saki, and to be ready for the time the hopefully the F-16s come, because the threat of the gliding bombs is one of the main issue in the Kherson area. And this is a big problem because they're bombing 24/7 those gliding bombs, and we don't hear a lot about it, but it's really huge. And they are more concerned that and hope that Ukraine will take first logistic points away. And the Crimea bridge let Russia believe that they are ready to attack it. And as you said already about Sullivan, etc., it's the way how we communicate with the Russians. And when we would let them believe Ukraine can attack the Crimea bridge, they can defend themselves, and we support them till they won the war. That would be another rhetoric which would mean much more. And what I hear also a lot of is although maybe the lack of support of the US, a lot of Ukrainians think yes, but why don't we control better the sanctions? Why do have Shahid still the western parts in it? Why are sanctions lifted on Iran and they can export their missiles, etc.? So though this is a bigger concern, as actually will Russia use nuclear bombs? They just want to have a backup by words from Western leaders to say, okay, we go as far till Ukraine wins and have their territories back. It's not here very much spoken about the Crimea bridge. It would be nice, but it isn't the main goal, because a lot of people say also, well, now we know what they transport and we can see it and we have it in a way under control. So is it an advantage when we destroy it? They don't know. So
I can answer that. It is.
Yeah.
It is a massive logistical advantage if and when you take it.
I think so too, but at the moment, Ukraine is doing with stuff they have, I think, a great job. And the war isn't the same as other wars. It's a drone war, becoming a drone war more and more. But yeah, of course, Crimea would be awesome. But it would be more awesome when the Western leaders would stand up and say, okay, this is how we want it, and be clear.
The thing is, they're gonna make work whatever they can work with, right? I would agree with Axel that, like, if they can engage the Crimean bridge and destroy, that would provide them with a massive advantage. If they can't do it, they're gonna make it work differently. But I would say if they can, they should, and if they manage, great for Ukraine. All right, I got 4 minutes, so 2 minutes each. 2 minutes each.
Okay, for every child, short and snappy. Same for water with 2 questions. Off you go.
Yes. Thank you, Axel, so very much. Ari has made some interesting comments. I do appreciate hearing from him. There's a great deal to unpack here, and I've heard some things that don't absolutely square with what the general who addressed the space recently in the last few days had to say about Ukraine strategy, and he said very plainly that Ukraine does not need permission from the United States to attack any target in Russia. But to say
He said
that the
should
American,
not need. He didn't say
I'm
does
sorry.
not need.
I'm very sorry.
I know what. Yeah, you may be sorry, but let me clarify this. Both Mick Ryan as well as very directly Ben Hodges said that from their perspective, Ukraine should not require that, and it shouldn't be required. But they have not said that the administration has not put a hold on it.
Okay, well, the confusion in my mind, I'm going to go back and listen more closely, but the confusion in my mind is, since the Kerch Bridge has already been attacked, I hardly see that it indicates that there's any.
Not with Western-made weapons. Was an improvised truck bomb. But really, please, I really have to go in 3 minutes. So what's the question, so we can come to that?
The question is, you said the Americans are afraid to do this, or the Americans don't allow that. And the question is, the Americans is not a journalistically citable source. So the question is, at some future time, if you could provide some sources to cite.
Yeah, no, sure. Sorry, am I still there, Axel?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
perfectly
Okay.
audible.
All right. No, I mean, like, yeah, the Americans, right? It's very, very overgeneralizing. So just like same when we say the Germans. Obviously, it's just right the data points that I have available. That's what I'm using. I don't have a data point where the Biden administration has come out and said, "Oh, you're not allowed to engage the Cook Bridge." That's not a data point I have, but I have a bunch of other data points, and I think many people in this space would corroborate the sentiment that this escalation angst, these concerns around what Putin might do if certain thresholds are crossed by the West, that's something that appears very present in the minds of Biden and his advisors, which has appeared to restrict the types of weapon systems they have provided to Ukraine. And I don't think it's too far-fetched to assume that this has also played a major role in restricting the types of targets that Ukraine can engage or is allowed to engage. I'm really curious, right, in the future to be, or I would be happy to be proven wrong on that. And I'm really curious what future researchers looking into the archives will find out. I'm just going with what I think is most likely based on the data points that I have available. But obviously, right, it's always there's
Yeah,
opinion in
but
them.
I can add something to it before we have, because we're
One
also
more
running out of
question.
time. Yeah,
Yeah.
let's go to the last question, and then I can talk a little bit more
I
about.
do appreciate you clarifying that it is your
more
opinion.
about it for every child. I would have added more to it because you were asking him for sources in that regard. We can go through what has been said by Mr. Sullivan publicly, as well as what has been reported that he said non-public on a regular basis. And there's loads of articles and loads of statements by himself in that regard. So we don't have to educate this again. It is this administration and it is this National Security Council responsible for the strategy carried out. Whatever.
Thanks, Axel. Thanks, Fabian. Kerch Bridge, by the way, still doesn't carry any logistic military trains, cargo trains, because it was hit twice. First one, it was hit with the bomb truck. Second one, it was the naval drone that actually broke the base of one of the. And it actually doesn't carry any cargo trains. The point is the following: like with the control escalation malfunctioning because of the political reasons, like it sounded in some heads to be like a brilliant plan, but seems to be something went wrong when the reality hit the fan with the political race in US. Like imagine, Fabian, that everything in the world happens like as per your wish. What you would do to correct the things happening? Stupid question, but you know what I mean.
No, I know what you mean. No, I think first of all, I'd like to change the mindset of our decision makers, right? What I pointed out, that they understand that in order to stop a bully, you have to stand up to a bully. You do not stop bullying by giving in over and over again. You have to assume risks in order to get out of the situation that we find ourselves in. By not assuming risks, we're actually increasing risks to ourselves. We need to really be able to change our approach to this war cognitively, I think, in order to take the right decisions on the ground. So this is, of course, the first one. I think everything else actually flows from that. I honestly think if we did that, we would take better. Our decision makers would take better decisions. So it's really that what we talked about today, that we have to change how we think about this war, how we approach it, how we approach risks about escalation, how we approach our mindset, our assumptions about Russia, about autocracies, dictatorships in general. I think that is absolutely crucial. If I could change anything, or if I would have a chance to speak to some of these people directly, I think this is what I would try to tell them. But good question, actually. I like it. Right.
All righty. Thank you, Fabian. Mindful of your time, I fully appreciate that you have stepped out today. You had other commitments and other issues, so very much appreciated. And let's do this again soon.
Yeah, absolutely. No, it was lots of fun. Thank you very much for the questions. Sorry I had to rush through them in the end, but yeah, it's something urgent coming up, so was a bit rushed, but hopefully next time we have a bit more time to also take more time for
Excellent.
the right.
Thank you
Perfect.
so
Thank you
much,
so much.
Fabian.
All right.
Everybody, please give a big hand to Fabian, and I'll have to hand over to Jana because same issue here in a different format. So, Jana, carry on, please.
Sure. Thank you very much, Fabian, as well. And thank you, Axel. And yeah, it was a very nice segment. So let me just take you to a little bit less expertise, but to some yeah, I'll continue with the news that caught my attention, and do not hesitate to come up and add your own commentary and your opinions, and happy to discuss anything that is of interest to you. So I think I started with some overview, which I didn't get too far to, but as I said, I was only able to catch bits and pieces here and there today. So what I see, there was one article that I really wanted to discuss, and that is one of our favorite topics, apart from the missiles and drones, and that is the Russian hybrid war and propaganda. Because I think the listeners and part of the community of MriyaReport, we are all already quite well trained. We understand that many things are not exactly what they appear. We know about the thousands of bots and trolls operating through social media. We know about the troll farms. I know that there was some nice postings about this by Pekka from Vatnik Soup today on Twitter X. But I also found an article about Euromaidan, about a particular way that Russians or other malign actors are like to distort reality, and that is by influencing the Western media or the media in the free world. So as we know, quite recently there was this strike on the Lysychansk bakery, where we know that there were some high positions, Russian occupiers that were stricken. However, Euromaidan posted an article about this, how this was spinned actually by the Russian propaganda, and how it was falsely portrayed originally by Russian outlets, but of course then pushed towards our mainstream media as an attack on a civilian bakery, and thus they of course fooled many of the media outlets. So let me just go into some details. This article is, I think it's from today. It's either from today or from yesterday. Do excuse me, I don't see the exact date. But we know that there was the notable information about this strike on the bakery. However, in the Western media, such as BBC, The Guardian, Euronews, the Associated Press, AFP, and Bloomberg, pick up this story as in its fake version from the Russian propaganda, accusing the Ukrainian forces of killing civilians in a bakery in Russian-occupied Lysychansk in the Luhansk Oblast. However, as we know, and as it turned out, the location was actually a restaurant with Russian occupiers inside. And let me just interrupt myself because I have a great pleasure to invite Slavi and welcome her to the hot seat. Slavi, it's wonderful to see you. This is our first co-hosting together. Nice to see you next to me in the hot seat. Hi.
Hello, yes, and happy first co-hosting. I'm so excited for this. And yeah, I was listening intently to the story, which, yeah, I reported on this as well yesterday. And everywhere kept saying civilians. And I was so, oh, Western media is really, really pissing me off recently.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you about this and about your opinion. I can imagine that it really pisses you off because it's unbelievable how very easily are they fooled, right? But well, um, well, on one hand, they should really be professional and they should know better by now. It's been almost 2 years of this brutal Russian invasion. On the other hand, and really I don't mean this an excuse, you know, when I remember myself 2 years ago, I was so naive and I was so like really sleepwalking around the world that I would have been fooled myself as well. So it's really good that now we know and we can recognize this Russian bullshit, excuse my language. But as I said, this shouldn't be an excuse for the professional journalists and professional media because, yeah, we are. Volunteers, we are normal people, and these guys should know better, especially this far away, well, this far into the invasion. So, Wardogo, what do you say to this? Please go ahead.
Good evening. Hope everybody's doing fine. First of all, as soon as I'm here with my backup account and my primary account still did not recover after the being suspended, please kindly give a follow to those with those whom we were following each other in the past. Every time I see here people, I just like a machine gun start follow everybody because too many people. I've been having a 7K uh, followers. I've been following also 7K in the past, but unfortunately, it got yeah it got suspended. The second point after you hit a follow, please kindly get to my profile. There is interesting thing going on over there in the pinned message, and if you like, especially Zipoliters with Ukrainian symbolics, there is something specifically for you. I'm pretty sure you will enjoy. On the propaganda, look, if you want to get how this thing worked actually in the past in Ukraine, with Russians being in many leading country positions, even back in 2010, and they were toxifying the whole political life in Ukraine to the level that people said, you know what, the election are so dirty that we don't want even to take part in this, or uh, media, you know, uh, media being controlled by certain group of people or person himself, and like doing something that is called to be like paid articles or something like this. That is that is not so far back history, and Ukraine is doing great in order to get rid of all of that. But with the war in Ukraine breaking out since 2014 and with the full-scale invasion 2022, we see how many Russian assets are working in this media, in that media. Someone got found from these volunteers from Russia, another one from that one. Somebody went to Moscow. Somebody's doing a show, making an interview uh, with the dictators, and like all of the things, you know. Uh, some of them just simply follow the logic that money doesn't smell, and they do whatever is good for their pocket, not only like working as the journalist. It's not the journalism, is actually something where you're paid and then somebody does what he wants with you when you're paid. Unfortunately, it's not about the journalism. And that's my opinion. But that's been already in the past, and like Ukraine is the bright example how if you spot that, because all of the things, they are like these bugs in the garden. When you take the stone and the bugs with the sunlight, they start running 360 everywhere, just simply because it's not comfortable. That's why putting the lights on every such kind of journalist, and like scouting, as exactly as you mentioned, like Pekka does, everyone who is mm, who has sold his reputation for the benefit. I mean, it means if in this world reputation still matters something, I mean, those people deserve to be famous with the right consequence of their reputation. That's the idea, and that's something that these days the war is showing like black and white. I mean, the attitude of people, and many people who were like masking to be like, how to call it, liberal journalists, or mild um, truth. They were for truth rather than for Russia. No, many of them just simply make their side, and they show their attitude. And it's very simple to make your bet in this sense. What's the person's attitude to towards Russia and towards war in Ukraine, and like generalize towards democracies versus the autocracies, and then you simply make this threshold. It's very easy to choose the one whom you would like to follow, whom you would like to be part of your uh, informational sphere, in the sense of like promoting those critical thinking and confronting propaganda rather than feeding propaganda. Yeah, I hope I made myself clear. About following, don't forget, let's try to recover at least some good people whom I've been following. If you follow me, I follow you back, of course, and get to my profile looking at the good thing we're trying to do with one famous Polish guy who called himself Axon, with certain things, good things, to the guys we regularly support. Thank you so much. Hugs and love from Ukraine.
Thank you very much, Word Doggo. And I know that maybe for some new listeners, Word Doggo now sounds like a Instagram influencer, but you can trust us that he is not. He is a really beloved person from Ukraine. So definitely he is regularly and legitimately worth a follow. And I know that his account was suspended for some really valid reasons, because he was fighting the good fight on behalf of Ukraine. So just a little word on behalf of War Doggo. And yeah, hugs and love back, War Doggo. Yeah, well, I absolutely agree with you, Word Doggo, what you said, that because there are many kind of planted, whether consciously or unconsciously, or I don't know, there are many Russians in the media, in academia, in our institutions, but also this way how to just pick up the narratives that do come from Kremlin or from the troll farms. It's absolutely ridiculous, and I think it's also some kind of myopia and or idiocy that some media outlets still suffer. And I know that it probably is not really easy in journalism nowadays, thanks to the internet. But yeah, again, please, you're professionals. You should know and do better. Anyways, Slavi, do you want to add anything to this, or shall we go to For Every Child?
I'll add something to this Western journalism. I wouldn't call it journalism these days, but I it's making me kind of nervous, and in my opinion, I feel like the Ukrainian narrative is getting suppressed quite a lot, way more than it was in the beginning of the war. And of course, it's happening because it's election year, and I'm not liking what I'm seeing at all. But I just I don't see the Ukrainian government doing much about it. So it's maybe they have something planned. I'm not sure, but I mean they declined to comment on a lot. Maybe it's a new tactic because they do decline to comment on many especially recent events. Maybe it's a smart choice. I'm not sure, but yeah, definitely gonna keep a close eye at what they do, and whatever they do, just gonna follow their suit, I think. Um was it another? Were you next?
No, it was
For Every Child.
For Every Child, yeah, indeed. But yeah, I just wanted to say I agree with you. I was always so upset when I saw the European media not reacting to the atrocities as much as I expected to. But yeah, that's another thing. But yeah, totally agree with you. But let's go to For Every Child and then to another. For Every Child, please go ahead.
Thank you, Jana. You know, with mass media, every mention of Ukraine matters because it brings attention to the readers, and by bringing that attention, they may be in the library and just suddenly pick up material on Ukraine. Um, but I was just so excited when a Polish broadcaster on TV unfurled a Georgian Legion flag and displayed it on the air, and I blasted that all over my stream, and I tagged a great many mass media uh, sta- uh, sources in the United States with the Georgian flag. Um, I delight in every opportunity to bring any aspect of Ukraine to the public mind. Uh, that said, War Doggo was on my mind when I first opened my eyes, and the first, second, or third post that I made was to uh, uh, support, saying that his account had been suspended, and he was very much needed to and well, I forget exactly how I worded it, but I did bring attention to War Doggo and his suspended account, and told him it was a mistake and that he was needed. That happened with only 3 tweets, or 2 tweets, or 2 posts, uh, and immediately, just with the mention of War Doggo, I had to go through and choose how many stones were on the screen before I could proceed to do anything else. I'm okay with that. I will keep bringing it to their attention at least daily until the account is restored. Um, and War Doggo mentioned being very careful about misinformation, and I did put in the purple pill a link to the book on, just a minute, active measures that Christopher has been talking about. And so anybody who would like to check that link out, it is available free in some sources, some library sources, and it's available free on Audible for new accounts as a introductory book. Um, So anyway, that link is there in the purple pill. It's also pinned to my account on my profile. So there are good things happening, and I just have to stay excited about the good things that are happening, so that I can continue elevating Ukraine and everything good about Ukraine in the public mind. Slava Ukraine.
Geroim Slava.
Hello.
Revital, you're so positive and just a beacon of strength. So thank you so much for your positivity and a good outlook on things. Let's go to Nether.
Yeah, so following on from that, and also with why Doggo doesn't have as many followers as he has, even though it's his alt account. So a lot of big, well, not just big, a lot of NAFO accounts who've been around for a while have noticed that it seems like our preferences for our feeds have been reset. So today, when I was on here, I was getting pictures of, someone on a hot mic? Anyway, I was getting memes of cartoon animals. I was getting posts about pop stars, which is fine if it's Taylor Swift, because I'm a NAFO Swiftie. But otherwise, I don't need to know about Drake. And then I was getting just generic internet humor. And this wasn't just me. There were loads of NAFO accounts going, why are there no cartoon dogs in my feed? There should always be cartoon dogs in my feed. Now, the plus side was there were less Vatniks in my feed, but it seemed like I was just given a generic NAFO, a generic Twitter feed. And everyone's like, what the hell's going on here? But we do seem to have sort of a fix that some of us have worked out. So the best way to do this, if you're a cartoon dog, I haven't tried it as a non-cartoon dog, is to find like a fundraiser post which just tweets at loads of NAFO fellas, engage with it, and just engage with lots of other cartoon dogs or pro-Ukraine accounts. And all of a sudden your feed will go back to what it was before it was in the past few days, and you'll see the pro-Ukraine narratives and the pro-Ukraine voices come back. But yeah, unfortunately, you just need to do a bit of work. You need to go and engage with Ukrainians, cartoon dogs, or anyone else's pro-Ukraine to get your feed moving on from whatever the hell Drake or Beyonce is doing, or the latest generic internet meme. Unfortunately, War Doggo, I didn't even realize that you got a ban. I know I have followed you. I know I've sometimes been unfollowed in many people's, but yeah, you got a ban. But the reason you may not be getting your alt back up is because you're in this between a rock and a hard place in terms of Elmo's messed with the algorithm such that pro-Ukraine accounts no longer don't appear in other pro-Ukraine accounts feeds at the same time as having a ban and low follower numbers. So yeah, maybe when you're going about trying to adjust your feed, I mean, I do actually solicit Vatniks so I can bulk them. But when it comes to finding pro-Ukraine voices and fundraiser support, the thing that seems to work, well, that the consensus seems to be amongst fairly experienced people. I know I don't look like I've been here for long, but I have been bonked multiple times. I've been here a while. Just engage with pro-Ukraine accounts, and cartoon dogs are a pretty good sign of that. And maybe make a particular effort to just literally just write something random. So my new thing is, if I'm trying to boost something, apparently just writing boost actually deboosts the post that you're applying to. So I'm now just quoting Japanese haikus. So not only are you boosting accounts, but you're sharing a bit of culture. So yeah, go to War Doggo, boost him. You don't have to write a haiku. Maybe just write a poem, or just copy and paste a poem, because the algorithm's not going to see that one coming. And let's boost each other up and have us appearing in each other's feeds. And yeah, maybe we'll get some more Japanese people on side, which would be good, because those guys are actually pretty damn good at making ammo. And if someone can figure out the same for the South Koreans, that'd be awesome, because they're outstanding at making ammo.
Yo,
Another.
thank you so much. Thank you so much, Northern Alex Ferguson, because in my case was the weird thing that, because like I saw the account in the morning and it was not showing any warnings or nor any like somebody have complained on you or like shadow ban or like anything. It was just showing a message that like my account is suspended, not like banned, but actually suspended. And I was like, oh, wow, thank you. Maybe next day Elon Musk will get his brain back from his shelf and like some mistake have happened. But, several people were writing like, what's the heck to Twitter support and actually no reaction at all. And like, it is pretty weird, you know. That's something that I haven't experienced before, and moreover, I was not doing anything unregularly disgusting, call it this way, unregularly disgusting. But yeah, that's the reason why I hold the backup account. Unfortunately, still a little bit uh, to to work for the visibility because I'm not only like bonking Russians, but also trying to bring some certain important stuff to the guys in Ukraine whom I know personally, and some of them were here at the space explaining what they do, who they are. Some of them from the Special Force Alpha from SBU, some of them from Omega Special Force National Guard of Ukraine, some of them from I don't know 18th Brigade, some of them from 98th Brigade, and trying to keep with people with whom we are connected for certain things that we can do together is really important because that's how Ukrainians are horizontally connected to each other, to all the fellows and all the friends all over the globe, doing the good things for those who hold peaceful Ukrainian skies over Ukraine. And that's why I was saying like get to pinned message in my profile. Let's see if there if you find something there what you would like to participate. One of those things that we do together regularly. Moreover, if you like Zippos, there is something for you. If you like Russian hats, there is something for you. If you like Russian patches, something for you. Without the hat, don't mind. The hole in it is just for the ventilation. But overall, those things. I have an idea if someone likes the Russian helmets, the particular participation in the common thing that we are trying to do together for like 1500. There is the guy who will send the Russian helmet, almost new, right straight from his hands to your hands, just 1500, and that's it. That's the idea. Check the profile. There are a lot of interesting things over there, and yeah, let's give a follow to each other. We can do a lot of good together. Accent Law from Ukraine. Thanks.
For every child, Jana and Slavi, could I do a very quick response before?
Sure. Yeah. I realized that you wanted to react. Please go ahead, Nada.
Yeah. So, War Doggo, we United 24. When my last account got knocked out, United 24 published an assessment because it wasn't just me. In fact, of the 4 NAFO attendees for the United 24 summit, all of us were targeted. 2 of us got permanent bans, which we couldn't recover from, despite the fact that there is a NAFO fax machine of doom. Unfortunately, because my accounts got banned, I've lost those contacts. So if anyone is aware of the fax machine, the NAFO fax machine of doom that I'm talking about, please DM War Doggo to maybe get it restored. It didn't work for me. It didn't work for Lot of Love. But yeah, it seemed to be a concerted effort. And I'm sure it wasn't convenient. I'm sure it wasn't happenstance that the 4 NAFO attendees at the summit in Kyiv in May got targeted, and 2 of us got permanently knocked out. If you get too prominent, they seem to have mass attacks. You might be the victim of it. It might be the case that NAFO's fax machine of doom, which normally works, may not work for you. Didn't work for me. But the way to alleviate it, or at least for me, is I got knocked out mid-December. United 24 said, oh, it's a real shame that Nother and Lotta got knocked out. Can you please give them a follow? So I'm kind of a bit surprised that you didn't say. It's like, hey, MriyaReport got banned. Maybe MriyaReport could put out a post just suggesting, saying, this is the same War Doggo. because that's what United 24 said. It's like these accounts have got banned, but these are the same people. And I was back to half strength within a month. No, not half. Well, I was back to quarter strength within a month. I'm half strength now, and that's 2 months. So maybe we can get you back to full strength even faster by learning lessons of how me and Lotta got over half of our followers' strength back. So sorry for jumping in for every child, but I just wanted to just tap in on that as someone who's been on the receiving end, and where United 24 have resources and have come to a conclusion about how it happened. Sounds pretty similar to what might have happened to Wardo.
Yeah, no, thank you very much for also sharing a possible solution. So we'll look into it. Now, I just wanted to add, I don't have such a dramatic problem, because I was never like totally suspended. I was just temporarily banned, but it's also it was quite shocking for me at that time how these double standards really work, because I was banned temporarily. Well, I have been shadow banned since like forever, but I was banned for 7 days for being upset over the torture chambers for children that Russia established on the occupied territories. So I think, yeah, if you learn about torture chambers for children, it's quite fair to be upset. And I wasn't even like that bad. And in the meantime, when I report trolls that threaten me with all kinds of things, from sexual assaults to death, nothing happens to them. I just got that email that I got it wrong. So yeah, I think the standards are not totally the same, right? Unbelievable. But yeah, I was never totally banned. So Nodar, I'm sorry for every child. Let Nodar react to this again, and then we'll go to you. Nodar,
Actually, can we go to every child? I feel really rude, but I will definitely respond to that with historical examples, if that's okay with you. I know you're the host, but I like for every child, and I feel a bit mean.
oh yeah, of course. If you have some more to say, because I thought you just had a quick reaction. So let's finally to go for every for every child. Please go ahead.
Bless you, Nother. Thank you very much. Thank you, Slavia. I did have a friend who was suspended for a full month with 20,000 followers, and she was totally devoted to aid to Afghan refugees. I went to her aid with support, and her account was recovered. It might have been a week or two, I don't recall, but her account was recovered, and she was just deeply moved to be able. There was no way to repopulate 20,000 followers. It could jeopardize my account to do that for 5 or 10 people at a time, and I'm really focused on seeing if Wardogo can receive his account back. But when fellows have accounts suspended, I don't advocate a gazillion people jumping on support, but unless, of course, they have an account they can afford to lose. I can't afford to lose mine. Nevertheless, that has been effective. Wardago, what came to mind was I can go through my timeline and look for Ukrainians with boots on the ground and tag you with some of their feed. Perhaps that will help you recover data that you need, but I don't want to just fill your feed with information that you may not be prepared to have in your timeline.
Wardago, do you want to react?
Apologize, I just put my full mouse with the cake, and the only
Yeah,
reaction, the reaction
enjoy.
could be just blinking, you know. Thank you, my dear.
Let them
Thank you,
eat
my dear
cake.
Virtual.
Let them eat cake.
Yeah, let him eat cake. I understand you so much more ago. It was yeah, I once was co-hosting with a full mouse, and it wasn't a pleasant experience for anyone, I can assure you. But no, thank you very much for every child for this. I just wanted to add one more thing. You know, I don't really care that much. I have some backup accounts, even though they are not as old as my original account. The only thing that upsets me is that I'm not able to write community notes because apparently I violated the terms of service or something. So I ticked all the other boxes, but because I was banned for a while, I guess. I am not able to do that. But let's go to another now. Another, please go ahead.
Yeah, so the reason I left the gap is because there's a distinct change in what I want to talk about now. So I kind of have an understanding of how I got knocked out, or my last account I've been knocked out multiple times, but how my last account, which was getting pretty big, got knocked out. Lotta's account was also pretty big. She got knocked out. And frankly, we taught them how to do it. So if those of you around earlier on maybe may recall hashtag NAFO Article 5. Now, the reason that actually came about wasn't just for, humor and banter. It was actually a tool. So the way it worked, and this is actually part of the way we a bunch of fellas. Okay, I'll give an example. A bunch of fellas targeted Surovikin, General Armageddon, the Butcher of Syria, and by basically just mocking him, harassing him enough, we got him to respond, or whoever represents his account to respond, and to the point where he said something which potentially violated terms of service. At which point, instant repost, hashtag NAFO Article 5, and just mass reporting. So yeah, General Armageddon, the Butcher of Syria, got banned or got a temporary ban off Twitter by cartoon dogs. So it's like, one, if you argue with cartoon dogs and you're supposed to be this big, bad, nasty general, you've already lost. Two, we're going to VPN into Germany and we're going to mass report you and alert others to mass report you using hashtag NAFO Article 5. Now, the rules keep evolving. So it got to the point that actually if you use NAFO, hashtag NAFO Article 5, you could then be reported for inciting harassment. So then you would get banned in return. So the rules on Twitter constantly seem to change. So yeah, I mean, I would also say be conscious of the fact that things that have worked in the past on Twitter don't always work in the future. So when I last got my ban, there are certain accounts who have specializations. I'm pretty certain some of them are ex-Twitter, who'd be like, oh, by the way, do you understand Twitter's current internal procedures? And we call it the fax machine of doom because it's literally not an automated report by going report complaint. No, there are other means of doing it, but they escalate the situation very quickly. So this hypothetical, well, it's not hypothetical, the NAFO fax machine of doom was very, very effective for a period in getting NAFO fellas reinstated. But it doesn't seem to work anymore. So just because, and I've also had this. So when I got my ban, you had massive accounts, Trinsu, Mother Superior, etc., going, please reinstate Alex. That had worked before. Didn't work for me. Didn't work for Lotta. Learn, adapt. And the thing that did work is having, big reputable accounts. MriyaReport could be one. For me, it was United 24 that came to my rescue and Lotta's rescue. I mean, I'm still at half strength, but adapt and survive, I suppose. But yeah, if you've tried something before and it's worked, try it again. If it doesn't work when you try it again, it's probably not you. It's probably because a process has changed. So learn and adapt and just sling stuff at it. And eventually there are enough of us that will find something that works. When a fella or another pro-Ukraine account finds something that works, don't be original, just copy them. That's the main thing. And yeah, in terms of what seems to be working most effectively at the moment, especially within the crack shoot in the past couple of days, if you see a fella, just reply to them, retweet them. I mean, and don't say something like boost. Like I'm just gonna be writing haikus. So if you see me writing a Japanese haiku in your post, in response to your post, I'm just trying to boost you and get your engagement back up. That's it. It's ridiculous, but we're cartoon dogs, so ridiculous is what we do.
No, it's a very good advice, and thank you very much also for clarifying this with the boost. That's also a very good piece of advice. And I also realized, well, maybe it's quite obvious, but because I was writing "Sure, Ivan" under every post of Russian trolls, then I was mostly engaging with Russian trolls. And if I wanted to keep my mental health, I had to cleanse my timeline with cute animals or interacting with NAFO dogs. So my advice would be, just for your mental health sake, to keep it a little bit in balance and make sure. I know that you are very I don't know, hardworking, but not only bonk, but also seek some good company, so you can then also interact with some good guys on your timeline. Otherwise, you will get crazy. We are barely holding there, yes, right, but we are. Okay, well, thank you so much for this, Slavi. I do have some bits and pieces of news, but because we are on this topic of misinformation and disinformation, maybe we can go a little bit. Maybe we can talk a little bit more about that, if you agree. I have some. I have some news or some bits and pieces from Spravdi, which is this communication and information security center from Ukraine. I think you know it. We also have some very dedicated co-hosts who always help us to share the news from there on our back channels. And I like to check them from now and again, because they post some news, they post some analysis, and they also post some debunking fake pieces. So they usually take some current Kremlin narrative and debunk it. I just have to say, please don't consider this as exhaustive list, because we know that Kremlin tends to really engage in fire hose of how to say, not bullshit, but I wanted to say a nicer word. Falsehood is the word. So they pick and choose some of them. The other day, I was talking about the fake alert that Spravdi alarmed us about, that the fake news that the Ukraine is going to collapse along the entire front line. And we learned from then that, of course, this is a nonsense. It's a fake news. Another recent fake news are, for example, and please excuse me, I will be reading this a little bit in a silly way, because I really want to make sure that we recognize in this audio what is the fake and what is the refutation of it, because I don't want somebody, to clip a piece of what I was reading and pretend that MriyaReport is actually spreading this narrative. So let me tell you the description of the fake. The lie, the Russian lie is that NATO have published the date of the beginning of the invasion of Russia, or the fake is that NATO at all is preparing to invade Russia proactively and are preparing for the start of a full-scale war with it. I'll repeat, this is the fake. This news, or so-called news, is spread by the pro-Kremlin trash website or the trolls. Refutation by Spravdi is that, of course, there is a nonsense and there are no dates of the beginning of the NATO invasion of Russia, and neither are there any preparations for such offensive nations. The outbreak of the World War III is not in the interest of our alliance, and we are actually, or NATO, I use the royal we, but the NATO is doing everything to prevent it. Propaganda, on the other hand, have been and it is presenting the strengthening of borders and security in the Baltic countries as elements of preparation for the war by NATO. I'll repeat, this is a lie. But as we know, it's Russia that purposefully, sorry, my English is getting worse with the time of the day, but Russia is purposefully provoking and sends people from the third countries to the border with Finland and with the EU. Yeah, so that is a debunk fake. I have some more, but first let me see if somebody wants to say something and if Slavi has something to add to this. Slavi, have you encountered this particular narrative? Well, I can guess that you did, but please let us know what do you think.
I'm sorry, I'm chewing. My bad.
Everybody's eating. Yeah, I have to admit that I was also eating my dinner while Axel was conducting this really masterful interview with our guest Fabian. So yeah, I'm not blaming you guys. We do have to eat sometimes. So yeah, I was stuffing myself with some mushroom. It wasn't a magic mushroom. It was a normal portobello mushroom. I have to admit, but I'm so sorry. I don't want to. Okay, so I'll let you chew in peace and let me, with help of Spravdi, debunk some more fake narratives. So another fake narrative as of recent is, and again I'll repeat, this is a lie, is that the armed forces of Ukraine lose about 1,200 fighters every day. We know this is a nonsense and we know it from various sources. On the other hand, we also know, which is not fake, it's actually quite underestimated figure, as we discussed many times, is that the average figures of the lost personnel on the Russian side is actually about 1,000 military personnel every single day. Some days it's 800, some days it's now 900, but I think it's for a couple of months already, the average, as I hear mockers read the numbers every morning, are about 1,000 lost Russians. So this is a fake. The refutation from Spravdi is that the expert, quote unquote, expert on the Russian side mislead and provide knowingly false data because as we know, the information about the losses in the armed forces of Ukraine is kept confidential, and only the higher military political leaders of the country has access to it. But we also know some estimations that the ratio is much lower than the Russians. Of course, like every lost Ukrainian is a tragedy, especially as we know that these are usually quite amazing people and professionals, whereas Russia is pushing a lot of convicts and former prisoners in their meat waves attacks. But that's a totally other topic, but I just wanted to bring this fake news to your attention, you will probably encounter these narratives, and you can know that this was debunked by Spravdy. So, yeah, I think these were the most current ones. If you would like to go and see what this Centrum from Information is saying for yourself, I will post this to the Nest, because usually when I read something from their website, people ask me for their website, and it's not so easy just to remember it when I say it. So let me just post it. So, Slavi, shall we? Are you ready? Can we go to you now? Can you talk?
Yes, I can talk. Thank you for letting me do that. I thought I would sneak in a quick meatball, but thought I had time.
Now, of course, you can. Let me just go and give the word to you while I'm posting this, because I have been trying this forever, but I am still not capable of talking and posting something in the Nest, and I do admire the co-hosts who are able to do that. So let me just
Multitasking skills for
yeah.
sure. The skill.
Indeed. Let me go to you now, and I'll react to what you say in a minute again.
Sure. All right. Well, some kind of geopolitical news. The first tranche of the 50 billion Ukraine facility program will be disbursed to Ukraine in March. EU Commission President Ursula von der Leyen said that today. Also, this is kind of compelling news. FC Shakhtar creates a team of amputee soldiers. FC Shakhtar announces that creation of a football team for people with disabilities. The team will consist of the soldiers who were injured during the hostilities and, as a result, had their limbs amputated. It is planned that at the first stage, the team will have 20 players and a coach who will conduct regular training sessions in Kyiv. Recruitment of footballers and training of coaches will begin at the earliest possible date. In the future, the team are expected to participate in competitions, including European ones. I really love this story. This is fantastic. All right, next story is by the way, if somebody wants to comment on it, just raise their hand. Okay. This is also kind of good news. The US Army aims to double the production of 155 millimeter artillery shells, which is a key munition used in Ukraine, by October, which plans to reach 100,000 shells per month in 2025. And this was reported by Defense One. All right. Well, there was another video that kind of surfaced. It's a Russian orc, and the orc reveals seriously 3 comrades used as cannon fodder. Another intercepted call casts light on how desperate Russian forces in some areas have become to field sufficient troops to meet commanders' demands to maintain offensive action. Okay, well, I mean, there's evidence, nothing we didn't know, though, but.
Yeah, exactly. No. No, Slavi, thank you very much for sharing these, and I'll have some pieces of news to add later. But I also wanted to ask you, maybe before we go to For Every Child. So, what do you think personally about Tucker Carlson visit to Moscow? What exciting news, right? True journalism. I am being sarcastic, if just
Yeah,
to be
didn't
sure.
he get some kind of not medal, but recognized in the journalism, the Russian journalism? I commented, I was like, excuse me, this is the Russian propaganda, but you don't have journalism here. Yeah, the clown show. That's no. I mean, I'm trying not to kind of blow it up and not to comment on it. I'm trying something new because um the Ukrainian government has no comment either. So I'm like, well, let's see what happens. I don't know. Maybe this is better. Maybe not. We'll see. Just trying different tactics. I mean, I if I actually said the things that I want to say, I would most likely be suspended. So let's keep it at no comment.
All right, Slavino, yeah, I can relate to that. It's just really ridiculous, and a clown show is a good expression. Thank you so much. It's just really painful to see that there are still people influenced by this Joker, but and yeah, it's disgusting. But no,
Yeah,
thank you.
I watched the intro and it made me sick to my stomach how a person that should have two brain cells can do that, can say such things. I mean, I was, yeah, not a good day. Don't watch it, guys. It's gonna get you upset. You already know what it is. Like, but if I mean, if you do, then watch it. But it's so far like I don't know. They want the eyes, right? That's what they want. That's what Tucker wants. That's what Putler wants. The more eyes, the better for them to listen to. This is the Russian narrative, and the Russian narrative being aired to the American public. So I don't know. Just don't give in, guys. So all
No,
right, let's
no.
do. Yeah.
No, no, you're right. It's just really ridiculous that this person who really has quite a high influence on certain people is really openly promoting Russia now, which to the American public, as you said, and it's like the world is upside down. But as Ben Official said the other day, okay, well, we all know that we can get upset about it, but especially here on MriyaReport, we have been talking about the tactics of Russian propaganda for 2 years. So maybe it's time to start thinking about how to tackle it. And we know that the smooth-brained cartoon dogs have some good ways to do that. And yeah, maybe we should find some other ways because we all together we are not that stupid, right? But let's go to for every child. For every child, good evening again. Please go ahead. I hope you're not eating.
Oh, he's eating. I'll jump in real quick. What I will, I'm
My
kind
mic,
of. Oh,
my
okay, go
mic
ahead. Go
keeps
ahead.
getting shut down. Um, Absolutely, Slavia. The every hit is it boosts how many people can see them. So every time we look at something they do, it just elevates how many other people get to see them. Um, but I can't, you know, I definitely will take your advice on how disgusting it is, and I will not go look for it. The story you read about the amputees, I did boost that to Maria Shriver. Uh, she follows me, and I know that she's interested in that type of story. She also publishes uh, a weekly it's either a weekly or a daily newspaper. I'm not sure which, uh, but nevertheless, my recent venture of tagging 10 or 15 or 20 or 100 news sources with different stories. It's highly experimental for me. Most of these people do not follow me, and I've already received warnings that it appears that I'm attempting to gain followers in an unlawful manner, I suppose. But nevertheless, uh, some of them have followed me from those boosts, and don't don't necessarily do everything I do because it's not necessarily safe.
Okay, thank you very much for every child. We'll take it as a piece of advice. And yeah, it's really good to share these experiences and advice that we have for each other. But no, so let me move on, Slavi. So shall we move to some other news that we had? If you want, thank you so much.
Yeah, let's do that. I have a couple news, but go ahead.
Oh, all right. Okay. Well, let me maybe first repeat very short one to you that got me excited during my lunch break today, and I wanted you to know, and you probably already know, but Ukraine is to receive 6 more additional F-16, or more and additional is the same, F-16 fighter jets from the Netherlands. That made me very excited because the Netherlands is my beloved adoptive country, and I read it from the horses. Well, from the I read it from the defense minister. And the only thing is that I, of course, unfortunately don't see when. And we know that it was late yesterday, so we want it there tomorrow. But okay, they are not stating that, so please don't take me on that. But 6 additional F-16s. Hope it will happen soon. But let's go back to you, Slavi. So what did you want to share with us? Please go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, that is indeed a very good story. But, when they come out, when giving weapons to Ukraine, usually they have made that deal quite a while ago. So they're quite late. So they're not doing it in real time for a good reason, of course. So I don't know. I think some deals were made a long time. And maybe some weapons will be there next month. Or, no, we're talking about jets, but we'll never know because Russia can't know. So it only makes sense to just confuse with all these weapons and weapons deliveries. And I'm okay with it. Of course, I'd like it to be as soon as possible, but maybe they're there. Some of them, we don't know. Maybe they're not. But definitely the one thing that we would love to see is to see those F-16s in the air over the Ukrainian skies. All right, so the next story I had is Ukraine's security service detains 5 former and current intelligence officers spying for Russia. Ukrainian intelligence said it neutralized a Russian spy network in Ukraine consisting of former and serving intelligence officers in different branches working under the same Russian agent. I'm glad they got these guys.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. Okay, I'll hand it over to you right now because these are kind of smaller stories, but go ahead.
All right, thank you so much. So what I had also ready was some military stuff, which of course I can pass over, but I am not really able to analyze it. So please excuse me and come to my help if you're able to, because I had some stuff from the Institute for the Study of War, but also from the MriyaReport channel of the defense industry of Ukraine and from the Defense Express. So let me see what was my favorite story, because some of them I really do need some help analyzing. But yeah. Let me start with the Institute of the Study of War, because they usually provide quite a good assessment, and they have some key takeaways. And if some of them is more interesting, we can dive in deeper. we know, and I'm sure you also discussed it already, Slavi, perhaps yesterday, and also in the different time zone, we know about the developments in the US, and we know it doesn't look very favorable. So there is the proposed supplement appropriation bill that is unveiled by the U.S. Senate negotiator. If this bill will be passed, will or would provide roughly 60 billion of security assistance for Ukraine. And I know it has been quite dramatic. And because I don't understand the American politics that much, I will not go too deep unless, but I'm sure like soon we will have speakers who will understand it and will be able to maybe explain some details. But it was important enough that Institute for the Study of War brought it up in their key takeaways. We also know about the debate about the replacing or possible replacing of series of state leaders or military leaders that apparently happened with President Zelensky. And I would very much recommend to this point our listeners or colleagues to listen to the recording that we did with General Ben Hodges. We had an interview with him yesterday, European evening, and he brought a lot of clarity and really perfect explanation from the military point of view. I believe you can still look it up on our back recordings on YouTube. So if you go to YouTube and search for MriyaReport, you should be able to trace it back to the 24 hours ago. Or please give us a little bit of time. We are trying as much and as fast as we can to process these amazing guests and put them as podcasts on our Spotify account. General Ben Hodges is not there yet, I believe. I think the problem is is not a problem, is how do you say it? A luxury. Yeah, luxury problem is that we had so many incredible guests lately that we don't really have a capacity to process the recordings and edit them, because we take out things like coughs and little annoying noises. Not that we edit well. We have to do this to clean it up a little bit and write some synopsis and put it up. So we really have to catch up, because we had really a parade of incredible guests. But General Ben Hodges will be there soon, and he will provide some clarity on this. Another point from the Institute for the Study of War is that the Kremlin is intensifying rhetoric, pushing for the hypothetical partition of Ukraine by seizing on innocuous and unrelated topics, likely in an attempt to normalize the partition narrative in Western discussion about Ukraine. And I know, Slavi, that you touched this yesterday in your segment with Masilius, and of course it's a Kremlin narrative, and of course it's a bullshit. But I see many speakers joining us. There are some hands raised, so maybe I'll give the word to our listeners, and I believe I will be saying my goodbyes soon. So if I just disappear while somebody else is speaking, please excuse me. I am sure that Slavi and Alan, you can touch on the rest of the points of the Institute of the Study of War, or some other topics you want to discuss. And I will be with you soon, perhaps tomorrow evening or Thursday evening. And it was a pleasure co-hosting with you, Slavi. It's really nice getting to know new co-hosts. So let me just stop blubbering.
It's okay. Likewise, Yana, and looking forward to next time.
Yeah, me too. Thank you all. Slava Ukraini, Heroyam Slava, and let's go to For Every Child and then to Fela B. For Every Child, please go ahead.
Fela B, are you there?
Yeah, sorry, I was just walking out of Wi-Fi range, so it just. Sorry about that. Can you hear me all right?
We can
Okay.
hear you, yeah.
Let me hang up.
Let For Every speak for a second while my mobile signal gets back in properly.
Very well. Jana, thank you for mentioning General Ben Hodges. I thought that I had grabbed the right download and I meant to have General Ben Hodges, but since he's not there, I'll just make a note to go back and keep checking.
Please do. Thank you very much For Every Child. And yeah, I'm not sure if you can hear each other, but thank you for your input. And we'll go to Fela B now and then to Nader. Fela B, please go ahead.
Sorry, brain is.
What's going on, Fela? You sound like muffled or something. Can't really quite
I'm
understand.
outside in the rain, so sorry. Can you hear
Oh,
me?
okay. We
No,
can hear you just mumbling or something. Maybe you have your mic too close or something. I don't know.
I've got earbuds in and they don't work very well sometimes. So I might come. But give me a second. Let me put that. Let me adjust in a second.
In the meantime, Fela B, let's go to Nader, okay?
Yep.
Nader, please go ahead.
I actually put my hand up to make a specific request to Feather B, unfortunately. So I don't know how his earbuds are good for hearing versus speaking. But I don't know if people in this space caught the news today that hackers had breached the IRGC's, a part of the IRGC's network, and had downloaded about 10 gigabytes of data for the details for a particular model of one of the IRGC's Shaheed designs. Now, I know we've seen lots of pictures of down Shaheeds and bits about their components, etc., but we're talking about a couple of megabytes for a photo here or there. But this is tens of gigabytes of data. Now, let's bear in mind that before the Islamic regime took to power, Iran was actually a pretty sophisticated Western economy where we were happy to supply them the best jets that America had. And when it comes to supplying a modern airframe, or an aerospace product, so I'm going to be clear here, I can only talk about commercial aerospace, but military aerospace, it has analogies. But if they have essentially copycatted and followed the way we design stuff in aerospace in the West, then it would make perfect sense that it's tens of gigabytes, or at least 10 gigabytes of data. Now, this is being purportedly hosted on the site who are prepared to share it, but it'd be fantastic if a bunch of people could create a virtual machine in a safe environment, go through it, check there's nothing malicious in there, and post it out there for other people in other communities to get to work. Because, yeah, I'm looking at it going, we could definitely produce that for less than what Russia's paying for it. And we could give it to Ukraine, and it would be a lot, well, purely from the airframe structure, we could do it much faster and much cheaper because, I mean, let's be honest, there's a reason no one buys carbon fiber commercial aircraft from Iran or Russia or even China. They don't know how to do it. They don't have the supply chains, but apparently they can make these little shitty Shahed drones, and they're charging like Russia over 100,000. They've also got the commercial details in there. Then they've also got the commercial details in there. Then we're going to own you, because not only can we produce some because they're shit. Sorry, swearbox.
Another, I gotta say, I am so impressed. Every day you come here with so many great, fantastic ideas. I mean, you're very creative at this. You're very good at this. Very good at being a fella. But that's what we need, right? We always need to be brainstorming and thinking how to combat this. And I mean, I'm pretty fascinated by you, Nether, I'm not gonna lie. And I'd
Well,
like
it's
to
not just
welcome.
me. I was just like, fella B's got some skills too. It's like, well, and
Yeah,
they're other
yeah.
fellas. It's like, you guys have some skills. Can you use your skills to unblock something so then I can use my skills, and then maybe we can unblock that for other people. And
I
let's
love that.
just basically let's turn this into an open source war on the Ukraine side. It's just like, yeah, let's just enable anyone who wants to contribute, and just make it a fight to the fight to the best or fight to the bottom. Anyone who can deliver the capability fastest and cheapest wins. And yeah, if people like Fella B or me can help unblock that, let's effing go.
Let's go. I'd like to welcome my new co-host, Alan. Hello. How are you doing? How's your day?
Had a good day, Slavi. Pleased to be back co-hosting with you tonight. There's a lot happening. You and I can cover a lot of the news, of course, and Chuck Farrer will be with us tonight for bullet points as well.
That's fantastic. I think, wait, Fella, you're just hopping up and down. Did you want to go right now? You had your hand up.
Yeah,
Were you done?
sorry. My rain. I'm trying to cover my phone from rain, so if it goes in and out, it might be just because of raindrops. You know how it is with a phone. Yeah, no. So I had a couple of points. Sorry, my phone's going
Fella,
absolutely.
fella, if your phone is a problem, my suggestion is to recycle. And the way to do it
Oh no,
is to
no,
drop
no.
down and
It's
actually turn off your phone and turn it back on.
no, no. It's water on my screen because it's raining, and I'm trying to cover it because I'm outside. That's that.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah.
Well, we lost a fella there again. Perhaps he will be able to come back. Uh, but if he can't solve his technical problems, he'll just have to wait for another day, Slavi. Uh, and, you know, patience is a virtue, especially here on Twitter.
Yes, it sure is. Also, wet phone. I sure do know how that feels of having you know. Anyways, I just wanted because we were talking about Shahed drones, and I actually did a post today from this. Sorry if you guys can hear my dog in the background. Um, Yeah, and from the story from the hacker group that was called the Prana Network hacked the mail servers of the Iranian company Sahara Thunder and leaked the info about the profit Iran made from the Shahed 136 drone. In total, Iran earned 1.8 billion from supplying Shahed drones to Russia, and this amount was paid in gold. I mean, okay. Where should I start? First of all, they got a discount. They got a discount to kill Ukrainians. I mean, that was the first thing. The discount was you get if you buy 2,000 units, you have to buy it for $290,000. But if you get 6,000 units, we'll give it to you at a cheaper price at 193,000. Um, Ridiculous. And the fact that Russia settled it with Iran in gold, I mean, it just shows how much they were scrambling for it. But yeah, it was kind of intense seeing that there's discounts to kill Ukrainians. Crazy.
Well, it's very crazy. And Slavi, I think you're onto something. To pay Iran in gold bullion for drones either demonstrates that Russia is scraping the bottom of the barrel, or it demonstrates that Iran is actually in a leadership position in this alliance of terror states, because gold can appreciate in value. Gold helps nations defend their currency. Russia has used gold to defend the ruble and to keep it buoyed up on the world's markets. Iran can do the same with its gold reserve to defend its currency. So it's a pretty significant piece of information there to learn that Russia paid for these drones, which will be destroyed in by Ukrainian air defense. But Russia paid for this with gold. It just strikes me as an odd transaction, to say the least.
But yeah, desperate, very desperate.
But there's a lot of drone news today. I wonder if you have touched on the news from Kiev or from Kyiv that Zelensky is creating a separate drone warfare unit. I think that's significant. It not only emphasizes the importance of drone warfare, but it gives a drone command, I think, a lot of responsibility inside the Ukrainian military. Drones could well be thought of as the new Air Force, possibly. So it's like having I guess it's like having a commander, a general of the U.S. Air Force in place, on call, 24 hours a day, developing the very best practices in drone warfare, training new drone operators all the time. So that's a significant development.
Yeah, I have a quick question. I'm sorry, this might be a silly one, but does Russia produces drones or not? I'm not talking about the Shahed drones. Actually, yeah, they do, right?
Yes, Russia does produce drones. As a matter of fact, they produce drones um, in partnership with Iran. Iran has built a drone factory in Russia. I think on the shores of the Caspian Sea. That's how they get parts to this factory, transshipping across the Caspian Sea. There are Iranian advisors not only helping Russia make this drone factory efficient, but there are Iranian advisors. I think I have heard, and I doubt if it's a rumor here, it might just be what I'll call unverified speculation, that Iranian advisors are in the field helping Russians with drone tactics of the Shahed drone. So Iran is playing a leading role in helping Russia win the drone war in Ukraine. I don't think it's going to be enough. I think that Ukraine has already demonstrated it's far more innovative in drone warfare, whether you're talking about developing drone swarms above the battlefield, or if you're talking about drone swarms at sea. Chuck spoke about a specific tactic called carouseling. He described it, if you can imagine a multi-tier circle of drones above a battlefield, each with its own mission. Not all attack drones, some reconnaissance drones, some engaged in electronic warfare, protecting the attack drones that will take out Russian assets on the ground. And it's a bit like imagine at a playground, a carousel, but that carousel is 5 stories high, and there's a whirling carousel at each story. That's the carousel tactic, which I believe was developed by Ukraine, has been used especially effectively in Krinky on the south bank of the Dnieper.
Alan, thank you so much. That's where I was trying to go with kind of Ukrainian drones versus Russian drones, and I stumbled on that question. Does Russia make drones? Yeah, but yeah, that you answered my question without me actually questioning it. So thank you for that. Yeah, I it's gonna be interesting, this shift into I guess drone warfare for sure. Yeah, I'll leave it at that for now. But we must not forget that Iran sure has provided drones, but so is North Korea providing ammunition. And another deal: a Russian bank account may offer clues to a North Korean arms deal. So Moscow may be trying to help Pyongyang with access to the international financial system in exchange for missiles and ammunition. U.S. allied intelligence officials suggested. Um, So basically, it's to gain access to the international financial system in exchange for missiles and ammunition. Russia has already unfrozen North Korean assets worth of millions of dollars to do this. So, I mean, it's nothing new. We already knew that there's North Korean missiles in Ukraine, but they're definitely scrambling, and yeah, we gotta stay on these drones, producing them fast and swiftly.
Well, Ukraine has increased its drone production, and Asavi, just let me let you get to the back channel to read some messages. They are of importance, so you can take a moment to do that while I drone on about drones. But Chuck is going to be talking quite a bit about drones and drone warfare tonight. We just touched on really a very significant development for production of combat drones inside Ukraine. So this is domestic production. The Turkish drone manufacturer Bayraktar just started to build a factory outside Kyiv, and this factory will enhance drone manufacturing inside Ukraine. And Ukraine has managed to ramp up drone manufacture by tens of thousands over just the last couple of months. This is going to be a significant development on the battlefield. Alex Ferguson, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to back you up there, but also want to say I don't think you can underestimate how important that investment in production there is going to be. Because if Baykar goes there, it's not just Baykar. So, for example, if you look at the Bayraktar TB2, yes, Baykar designed that, but there's another company called CES who made a lot of, make most of the key composite components for the Baykar or the TB2. And behind CES are their supply chains of carbon fiber manufacturers, epoxy, resin producers, and all the other stuff. And those people are going to move there. So it's fantastic news. It's a vote from a commercial perspective in the fact that Ukraine will win, but it's also a great indicator of that people are going to invest in Ukraine, not just to win the war, but also to win the peace, because making aerospace grade composite parts or high value parts, those are good jobs. They're well paying jobs, and if you're doing anything in aerospace, well, at least commercial aerospace, you're looking like a 20+ year time frame. So that I don't think the commitment from Baykar can be understated, because it's not just Baykar that's going to go in; it's other people, and that's essentially a commitment to 20 years of creating high value, high paying jobs with fantastic security. And sorry for the Americans, I love you, but why the hell don't your people back home see this? But it's not just that. So I am familiar with CES, not Baykar, in a commercial capacity. We have looked at having production done by CES on our behalf for our products in Turkey by CES. But if CES moved to Ukraine, where labor is actually cheaper, then I can't understate how important this is. Someone has to essentially have the cojones or the ovaries of steel to make that decision. Someone's done it, and it's really hard to be the first mover. And if Baykar are going to do that for composite structures and even entire US in Ukraine, the knock-on effect through their supply chain, it could be really fantastic. Not immediately in terms of Ukraine winning the war, but certainly in terms for them winning the peace and becoming a modern European country, which is what we all want them to be. European salaries, European. Well, they've got European value. Well, I think they're more principled than any of us. But I would say this is. I just can't overstate how actually important I think that is.
I agree with you, Alexander. As a matter of fact, you mentioned that the entire supply chain. You mentioned the resins, the epoxies, the carbon fiber material, etc. The entire supply chain will want to move to Ukraine as well, exactly as you said. Well, why? It's not only because right now Ukrainian labor is less expensive than in other countries around the world, including Turkey, but it's equally skilled or even more skilled. So you get these highly skilled workers in Ukraine for a lower labor cost. It makes all the sense in the world economically for companies to be moving to Ukraine, especially if they are developing and manufacturing drones. Ukraine is already recognized as the world's leader in drone warfare. I don't think there is another military in the world that has the experience Ukraine has in using drones on the battlefield, in developing new drone tactics on the battlefield. Frankly, in creating from nothing a drone navy. And that's what Ukraine has used in the Black Sea to secure its grain transport from Ukrainian ports and from Danube ports. It's the drones that have pushed the Russian Black Sea fleet all the way across the Black Sea to ports on the eastern Black Sea. Alexander?
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you. Well, I could agree with you more, and I'm going to give an example of why. So I'm at a space suppliers conference in Glasgow, and the space industry is actually very friendly. It's very small. Everyone knows everyone. And I was chatting to a guy, and they make inertial measurement units for satellites and pretty sophisticated other things, which are designed to go bang. But just having a conversation at the end of the evening, and he was sat there going, hypothetically, we could make these new products, but the Western defense industry is not giving us a demand signal. We can do it, but we're not going to invest in it unless someone tells us to. And I'm sat there going, well, have you spoken to any Ukrainian companies about this? Because if you're good enough for, Airbus, Lockheed Martin, and stuff like that, you're probably got something which is the Ukrainians could use. And his main whinge was, this is the way it goes in stuff. Everything's so conservative. No one wants to take risk. You know your business model. You're not going to risk a satellite disassembling itself during the launch procedure. It's just like, well, these are people. There are people like Ukraine who don't have the ability to manufacture the same sort of stuff that you do. Why don't you go and speak to them? Maybe there's a new opportunity for you. I mean, and this is a really, really niche company. So these guys do like essentially gyroscopes, which is what you need. One of the things you need to guide a cheap quadcopter drone, but you're going to need to pay for a lot of quadcopter drones to just buy like one of their accelerometers. But they produce at tiny scales. Like, okay, how many satellites do you produce for? It's like, well, what happens if, Ukraine started producing their version of a Shahed now that the designs have been leaked, but rather than just firing them at civilian buildings because the guidance system is crap, because the IMU is crap, have a conversation. There is so much they can learn. And he's just like, we don't know what they need. It's like, well, go and bloody ask them. The British government actually has a program through DASA, Defence and Security Acceleration Portal. Like, if you've got a good idea, and they've changed it, it's not just British companies. This is a company with a British, well, it's not, it's an American company with a British division. But it's like the British government has said, basically, if you've got a really good idea, but you want to prove it, to a higher level of readiness, then we will fund it if there is a viable path to you supplying us that platform, that weapon, whatever it is, to the British military, and us having confidence in it works. It's just like, well, the Ukrainian companies trying to do this, and the rules for that call have changed. You don't have to be British. You certainly can't be Belarusian or Russian or Chinese. But yeah, reading between the lines, I think I posted this yesterday. Reading between the lines, there is a call for at least in Britain here, for British companies to go, hey, you might not normally have been in this space, but Ukraine seemed pretty creative. Can you kind of figure out a way to do a collaborative application together? Because one, we want Ukraine to win, and two, we want British industry to win. And if three, drones are the future, well, Ukraine kick ass at drones, but we kick ass at manufacturing advanced aerostructures at scale. So, hush, hush. Please speak to each other.
Well, the ultimate testing ground for things like drones and for new technology is the battlefield, or alternatively, it's space, the last frontier. There are no more demanding test grounds than the last frontier space, or the frontier on the zero line in a full-scale war. Alexander?
Yeah, so in terms of full-scale war being the ultimate testing ground, I'm not trying to blow smoke up your ass. I am agreeing, but just in personal experience in timeframes for commercial aerospace, as in human beings go in a commercial airplane, needs about 5 years if you're doing a good job between white sheet of paper and something going into an airplane. And this is something which, if it breaks, no one dies. So we're talking really boring stuff in commercial aircraft. Satellites, we do work there with some. Well, we start off with a big prime, and they said, "Yeah, we want to have this done within 2 years." We're now at month 15, and have basically only just to the point of signing off the licensing and collaboration agreement. Whereas Ukraine, they're like, "Sod it, we'll put it on there. If you got evidence to back it up, we'll put it out there and we'll try it." So it's also a huge commercial opportunity for the West, and I think that's something that's worth lobbying for. Like, I'm going to be lobbying certain people who are supporters of the composites and aerospace industry in the UK, and be like, "Hey, we are historically good at this, but this seems to be the new face of war. The Ukrainians seem really damn good at that. They don't have much money. Sorry, Americans, for the shade. America's bailed on us. Maybe there's a way for us all to win here."
Well, of course, there's a way for everyone to win, beginning with Ukraine. The very first thing we all know, Ukraine has to win this war in order to win its future. And as a member of the European Union, as a member of NATO, all of Ukraine's brain power flows in the direction of democracy, flows in the direction of the international world order, flows in the direction of technological innovation and development. That's what we want to see. Ukraine is of course fighting for this future. Ukraine is fighting for all of the rules and benefits that we prosper from every single day, whether we live in the United States or live in the EU or live in one of the world's free democracies. most of which have allied themselves with Ukraine. There are very few holdouts. And I am ashamed to say that today it's the United States that is delaying, if not holding out and holding up, such urgently needed military aid for Ukraine. Chuck and I are going to speak about that tonight completely from a military perspective, not from a political perspective. Before Chuck gets here, we may cover some of the politics going on in the United States today on Capitol Hill in both the Senate and the House. But with Chuck, we will only review the military repercussions that this is having, and it is having repercussions. Slavi mentioned that the Institute for the Study of War has not ignored the delay in the United States of sending military aid to Ukraine. And the Institute is reporting that it's having an effect on the battlefield. Slavi, have you read the Institute's notes on what this means on the battlefield for Ukraine?
We had just started with that, so maybe we should do that, actually.
Well, the Institute for the Study of War, there's probably no more reliable. There are some other equally reliable sites that will give you insights into what's happening in Ukraine. But the Institute itself has a long history of covering warfare, not only militarily and not only tactically. Their maps are pretty reliable every single day. They provide updates from Ukraine. They also provide updated maps from the Middle East, for example. The Institute watches war wherever it's occurring in the world. But today, they noted that delay by the United States in supplying Ukraine has had a significant effect on the battlefield. Just talking about 155 millimeter artillery ammunition. And Chuck and I will talk about this tonight on Bullet Points. Russia now has the ability, as it had earlier in the war, to outfire Ukraine almost anywhere on the zero line, almost anywhere. And at this stage of the war, 713 days long now, at this stage of the war, such a Russian advantage is completely unnecessary. And it simply speaks to the failure of the United States in particular to supply Ukraine with what it needs. It's, as I say, I stand here as an American completely shamefaced by what is occurring on Capitol Hill, holding Ukraine hostage to domestic politics that, frankly, no one can figure out. It's a Gordian knot that it needs to be cut. It needs to be severed exactly as the Gordian knot was severed in mythology with the sharpest partisan political sword you can unsheath in American democracy. Brian, welcome. Go ahead.
Thank you, Alan. Apologies, Alan. I've been falling down on my co-hosting duties. I look forward to being with you again soon. But I wanted to not leave you as the only ashamed American on the stage. I am horrified. I served in the United States Senate in 1984, and I served 3 different U.S. presidents. And I don't think there is a historical analog to what's happening right now. I guess you could argue maybe Charles Lindbergh when he was a Nazi supporter, but he was not a former president at the time. The idea that we have about 9 people in the United States House of Representatives being ordered around by a person who is not even in the government right now, Donald Trump, to not only sabotage the most conservative border enforcement proposed law in modern times, maybe ever, but also hang our Ukrainian and to some extent Israeli allies out to dry when this could be the greatest and most cost-effective investment in preventing World War III and advancing democracy in any of our lifetimes. It's just breathtaking. And I don't know how much agitation, I've been falling back on the Churchill quote that Americans can always be counted on to do the right thing after they've exhausted all their options. But I don't know. It's really bad right now. And, a lot of these Republicans, and by the way, I'm a Republican too. I worked for George W. Bush and Condi Rice, as well as Reagan. But the idea that they're simultaneously professing, sort of tough guy status and out Chamberlaining Chamberlain, meaning the Prime Minister of England who appeased Hitler, at least Chamberlain didn't have the lesson of Chamberlain to learn from. It's appalling, it's shocking, it's embarrassing, and I just pray that we're in the process of exhausting all other options and that sometime soon we'll do the right thing. I wish I could be more optimistic.
Oh, well said, Brian. I wish I could be more optimistic too. I've heard a few things, some maneuvers that are coming by way of the Majority Leader Schumer's office in the Senate. But, Brian and I agree on one thing above all, and that is victory for Ukraine, supported in full by the United States. In full.
In any rational era, this would be the biggest no-brainer in the history of foreign and defense policy. We're still, I think, somebody can correct me if it's crept up a little bit, but I don't think so since we haven't given any new aid. We're still less than 6% of the American defense budget has degraded Russian combat capability by what, 70%? I don't even think we know. It's probably more than that. It's ridiculous. And we're tanking it all explicitly because Trump is telling the Republicans in Congress, not all the Republicans, the MAGA Republicans in Congress, what he needs to win the election. It's gross.
It is gross. I mean, Trump actually made a speech yesterday in which he said, blame me for sabotaging this supplemental appropriations bill that would send $61 billion of aid to Ukraine, together with everything the Republicans asked for to improve conditions on the southern border.
And more. And more.
And more.
And the authority that would be granted to any U.S. president, whether it's Trump or Biden or Haley or whoever, is, I'm not even sure it's constitutional as a constitutional lawyer. That's how broad it is. No president has ever, even Trump didn't ask for this much authority. And they're walking away for pure, petty partisan politics. And yes, I meant the alliteration.
I love alliteration. And, I'm happy to date myself along with you, Brian. I worked in the United States Senate in the 1980s and I actually worked for a Republican, Senator William S. Cohen from the state of Maine at that time.
Future Defense Secretary.
Exactly, future Defense Secretary. Bill Clinton tapped him to perform duties as Secretary of Defense. He was on the Senate Armed Services Committee. But what strikes me about looking back now 40 odd years is how serious members of Congress were in governing the country. They all had to run for re-election. Nothing has changed about the election laws in the United States. Every member of the House is up for re-election every 2 years. They all had to raise money, but they also took their duty to govern the country seriously. They passed budgets. They passed authorization bills. They passed appropriations bills. They negotiated across the aisle. They acted in a bipartisanship way in both the House and the Senate. You know,
And Alan, you know what? Alan, you know what else they did? They stood up for their co-equal branch of government. The whole American system is built on the idea that the courts will stand up for their institutional interests, the president will stand up for the president's, and the Congress will stand up with theirs. And as imaginative and dark about humanity as our founding fathers were, I don't think they envisioned a world where the entire congressional representation of one political party would just give up on their own institutional interests. It's unprecedented, I think.
Oh, I think it's unprecedented too. And you know, there is a party in the United States that has not only given up on the institutional integrity of the United States Congress, but it has given up on American democracy, on American values, on American freedom. Frankly, they have given up on the American dream, and we are going to wake up someday in a nightmare that no one anticipated. Even if you read every American history you can get your hands on, you know, including revisionist histories of all kinds, I don't think you'll find a single historian that's written about the United States of America since de Tocqueville, the fine Frenchman who traveled around America and determined what it meant to be an American at that time. You won't find an American historian who could have forecast what is happening in the United States today. It is simply unprecedented. It's frightening. It is nightmarish. Dark, dark clouds have gathered over the United States Capitol. I absolutely love that building. Spent a lot of time walking the halls of Congress. It's a remarkable place. I really do believe that the House of Representatives is the people's house, but the people have to get their minds wrapped around a very simple fact that Vladimir Putin and the mullahs in Iran and Xi Jinping in China, with the assistance of some fourth-rate dictators around the world, from North Korea to Nicaragua to Venezuela to Cuba.
Hungary.
And well, I'm not going to throw Hungary in there yet, Brian, but you know, Orban.
All right. Well, you're more optimistic than I am, but okay.
Orban is auditioning, no question about that. But there is an alliance of terror that wants to destroy a world order that has brought prosperity to hundreds of millions of more people than ever before in the history of the world. And that world order, by the way, is not set in stone. It changes to meet changes in world population, world history, and the dreams of the world. Brazil actually is a fine example of a country that has benefited from the international world order. And yet President Lula sided with Putin. He's changed his mind since helping Putin out, but it's not only in the United States that we have to walk cautiously and carefully into the future. It's all around the world. Slavi was mentioning the interview with Ben Hodges that Axel conducted yesterday here on MriyaReport. Soon it will be up on Spotify. But Ben Hodges was extraordinarily clear about the fact that this moment in time, in 2024, echoes 1938, 1939. And we are soon, I'm afraid, going to see echoes of 1941. And that will be a disaster.
And the problem is there will come a point of no return. I don't think we're there yet. I'm not even sure how close we are, but this is the goal of Putin and Xi and the mullahs. They want to show the world that this democracy experiment has played out and it's time for dictators to rule the world. And at some point it's going to be too late to stop it unless we want to really go to a nuclear war, which obviously no one does.
And that's the problem with points of no return, Brian. You can't see it driving forward. You can only see it in your rear view mirror.
Exactly. Well, anyway, nobody can say that the MriyaReport didn't do our part.
That's true. The MriyaReport does its part, tries to do its part every single day, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, through more than 700 days of this war. This would be a fine time, folks, to retweet this space. We're going to have a blockbuster night tonight. Chuck Farrer will be with us for bullet points in roughly an hour and 10 minutes or so. There is so much news to cover. It's not all positive, but there is good news out there. We're going to cover it all. The good, the bad, and the ugly. I think the ugly news of the day is Tucker Carlson interviewing Vladimir Putin in Moscow.
You know, it's a twofer for him because he gets his interview and he gets to get his marching orders to bring back at the same time.
Well, I hope he's interviewed when he flies back to the United States. I don't think that man should be allowed back into the country the way you or I would be when a customs officer asked us at an international airport, do you have anything to declare? I always say, yes, I'm proud to be an American, but I'm not proud today to be an American.
I just wish that that Tucker and Snowden would get sent to the Ukrainian front by Putin. That would be great, but it's not going to happen because Tucker's too valuable where he is in the United States to Putin.
Yeah, you know, Tucker Carlson refers to himself as a journalist. He's not a journalist. He's a propagandist. And who is he propagandizing for? He's propagandizing for Putin. It is absolutely 100%. Disgusting. Absolutely.
Well, the
disgusting.
top propagandists, they accepted him into like their little union thing. So he's most definitely propagandist.
Think about this. I spent a career in the Central Intelligence Agency. Obviously, Putin was a career KGB thug. And I got to take my hat off to the guy in this sense. He has pulled off the greatest espionage operations in human history. He now has, and I'll bet he's not even spending an actual ruble doing this, as his assets, a former and possibly future president of the United States, a Speaker of the House of Representatives who's second in line after the vice president to take the reins of the presidency, and arguably, as much as you might hate it, the most followed fake journalist in the United States. They could have paid 1 trillion rubles for this during the Cold War, and they never would have come close to that much success. It's horrible for us, but in a weird way, I got to take my hat off to the guy.
Yeah, in a weird way, I guess I do too. But in a weird way, I also keep asking Brian, why aren't there more Americans other than Bill Burns at the CIA right now? Why aren't there more American leaders in Congress and throughout the administration? Actually, I'd have to ask, why doesn't Joe Biden understand Putin the way so many European leaders understand Putin? That this is a man who will not stop unless we stop him. All the leaders of the Baltic countries understand this. The president of Poland understands this. I think that leaders in the UK have understood this since Boris Johnson brought it to our attention. You don't have to like these leaders. You simply have to listen to them and make a judgment. Are they facing the reality of the world that Putin is out to remake, or are they putting their heads in the sand?
Well, Alan, and Slavi, I view myself as a militant centrist. I haven't been registered in a political party for a while, although I used to count myself as a Republican before the Trumpers took over. But I don't think it's actually fair, and I don't like Biden for a lot of reasons. One of which is I'd love if we could have a president under 80, but I think it's slightly unfair to say he doesn't understand Putin. He gave a speech this morning, which I watched, in which he reiterated something he said a few times before, which is that nobody believes Putin will stop at Ukraine. If he gets Ukraine, he's going to go into Poland, or he's going to go in the Baltics, or he's going to go somewhere else, and then we're in World War III. I think Biden gets it. I think Biden's problem with Ukraine, if he has one, is he's not willing to go full Roosevelt, by which I mean they've done a little bit of this. They've done some of this, but I think there's a lot of ways to get more munitions and support to Ukraine. And let's call it questionable constitutional territory. And I'm a constitutionalist, so I believe that the presidents and the governors should follow the Constitution, unlike what they're doing, let's say, in Texas. But if I were the president, I would be pushing my authorities to the absolute edge and then let the Supreme Court smack me down later. And Biden's done some of that, but not enough. But I do think he understands Putin.
Okay, I'll give you that, Brian. I hope he understands Putin, and I do wish he would push the envelope. Forrest, welcome. Go ahead.
Hey, Alan. Wanted to chat. Brian just triggered something for me as well. I believe that Biden has been waiting to push that envelope. My, I don't know, reasoning behind that thinking is that he didn't want to get too far out in front and start pushing until he had to. Honestly, he shouldn't have to be using quasi constitutional methods, but it looks like that may be needed. But I came up to ask if either of you have read In the Garden of Beasts by Eric Larson.
Oh, amazing. This is one of my favorite books ever.
It popped into my head today, and there are so many parallels that can be drawn from the let's just call it the former administration and some of the stuff that was going on, and that, yeah, anyways, it's an excellent book. If you have not read it, Olive says hello, everyone. If you have not read it, I highly suggest it. I listened to it on Audible, and I think I've listened to it 3 times.
Yeah, highly recommend it. Everything by Eric Larson is great, including his Churchill book, The Splendid and the Vile, although that one gets a little long. But the Garden of Beasts, I think, is the best one. And I don't know, Forrest, if this is what you're referring to, but one of the lessons I took from it is so it's all about the last American ambassador to the Germany before World War II. And the person that Roosevelt selected, correct me if I'm wrong, I haven't read it in a few years, but was somebody who was, I wouldn't say he was pro-Nazi, but he certainly wasn't, you know, a virulent anti-Hitler person. And he took his family over there to Berlin, I think in the mid-30s, maybe, I can't remember. But what you see in this book is the evolution of this family, this American family, as they realize too slowly the true evil of the Nazi regime. And that is, I think, the parallel to the Russians today. But tell me if you took something different from it, Forrest.
No, I took that. And then the other message is this kind of slow yet quick descent into Naziness, into killing people extrajudiciously, into all of the chaos that went on right before they invaded for the Blitz, and how it starts so simple, you know, firing a judge here, a prosecutor here, just pushing aside people you don't like. And once that ball starts rolling, it's very difficult to stop. And it has me terrified for this fall.
Yep. It's like the boiling frog. I agree.
So, Forrest, I assume you're reading In the Garden of Beasts by Eric Larson to Olive. And you know, I have not read this Larson book. I have it on on my pile of books to read. I'm going to move it to the top.
And by the way, it's also a pretty amazing spy story with a lot of spicy sex in it too, if you want a little bit of that with your dark history.
It's not boring. I too love Eric Larson. Devil in White City is one of my favorites too, but Garden of Beasts hits all that history part that my brain loves. But yes, it's got spice as well.
Well, you know, spicy, spy, sex, that helps you read until 3 or 4 a.m. in the morning.
Yeah, it's a great recommendation.
Well, as I say, I'm putting that book at the top of my pile of books to read, In the Garden of Beasts by Eric Larson. So, you know, one of the interesting things about that time, the 1930s, in Europe, not just in Germany, but Joe Kennedy was the ambassador to the court of St. James, appointed by Roosevelt, and he, you know, he was not averse to Nazism, and he it tempted him. So you know, I don't know. Is Joe Kennedy a part of this book as well, Forrest?
It's been a minute as well. I don't recall Joe Kennedy being discussed in there, but it's a pretty dense book. There's a lot in it, so it could be, and I just missed it. But I did want to throw in one other thing. I listening to Road to Unfreedom as well. Sorry, Madsen also says hello. And in the book Road to Unfreedom by Snyder, he said that the ink of political fiction is blood. And that hit me like a ton of bricks, because right now it's Ukrainian blood. But also, who's the next victim of that? And I sat and thought about it for about 20 minutes on my lunch hour today. I put out a tweet, but it's a very intense. What I think, Brian, did you say it was 9 individuals in the House? Maybe 2 or 3 in the Senate.
Yeah, I hope Brian comes back up. I think he's on the road right now. But you know, Timothy Snyder has a way with words. The words of political fiction are blood. Wow. And you're right, Forrest. You know, Ukraine is not Russia's first victim, but it's probably the most significant victim, the victim that could well change world order. The two Chechnya wars that Russia fought, they weren't going to change world order. The fake republic in Transnistria, that's not going to change world order. But the genocidal invasion of Ukraine could well change world order, and Putin knows this.
Honestly, it better change world order.
I think it already did. We're on the way there.
Well,
but sorry guys to interrupt. This is my time. Alan, thank you so much. It was a pleasure co-hosting. I believe James is swapping me with the co-host seat. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye.
Good night,
Bye.
Slavi. Thank you.
Have a good
And
night.
have a good night indeed. Thank you for sharing the co-host spots with me. Always enjoy it, Slavi.
Ellen, I did throw that quote up in the nest. Feel free to knock it out whenever you need.
No, I think it's a quote that needs to get up there. It's Timothy Snyder is a professor at Yale University. He's written some of the best histories of Eastern Europe you can possibly read. It will give you insight into that part of the world that only Timothy Snyder seems capable of providing. I would especially mention Bloodlands. This is Europe between Hitler and Stalin. What's fascinating about that subtitle to me is it defines both a geography and a time. So Snyder is writing about the 30s and the 40s. He's writing about two of the bloodiest dictators the world has ever known. They were once allies, and then, of course, fought to the death in World War II. And that's Bloodlands by Timothy Snyder. Anyone here listening right now who hasn't picked up one of Timothy Snyder's books, I really recommend them. You can pick up a handbook, a short handbook that would serve you well in this election year in the United States in 2024 on tyranny. Just read that handbook. It will take you a couple of hours, but you know what? You will return to it again and again and again, especially if you're a news watcher, because what Timothy Snyder is writing about is actually unfolding here in the United States right now. We all have to be aware of it. We all have to act against it, frankly. And I'm not speaking politically here. I'm saying if you're an American, I don't care what party you're registered in. I don't care if you're an independent. I don't even care if you're of voting age. If you're an American or someone who is seeking to become an American, an asylum seeker, this is a book that you should practically memorize. James, you and I read this book along with Robin and other members of the MriyaReport book club. I haven't been there lately on Sunday nights, but I do make a plan to come back because you have a great list of books to read. Right now, you're reading The Zelensky Effect.
And I'm happy to be reading it, but I'm going to stick with another book here, and that is On Tyranny, chapter 19. Be a patriot. Set a good example of what Americans mean for the generation, what America means for the generations to come. They will need it. And I'm going to go on just for a little bit. What is patriotism? Let us begin with what patriotism is not. It is not patriotic to dodge the draft and mock war heroes and their families. It is not patriotic to discriminate against active duty members of the armed forces in one's companies or to campaign to keep disabled veterans away from one's property. It is not patriotic to compare one's search for sexual partners in New York with the military services in Vietnam that once one has dodged. It is not patriotic to avoid paying taxes, especially when American working families do pay. It is not patriotic to ask those working, tax-paying American families to finance one's own presidential campaign and then to spend their contributions in one's own companies. So that's just a little bit of chapter 19 from On Tyranny, which is a foundational book. It's really is the Citizen's Handbook. And I say this is good in every country. This would help any citizen. And I'm also just as big a fan about his Road to Unfreedom. And so on the 21st of this month, I will be covering some of this at 7:30 p.m. Eastern Time in a separate space. So that's my one time I'll say that, and I'll put any other notices in my profile, and we can talk about that then. So, but American politics, as it's is about Ukraine. It's so important, isn't it, guys? And two citadels, if you will, of democracy. One is under attack with this end of Gerasimov's piano, and the other is being attacked by the other end of that piano. And come a day, things will switch around, and we won't like it then. So we do need to be prepared. We do need to recognize our enemies, and it is Russia is one of them. Empire. Let's be frank. It really is this empire business. Russia is the largest, worst manifestation on earth at the moment, but not alone. So let's keep it straight what we're fighting about. For democracies against empire, because it just keeps coming for everything that you've got, everybody you love, every good thing in the world, it's going to come and it's going to use it. And you know what? We don't want any of that business. So
We don't want any of that business. James, I'm going to stay on short books for a moment. I keep some books in the glove compartment of my car in the event that I'm stuck in a traffic jam that's not going to unstick itself anytime soon. And I'll tell you what I have in the glove compartment of my car. I have a copy of the United States Constitution. It's short enough, frankly, to read in one setting. And my copy of the Constitution includes all the amendments. So it includes the Bill of Rights. It includes the Prohibition Amendment, and it includes the amendment that undid the Prohibition Amendment. So everybody actually should own a current copy of the United States Constitution. A second book I've put in the glove compartment actually is On Tyranny by Timothy Snyder. A third book is a collection of Roosevelt's fireside chats. You can stop for a moment and read any one of them and frankly be inspired. A fourth little book, a collection of Abraham Lincoln's inaugural addresses to the nation and the Gettysburg Address. Lincoln wrote all of his own speeches. He didn't have a speechwriter. Famously, he wrote the Gettysburg Address on the back of an envelope on board a train headed to the dedication of the cemetery in Gettysburg. He wasn't even the featured speaker, albeit he was president. He spoke only for the few minutes it takes to recite the Gettysburg Address. The featured speaker will come to mind in a moment. I think he spoke for 2.5 hours. But another book I have in my glove compartment is a little book that collects Thomas Paine's writings. And, it's a funny thing to do to have all these little books in the glove compartment of your car. But traffic jams happen. And why not sit there, turn off the radio, and read a little? Read a little that will benefit you. Forrest, go ahead, then Ariel.
I think he was in front of me, but I'll be very quick. I have been reading Chuck's book, Warrior Soul, and it's outstanding. And if you get the Audible, you get the slow, dulcet tones of Chuck Farr reading to you. It's outstanding, very entertaining, and the man's been in some stuff. So highly suggest that one as well. But I got to roll out. Have a good night, Alan.
Thanks, Forrest. Love to Olive. And yes, Warrior Soul by Chuck Farrer. Fantastic memoir. I recommend that everyone, after chapter 1, you had better take your blood pressure. I took mine. It was that exciting a first chapter. And I lived to read through the entire book. Haven't heard Chuck's voice on Audible reading it, but I might well get that. Ariel, go ahead.
Yes, good evening, everyone. I wanted to ask one question because we as you know, we have problems with Hamas, as you probably see on the news, and the Hezbollah wants to shoot on Israel from Lebanon, so you probably see that too. So we have a lot of from Putin. Putin sends S-300 missiles to take the Israeli airplanes down, and S-400, and he helps the Hezbollah, and he helps Syria, and so on. And we are handling that. We will be okay. There's a lot of work to do about it. This is not simple thing, but we are fighting that. And recently we sent to Germany the Arrow 3 missiles to help NATO in this war. And we sent a lot of things because we don't want to conflict with Putin directly, but it seems that he wants us to confront directly. So we send all the what needs to be sent to Germany, to all of the NATO, Finland, and so on. And of course, we sent also the equipment for humanitarian aid. But with all this pressure coming on us from Putin, because Putin is pressuring us behind the scenes, I have just a simple question. Why is Ukraine voting against Israel inside the United Nations after the 7th of October, when Jewish women were raped, little children, they beheaded them, they took their head off. They Israeli soldiers, they have a fetish over there. The Hamas have a fetish, and the Hezbollah has a fetish about genitals. They want to remove the genital, so you can't be a father, you can't be a mother. Yes. Why is Ukraine all the time vote against us inside the United Nations? Simple question.
I don't have the record of Ukraine's votes in the General Assembly of the United Nations, Ariel. I don't know if Ukraine has indeed voted consistently.
All the time, Alan. All the time, vote against us, like shaming us, naming us and shaming us, like we're supposed to be shamed. I don't know why.
Could I ask a clarifying question about this? Because I'm not familiar with this either, and it would take a minute or two to research. So I think you could probably tell us quickly about the measures that are being voted on in particular. That would help a lot to know what the language or the title of the pieces of what do they call them? Legislation, bills, whatever they call them there.
Do you know what Putin says to Israel? Putin come to
No,
Israel.
that's not the
and
answer to the question, though. I'm
ah
asking what are
no,
the allegations? What are the
no
charges?
no allegation, no allegation. Just a simple question: why vote against Israel when Israel is helping everyone, including the wannabe Palestinians? You know they are not Arab.
I understand your point of view, sir.
Yes,
I'm asking you to.
they're even not Palestinians, James. They are not Palestinians. Huh?
Can you possibly tell us what pieces of, what was on the plate for discussion at the United Nations?
Yes. To make investigations and
Okay.
to take Israel.
Hey, something's up with
Just a moment. I have a hot water. Yeah.
That's a bit much. Bit much.
Yeah.
So all we need to know,
Yeah.
why don't you just go look those up at the United Nations if you need to, because you can find this stuff quicker than we could. Just let us know which votes they were. I mean, just saying voting against, voting for isn't really
Every time that the Palestinians go and complain, the wannabe Palestinians, they go and complain inside the United Nations, Ukraine votes against Israel. Why?
Then I can't answer you. That's a question best asked of Ukrainians. So if anybody wants to help out, or if for every child or another has an answer to this. Yes.
I can appreciate the question, Ariel, but I am not Ukrainian and I'm not Jewish. I'm not Palestinian. However, it interests me for you to have your answer. It's two parts to that in order for you to have your answer. First of all, the citations being asked about have to be available for review. Second of all, um, with that information at hand, only opinions could be offered, and there is no one here with the authority to answer for whoever cast the vote. So that's the tricky part of it. I have an idea that there are many people here that would like to see the citations and that would like to consider the citations and be educated about them. But there is absolutely nobody here that has authority to speak for the person who cast the vote.
Okay. Listen, if you will have any kind of information, what exactly we are doing wrong, because we have everything documented. You see, every airplane, every tank, every missile, everything is with video. Everything is documented inside computers. Everything that we do, there is no war crimes at all. Everything is documented and saved inside archives. This is how Israel works. Yes.
I believe you.
And of course, President Zelensky has an open door that he can always come and speak with Benjamin Netanyahu. So this comes all times like a big surprise or a slap in the face, you know that.
Ariel, if I could just break in here for a moment, as for every child says, there's no one here right now with the information that you're asking for. I don't have it, but I do know that that Ukraine and Israel were at odds in a way previously during the war that Ukraine is fighting. Netanyahu turned down a request by Zelensky to visit Israel, and Israel at least did not publicly supply Ukraine with some technology and weapons it could have. I think that has changed. I think that Israel
I can only say to you about that. We rather have no comment on what Israel is doing or not doing.
Well,
Why?
I was
Why?
thinking,
I will tell you why. I will tell you why. My father was in the Gulag. We are Lithuanians, Jews. My father was in the Gulag because he was called a Jew when he was in the Lithuanian brigades. There was a Lithuanian brigade and a Spetsnaz, okay, inside the Russian army. He was called a Jew because he was talking about Israel. He wants to go to Israel. So we know the Gulag very good. We know all the communist tricks. We are freedom fighters. We can't mess around with communism. So I rather say no comment on what Israel is doing for Ukraine, if you know what I mean.
Then, well, so this is a great time to say that we know that some of the things that have gone before the UN about Gaza have been about votes on the ceasefires and the like, and assuring provision of aid and the like. And I think those could be taken as votes against Israel, but. But I think it does value us very much to have a more specific sense of what votes are. And you're absolutely right for every child about having someone who can really represent the point of view, and it would not be us. So in a way, discussion, it isn't moot. I'm sorry, it is not a moot discussion. Well, sort of it is. It's an important discussion to have, but we're not going to have an impact. Well, we might have an impact downstream, but no immediate impact. So it would very much help to have this discussion with the very things of which we're speaking in front of us, and having been understood by people. So if people who come up have got something to say about this,
I just want to say one more sentence, if you don't mind. One more sentence.
I kind of do mind. I kind of do, because
Yes, but one more sentence and I'm going.
Okay.
I just want to say to you that there are a few children inside Israel right now without a father. They won't have a father anymore because they helped Ukraine. Okay, just for you to know that.
well, yes, we do know, Ariel, that there are many Israelis fighting on the side of Ukraine, and we've spoken to many of them here on MriyaReport. Ariel, what I would suggest is that you bring these questions to Yehuda and M when they review events in the Middle East in the mornings. So this is 9 a.m. Eastern time, and almost every single day. And M and Yehuda are really the authorities. Fusilier, another authority, Iris, who also joins the Middle East space here on MriyaReport in the mornings. That's the time for you to be here asking these questions, and I would, if only M were awake right now, he could jump up and help me, but I know he's not awake.
It's okay, I have patience, it's okay. Thank you very much for your answers. I'll take my leave because I'm going to the Tucker Carlson issue. I don't know what's going on over there, but
Ariel?
thank you very much.
Before you go, I just want to say that I believe that that Israel is the victim of what has essentially been a genocide ongoing, and that the need of Israel is to secure themselves from the risk of worse to come or more to come. And so I absolutely believe in that. So I just wanted to make sure you understood at least my position, and I hope that you guys get all that you need in the way of support from the world. Yeah, so I'm sorry that doesn't feel like that.
It's
but,
okay. It's okay,
I think that's where we stand. So, anyways, thank you for your presence here. It's a good question you asked. Thank you. Well, with that, we've got more hands. So let's see here. I believe that was another is next, and then D.
Yeah. Okay. That's interesting. So I am a cartoon dog, which means my primary focus is supporting Ukraine in the information war. On my left hand, I have a blue and yellow elastic band because that indicates Ukraine. On my right hand, I have a white, red, and green band which says "Women, Life, Freedom" on it. I don't think that I don't think many people in the space will get upset in terms of being anti-Islamic regime, anti-RGC, as a side topic from being anti Russia. But if you look at certain spaces where you had I don't know if some of you have noticed. Have you seen penguins turning up in your feed? Because if you've seen penguins turning up in your feed, they're supposed to be the equivalent of cartoon dogs versus Russia, but for cartoon penguins versus the Islamic regime and the IRGC. This is a new thing to them. I think imitation is a serious form of flattery, and I think we should help them. But at the same time, if you can, I know everyone's busy, but if you listen to a couple of spaces where I would suggest looking for spaces where Stealth, Yehuda are another one of going together. Draw your own conclusions, but their spaces are fragmenting. Let's not pick sides amongst the penguins. We're here for Ukraine. Putin's enemy number one for us. The Islamic regime and the IRGC is enemy number one for them. I would suggest that Putin is probably enemy number two for them, and the IRGC and the Islamic regime is probably enemy number two for us. But I would just suggest there is it's not gone well off the back of a massive public forum. So I have posted frequently in terms of supporting the women, life, freedom movement in Iran. I'm now starting to see, and I've advocated for the penguins. I'm now starting to see I may have diluted my primary message, which is for Ukraine. So that's just some commentary for that. I hope they all get it sorted out because there are some voices in there which are really, really great advocates for Ukraine. I'm sorry, not Ukraine. For Israel and for Iran, and I say Iran versus the Islamic regime, who I consider an occupying force. So yeah, just be aware there are some people in sort of the penguin aligned movement versus say the dogs who are quite feisty right now. I would suggest avoid getting into that.
Thank you, Nether. Appreciate that. We can get too embroiled in a lot of things. It's not always good to get embroiled or get entangled in things, and that's what was certainly a worry of our forefathers. Just to change topics.
I would suggest the worst thing that could happen for MriyaReport is for those two to go each other in this space. Listen to them interacting with each other recently. It didn't help their cause. It's certainly not going to help ours.
Well, thank you for that. Yes, well, and we do have a time and a space for discussions about that part of the world. So it's good that we've got that. It is recognition of the facts on the ground, which, as we understand it, which is that this is one big thing. It's got these two faces at least to it, and both important. But sorting things out and keeping Ukraine on the front burner is critical, as they have been off the front page. And again, and if they go on the front page like today for a couple hours on my Apple News thing. Yeah, they were there for a little bit, and then boom, boom, other stories, rain, yeah, Trump, executive, whatever, everything else. But it dropped. The story that was up within view of the top of the page was gone within a couple hours. So, and it wasn't even a good exact title about Ukraine. So, very effectively keeping Ukraine off the front page is a strategic move, and blocking the aid is the other one. And I have a piece of paper where I drew a picture. I doodle sometimes when I'm listening or when I'm hosting. And I doodled the elephant, the GOP elephant, that is, the Republicans, as they're known, uh, kicking with the back legs Putin, and Putin's sent flying. And yeah, the elephant was looking back at Putin flying, and Putin was saying, ouch. And then in big, dark, bold letters, ouch. Uh, and my title for it that I wrote down was, um, this is what we need, and that is what we need. We need them to get with it. That's what we should be focused on, is making sure that the pressure remains on where it belongs. And that's not just America. That is a specific group. And the point, the anvil, if you will, is Mike Johnson, the Speaker of the House. That's where the pressure point is. And so do not aim at America. Aim carefully at those guys when you're directing your information war stuff. Use that. Do what you need to do, but don't just scattershot. Anybody would tell you. And remember that the view of Ukraine is still that we are a good ally to them. And as Zelensky said, I trust results. And so we can see now who delivers and who doesn't. And that America has provided as much as we have has been great. And I believe that there's other measures that will be used before the end. I know I'm seeing the little machinations of switching armaments around the world, trying to swap here, swap there, and some incoming from other parts of the world, which I'm hoping that Latin could address when we go through the other speakers.
Well, yeah, and to prepare for Latin and you and I, James, talking about finding military equipment around the world that Ukraine needs, take a look at the first tweet in the nest. It's an air defense system from Ecuador. There happens to be a lot of Russian, sometimes Soviet era equipment in Latin America that could go to Ukraine, and Ukraine would know how to use it. Let's go to For Every Child, then to Flock T, and then let's get Latin, you and I, going on these transfers of weapons to Ukraine. For Every Child.
Thank you, Alan. I didn't realize that my mic was on, and I absolutely shouldn't be sitting here with an open mic, but thank you for calling on me. I'm going to take a stab at saying this in a way that's effective. It's so it leaves me feeling so empty when somebody asks a question and then leaves before there's an opportunity for anyone to comment or ask any counter questions for further reference for another occasion. I've been advised by my eye doctor not to look at screens more than 30 minutes at a time. It's a sacrifice for me to watch who is speaking and get the names and keep track of them and then have them vanish. So I don't know if there could be a matter of etiquette to remain for a short period of time to give people opportunity to ask questions or make a comment after somebody has broached a subject rather than have them disappear because a portion of my time and and I value it was used up without being able to hear the speakers who I knew were available to make further comment.
Well, I appreciate that for every child, but I think that we kind of asked him to vacate in a way, not this space particularly, but told him that there's another time and place for this, which is the now for me the morning report from the Middle East. But thank you, I appreciate that sentiment in general. Ariel, he's around. We can yeah. So don't worry about it. I appreciate the sentiment though very much. So. We also had was it Flock Tyrant? Hello, Flock. I believe you were next, and then Latin.
I was gonna say something similar, so I'll stop it. So yeah.
Oh well, thank you very much. Latin, would you be ready to speak?
Yeah, I'm good. If you can hear me, I just had a couple of observations. Couple of things that I'm following today that have been discussed on some back channels, and I think it's interesting. I just want to say like that I kind of got sick and tired the last few days of I'm Canadian, right? I follow American politics. I'm pretty much done with American politics for the moment. I'm finding it way too depressing, and instead, what I've done is focused on some interesting things that are happening. And, I mean, I say that with all due respect and love to my American neighbors. I hope that America can re-establish itself as the arsenal of freedom. This is their opportunity. As a Canadian, I say that sincerely. We well, not we, I wasn't here yet, but in Canada, but we fought arm in arm with our American neighbors against fascism in a previous conflict, and I really hope that that we can do that again. But okay, put that aside. Two things happening that I think are really interesting, and that are, you touched on it, James, with some of this different strategies that are being pursued for arming Ukraine, for providing some of the weaponry they require. So what's happening in Latin America right now is part of what I understand to be a bigger American strategy of approaching allied nations. And somebody's got a hot mic. Approaching allied nations and offering surplus equipment through a program that's been around for a long time called the Excess Defense Articles Program Act, whatever it is, which essentially means that it's equipment that's surplus to the U.S. They're not using it anymore, or don't need it, and the president has the authority to offer that equipment to allied nations. There is this like $500 million annual cap on that, but the administration gets to determine how much the equipment is worth when they give it to allied nations. So in other words, they can say that it's zero, it's not worth anything to them, just give it to them. So that really creates a lot of opportunities. I've been following in particular, and I know there's been some movement on this in possibly Kuwait, where I think they may be getting M84 tanks, main battle tanks, that are going to make their way to it. So the way it works is it's transferred to the U.S., and then the U.S. gets it to Ukraine. The excess defense articles equipment, the surplus American equipment, the only condition for the recipient is that they have to arrange for or pay for the transfer from the U.S. to their country. But in most cases, it's still a really good deal for the recipient nation. So in Kuwait, I'm hearing there's been some movement on this. Greece, and that's really potential. There's a lot there, just in that one country. And I've been following what's happening in South America. So James, you mentioned Ecuador, right? Ecuador was fairly recent to announce this, and their president referred to it as Russian junk that they were getting rid of. That's a quote: Russian junk, chatarra rusa. And I don't know what triggered this politically. It may have something to do with the situation they're in right now. That they're basically in a civil war against narco terrorists, narco gangs. Maybe that government decided that Russia has some, I can't say that for sure, but for some reason this government, after some time, that Southern Command, U.S. Southern Command, has been lobbying allies in Latin America since at least late last year. Ecuador suddenly made the decision to make a move on some systems that are very useful. OSA launchers are are very useful for Ukraine. They know that SAM system very well. They are also, now, if I recall, the Ecuadorian shipment is going to include the OSAs, 6 launchers. These are vehicle mounted, right? I think they're triple launchers or quad launchers. It's a relatively short range missile, small missile. Mi-17s from Ecuadorian Army Aviation. A whole bunch of 23 millimeter anti-aircraft guns in different configurations. There's the double setup that's quite common, and there's also a single setup that is. You see the Ukrainians using these a lot with mobile fire teams to go after drones on the back of civilian vehicles and that sort of thing. So they'll be put to good use. Lots of small arms, manpads, shoulder launched, short range infrared guided missiles. This is some useful kit. So what happened in Latin America, if I can break it down quickly, I won't give you the whole history here, but you can break it down into 3 categories. Countries like Cuba that were, and I can put Venezuela in that group as well, that over time just became very close to Russia and were just buying large amounts of equipment from them. Those countries are not going to contribute anything. Then there were countries that during the Cold War, kind of as a policy of neutrality or non-alignment, started to buy Soviet equipment and Western equipment. Peru is the best example of that. Peru is the country that probably in all the continent has the most to offer, but so far I haven't heard of any word of them transferring any equipment. Certainly, Laura Richardson, General Laura Richardson, is the person that's heading up this initiative by the Americans. She's in Latin America right now. She's in Uruguay, so Peru would be a real win. I mean, they've got upgraded MiG-29s that can fire R-77 beyond visual range missiles. I think the Ukrainians would probably want to get their hands on that. And those aircraft have been unserviceable for the most part for at least 5-6 years. So I think the Peruvians would be in a position to maybe consider a swap. As I said, General Laura Richardson is in Uruguay right now. That small nation is an example of some of the third category, which is after the Cold War and the fall of the Soviet Union. There were the Russia ended up inheriting some debts to Latin American nations that was mostly commodities that had been bought during the Cold War. To pay those off, they offered to send different lots of military equipment. So these are countries that were, for the most part, Western aligned for most of their modern history, but they were being offered something free. So in the case of Uruguay, which is a very small country, they actually have quite a bit of Soviet equipment that was in relative terms. So they have like RM-70, which is a Czechoslovakian mobile artillery system, rocket artillery system. They have a 2S1, I believe it is, which is the 122 millimeter self-propelled gun, self-propelled howitzer. And they have a few other things. They have AK-74s, which is an assault rifle. So she's there right now. There's no question in my mind at all from the reports I've read that she's there to say, look, we are interested in this equipment and we are ready to deal. So we'll see if more comes out of this. Argentina had provided or had said that they were going to provide 3 Mi-71 helicopters. These are the types, the Ecuadorian ones as well, are types that the Ukrainians are very familiar with. They're the ones that everybody's seen if you've seen images of Ukrainian Army aviation helicopters. What happened with a lot of these Latin countries is that after Russia provided these weapons to repay debts, generally speaking, the post-service experience was not very good. There were constant problems with expensive parts and poor technical support for these weapons. And remember, some of these countries, Soviet equipment was very new to them. So, for example, the Argentine helicopters, which were used for their Antarctic program, although they considered them pretty good, robust helicopters, had suffered from low serviceability in recent years. I think actually in the last year or two, they were actually grounded. So that gives you an idea of, that's an ongoing effort in the U.S. right now, with the U.S. in Latin America. The other piece that's interesting to watch, I'm really watching what France is doing right now. I think France is interested in really pushing what a lot of us, especially on the air side, had been thinking, if the U.S. is going to choke on further deliveries of aircraft to Ukraine, which is where we are right now. Make no mistake about it. The United States is, as far as provision of aircraft, fourth generation F-16 type aircraft, it's completely frozen. After the NATO aircraft are transferred, which will happen over the course of the year, there's nothing. Unless there's discussions happening behind closed doors, and given the political situation in the U.S., I very much doubt that that even if there were conversations, I don't think they could really move ahead with anything. That means nothing. Hungary, if you look at the actions of Hungary this week, it seems to me, somebody can maybe share their thoughts on this, but it seems to me that Hungary is now intentionally blocking Sweden's accession to NATO. And I suspect that Gripen may be a part of that, a very specific part of what Hungary is trying to prevent on behalf of Russia, because Sweden has said they will not transfer Gripen until they're members of NATO. So France looks like it may be stepping in. The latest report, remember that there have been reports all through 2023 in French media. It's kind of a rumor that never stopped, reports that never stopped, of Mirage 2000. Now, the latest reports that are coming out of France today, there was one in particular. They were actually making a prediction. They said, according to their information, it's Intelligence Online is the publication, and they are saying that President Macron will make an announcement, hopefully, that the Ukrainians are pushing for an announcement on Mirage 2000 in Ukraine next week when President Macron visits. So that's going to be an easy one. Next week we'll know whether there's anything to this, whether maybe it got delayed or it's not happening. But here's the reality. F-16s, there are no more right now. Nothing. Zero, zilch, nada, after the ones that have been promised by Europe. The statement made by the commander of the Ukrainian Air Force about 2 weeks ago makes it clear that he wants, their plan is to earmark the majority of those coming from Europe to replace Ukraine's fighter force, which is very badly needed because that force is involved in, and is pretty stretched right now, involved in going after drones and cruise missiles primarily. The F-16's radar is, even the baseline MLU radar is superior to what they have currently. If there's an upgrade, it really changes things. But that's where they're going. He said that in his statement. And then he mentioned the rest of their force, that clearly they have to move forward with the modernization, the westernization of Ukraine's combat aviation. And he specifically mentioned the A-10 for the Su-25 and Mirage 2000D for the Su-24. If I can focus on that one, because that's where the rumors are right now, that's where the reports are. The Su-24 force is the aircraft that is tasked with delivery of Storm Shadow and Scalp. Everything that I'm reading in open source is that, well, really, like most of the fixed wing force of the Ukrainian Air Force, it is very stressed right now. It may even be in a critical state. They're pulling aircraft that were retired after 2014, not long after that stage of conflict, and they've brought these aircraft back. You can bet that the optimal airframe hours and all that is out the window. They're flying aircraft that are probably not safe, but they have to. So the Mirage 2000D is the strike variant of the Mirage family. It's not an interceptor, but it's pretty much plug and play for Scalp and Storm Shadow. So there are some of those kicking around. There are other variants of Mirage 2000, but those have not been specifically mentioned yet, but they are out there. I can't help but think that if 2000Ds end up in Ukraine, there may be others. So, and Gripen, the Swedish Gripen, Hungary is clearly standing in the way of that right now. It's so obvious that there's no question about it. So that means for a fourth generation Western aircraft to strengthen the Ukrainian Air Force, Mirage is the only option right now. It is the only option. And it looks as though, we'll know for sure probably next week, that France may be making a move on this.
I find, Latin, thank you so much. I find all this fascinating. Not only the search through Latin America for weapons that can go to Ukraine. But this discussion of how Ukraine is going to, in essence, upgrade its Air Force, because Mirage's F-16s, even if they are taking these old Soviet jets out of service, an F-16 or a Mirage or a Gripen, that's an upgrade, right, Latin?
Yeah, the problem with Gripen that I see right now is that everything is contingent on the Swedes themselves. The Swedish government has said it's contingent on them joining NATO. The reason I think that's the case is obviously the security guarantees, but they are basically saying that, look, like, they have experienced a lot of cuts in their Air Force over the last few decades, 2 decades or so. They have their, as a frontline state, they have legitimate air defense needs. And I think what they're saying is that, we need to be part of an alliance where we have guarantees that NATO would backfill us if we were to give up X number of, because to really provide a meaningful number of Gripens, even say 2 squadrons to the Ukrainians, which would be 24 aircraft, they will more than likely have to pull some aircraft out of active service from the Swedish Air Force. I know there are some kicking around in Saab, and I've heard different numbers on what that is, but everything the Swedish government has said makes it clear that they need security guarantees to be able to transfer. If you look at the stunt that happened in Budapest on, was that Monday? I mean, it's just a circus, right? I mean, clearly they are stopping, they are getting in the way of this. They are obstructing it. For what reason? I believe Gripen might actually be part of that, like I said. So yeah, for now, Gripen is off the table. It's just not happening until Sweden joins NATO. And so with Mirage, what you would get is an aircraft that can deliver that critical weapon that's so important to Ukraine's offensive operations right now, deep into occupied territory, which is the delivery of scalps and Storm Shadows. And with the Mirage 2000, they're able to do that pretty much seamlessly. It does give them some options as well for some other weaponry that's been announced from France. I forgot the name of it now, but there is the French equivalent of JDAM, which again is plug and play with the Mirage 2000D. None of this is ideal. I genuinely believe the Ukrainian Air Force maybe a year ago probably believed, we should be moving towards a full F-16 force. And logistically, that makes sense. But the politics have interfered with that. And the message from the commander of the Ukrainian Air Force a couple of weeks ago makes it clear. I mean, just read it. It's in Telegram. Anybody who wants to look it up, look it up. It's his words, or at least words that he reviewed from his PR department. But it's a long, well thought out comment. And he makes it clear that they need to move forward with the modernization and the creation of a modern westernized Ukrainian Air Force. Planners are not they're already past the F-16. The F-16 is being handled by, it's in the process of being integrated, and it'll be operational, the initial one, soon. Planners in the Ukrainian Air Force are already looking well beyond that. There are many capabilities that need to be added. There's a very tired force of fixed-wing Soviet aircraft that need to be replaced, some of which might be flying in a dangerous condition right now. So this is a priority for the Ukrainians. And Mirage 2000, I hate to say I said so. I've been mentioning it for a while back when I started reading the reports in French media. There were a lot of people that said it's not going to happen. It's no good. Everything that we know about Western air combat doctrine, combined operations, that big picture operation with your combat force, your supporting assets, AWACS, tankers, ECM, all that stuff. We can't impose that on Ukraine because Ukraine doesn't have that air force. When you hear people say that he repeated, General Oleshchuk in his comment, commander of the Air Force, that they wanted A-10s. How many times have the Ukrainians said they wanted A-10s? How many times have we heard people say, oh, but there's no air superiority? Yeah, that's the way the Americans would use the A-10. That's not what the Ukrainians are going to do. They're going to load them with unguided rockets, fly them at low level, the way they've been flying all of their aircraft, and to minimize losses to ground-based air defenses and to the combat air patrol, and pitch up, launch them in the general direction of the Russians, and turn away. It's not Desert Storm. We have to get out of that. We've been doing that. We, the collective West, I take part of the responsibility for that. We have been imposing this vision of Western air combat on the Ukrainians for more than a year, and that's not where they're at. Someday they might be. Someday they might be an air force that looks more like Chile or Israel, that are patterned after that Western model. But that's not where they're at now. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, we will see what happens. You know, the U.S. insistence, especially, that Ukraine fight the way the U.S. military would, all while not providing with Ukraine everything the U.S. military goes into battle with, is absolutely galling. It just galls me to hear some of the comments that are being made, not by retired generals who come here to MriyaReport to speak with us, like General Ben Hodges and General McRyan, but others in the U.S., not necessarily military either, but you know, those talking heads, not even with the intelligence of Max Headroom. In any event, Chuck so often says no U.S. Military force would succeed given the situations on the battlefield and given the limitations of air superiority, superiority in artillery, superiority in any number of other elements on the battlefield. No American force would succeed where Ukraine is not succeeding. In fact, no American commander would put his force in the field, given the deficiencies of armament, the deficiencies of air superiority. And you see, I mentioned Chuck. I take his words in vain, and here is Chuck Farrer. Welcome.
You didn't know I was listening, and Latin, that was a very cogent breakdown of you know, the complications of building an air force when you can't really count on anything. There are politics. There's a political price tag attached to every item of military hardware that Ukraine needs, and we're already seeing, you know, what happens when the West drags their feet. We've lost that precious month. Well, really, we've lost a lot of time, but certainly that time between Thanksgiving and Valentine's Day, where problems could have been rectified and assurances could have been made to Ukraine. She could have planned her, you know, coming offensives or defensive activities a little more clearly. But we're seeing now some of the tensions that are being inflicted on National Command Authority in Ukraine. And again, that's mostly our fault, Alan, I think.
I think it is our fault. I'm afraid we're going to just see how at fault the United States is tomorrow in the afternoon at 1 p.m. The Senate is scheduled to vote on the supplemental appropriations bill that includes $61 billion for Ukraine. We already know it's going to fail. I wouldn't hold my breath about that. This is a procedural vote in the Senate to advance supplemental appropriations, including aid for Ukraine. It will require 60 votes to go forward, and those 60 votes are not available on behalf of Ukraine. But, this is a tale that will go on and on. It's not the end. I'm not going to get into American politics either later tonight or tomorrow. I'll explain what is up the sleeve of Chuck Schumer to bring back the original supplemental appropriations bill to aid Ukraine, but it's too technical. It's too much in the weeds, and it'll make me sneeze because I'm allergic. But Chuck, I have one first question for you here on bullet points tonight. Has the 4-month delay that's occurred in the United States Congress had a detrimental effect on the battlefield for Ukraine?
It's undeniable at this point. And it appears that it has come at the absolute worst time. And, in my own estimations, I very erroneously thought, that supplies would continue, there would be assurances made, and as a result of that constant flow of logistics, ammunition, spare parts, new gear, more precision strike munitions, none of that happened. So that put paid to my estimation that Ukraine might be able to mount some combined arms, maneuver warfare, offensive operations. This in the height of the winter campaigning season, which is after Christmas till about Valentine's Day. And instead, it's the Russians who appear to going to embark on a winter offensive. That's terrible. That's so totally preventable, and Washington is completely and totally to blame. Them alone, unilaterally, they are to blame. And unfortunately, we're seeing direct results on the battlefield that we can point to that are the absolute consequence of insufficient amounts of artillery ammunition, a general and command staff, and even the tactical officers in charge. They have to look forward to really dangerous shortages. So we may see in places on the battlefield, Ukraine having to withdraw from hard-won territory. And, you don't want to get in the weeds because it'll make you sneeze. Alan, I have some more Anglo-Saxon words to describe what it makes me want to do. It's so frustrating. And it's all on Washington.
It is. It's frustrating. It's galling. It's enraging. It's infuriating. It's inexplicable. It makes me ashamed. All of those things put together. A dry fly may have similar feelings. Dry fly, what was your reaction to news today coming out of Washington?
Well, I wasn't surprised. I think I've kind of told you that for probably 6 or 8 months, that just taking the pulse of the GOP activists in my part of the world, that this was coming. So I wasn't surprised. I'm disappointed, but I'm not surprised. What I would like to ask, though, is of Chuck, is if he gets a moment, as he's going through all these different things, is where do we go from here? Not related to politics, but Ukraine isn't going to surrender. I've been saying that for 6 months. This is a major road bump. I mean, they've gone from a road bump to a damn wall they got to blast through, but they're going to have to do it because they're not going to accept anything else. So if you have insights to us and what we can do as far as providing aid, I mean, we don't have the pockets that the government has, but what can they do to ramp up the asymmetric part of it? What can we do? And I'm speaking mostly to the Europeans who might be listening, what they can do to get their governments to give them what they can to keep this going. We've talked about this before, that asymmetric conflicts, you can win them. It's just much harder. It just takes a lot longer. So I'd love to hear your take as a guy who's been on the other end of those fights, fighting asymmetric. What do they need to do, and what can we do to help them? And I'll listen.
Yeah, great setup there, Dryfly. Thanks, bud. There's a couple sides of this, and I include us in this as the MriyaReport family. Everyone who's listening, and all the co-hosts, and everyone. And as you and Alan and other people, Cece, who know the system a little bit better, we all need to engage in political warfare, right? Asymmetrical political warfare. We do that by keeping up the pressure on our representatives. There is a certain point at which they are going to feel themselves vulnerable. And to show you what we're up against, I got a political warfare briefing. This was about a month ago. There were certain members of the House of Representatives who were bombarded with calls in the hundreds, right? But these were AI generated anti-Ukraine voice messages left on their answering machines, right? This was a job put on, if not by a state actor, then an extremely sophisticated, I don't want to say layperson. To me, the suspect list is state actors, right? But you got the other side of that brief. This particular representative contacted some sort of, let's say, more cagey people who pointed out that, look, this didn't happen. This wasn't the most irate calls you've ever gotten. All of this was fake. And it's hard to convince somebody, let's say a first-term congressman who, from somewhere in the South, and they can't even imagine these sorts of tools exist, and that why he or she, I don't want to give anything away, was targeted by this. I saw this as a test run, right? I saw this as a capability exercise. But I put this out there because this is what we're up against. But I learned two things from this. First of all, the bad guys are interested in inflecting American politics, right? No win there. But the other thing was that this particular representative, thought they were going to lose their job because of all this frantic calling. And that told me, our air quotes adversaries in Congress, they're aware of when their constituents get angry. So let's get angry. I mean, that's what we can do. I'm not saying if we have any AI geniuses here who could put together some of those robocalls. Look, I'm not saying don't do it, wink, wink. But we have to do that. So another aspect of political warfare, if you are credentialed, that is diplomacy. And of course, Ukraine is going to have to embark on some real sweet talking in Europe. Alan gets ashamed by this. I join him in that. And look, I'm a third generation naval officer. I don't like to say that my country has made me ashamed, but it has. And we've made an impression on Ukraine that we are a fickle, unreliable, flaky friend, if you can call it that. And Ukraine has got to now go to nations that are, let's say, more reliable. And let me name some of those if you're not ashamed yet. Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Poland, Belgium. These are nations, Norway. These are nations that are much more reliable in what they pledge, and in the case of Norway, what they deliver without telling anybody. And it is, I don't know what those people in Congress, what they think is desirable about this present situation. And especially, what they think would be good about Russia destroying Ukraine. How would that be good? Doesn't anyone remember the Cold War when there were at least 150,000 American troops kept at great expense in Europe? And still, that was assessed as an insufficient force to take on the Soviet army. Do we want to return to that situation? It's just crazy. But Alan,
And
we can also get in. Yeah, I'm sorry. Please go ahead.
I was going to say, and Chuck, let me add to that list of more reliable allies: the Netherlands, plus 6 F-16s going to Ukraine, Romania, Bulgaria, tanks going to Ukraine, Spain. Although Spain could be doing more, Spain has Patriot systems to spare. Spain is currently training Ukrainian maintenance crews on keeping the Patriot systems operating precisely. In South Korea, Japan, all basically doing more without debate, and without delay, with no hesitation. Maybe delay is part of democracy. I know since Athens invented democracy, there have been many votes taken that were corrected in Athens' case a day later. But it's
And
taking more
Alan,
than a day here in the United States. Nancy?
if I can also add too that, we've got nations like Japan who have changed their laws in order to be able to provide more aid more effectively to Ukraine, while the United States is dithering. And Chuck, I would ask you, it's not just Russia looking at this. This is also the rest of the axis of idiots, including China and Iran, looking at our steadfast resolve. I'd hate to say that sarcastically, it's embarrassing, but what are your thoughts there?
Yeah, we are disappointing our friends, and we are encouraging our enemies. Even Putin did a brilliant strategic move. I mean, after the absolute idiocy of invading Ukraine. So 700 days into this, well, let's go back 500 days into this. You can see the writing on the wall. And then Russia did what Russia actually has, frankly, always done well, and that is to distract and divide. And there is no doubt that a decision was made at the highest levels to generalize this conflict, right? And all they had to do is find a willing idiot to throw a brick through the front window of Israel. Hamas was an expendable, consumable pawn in this. And in collaboration with Iran, it didn't take much to induce those homicidal maniacs to carry out an attack that any single person in Russia or Iran who knew anything about asymmetrical conflict, and they know a lot, knew that the bloodthirsty, psychopathic attack that Hamas launched in October, and I'm sorry, when it launched this attack, this was going to elicit a major conventional warfare response from Israel. The IDF was going to come out of the box. And then, right on time, another Iranian client state puppet tool, the Houthis. And it's hard for me to say that even with a straight face. Let's say it like it really is. Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps rocket force troops, in many cases in uniform, operating overtly in Yemen, started attacking shipping in the Red Sea. And this was designed to distract the allies, but much more importantly, who it distracted was the world's media, and by extension, listeners, watchers, readers, consumers of media in the West. We have all, not us, but the world has turned its eyes away from Ukraine. If you don't believe me, go to the BBC page right now, click on war in Ukraine, and see the last time the BBC posted anything on Ukraine. Their reporting is 72 hours old. Sometimes you look and it's got reports from 5 and 6 days ago. And this was exactly what Russia wanted. And Putin can't be doing anything but delighting in the, in this intramural warfare we've got going on in Washington, because it's only Ukraine that suffers. And there are arms, weapons, and munitions in plenty to go around. The United States can supply Israel, Taiwan, and Ukraine. We can do it. But Putin just aims at the talking heads class, the political class, and we're left with real problems now in Ukraine.
Nancy, Chuck, we're off to a flying start here on Bullet Points, Tuesday night's edition. We have 100 hands up and only 10 speakers. How's that possible? Brian, go ahead, and I'll get to all the other hands in order. Brian.
Well, I am loath to get in between Chuck's wisdom and our listeners, but just a couple quick points in varying degrees of obviousness. One is the very, very important one Nancy made, which is everyone around the world, particularly in Beijing, are watching the U.S. debacle here and learning lessons from it, which are not helpful. Two, and I said this the last hour, but there's a lot of new people here. As a career CIA officer, in addition to, I'll join you guys in my shame at the way our country's behaving, but also just the sheer audacity and genius and success, evil genius, of what this former KGB officer Putin has pulled off here. He now has, as what we used to say in the CIA, recruited assets. The President of the United States, former and possibly future, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, who is second in line after the Vice President to secede if something happens to the President, and at least 8 Republicans in the Congress who are unfortunately sitting on the balance of power right now, and arguably the most